Chapter 22:45. Big Brother. When Xiaoqing saw that person, his eyes couldn't help but tear up. This person was Gu Fei. Xiaoqing. Gu Fei was also very excited. The two brothers were finally reunited. When they left the heavenly world, Xiaoqing's cultivation was not very high, but now he was already a great completion quasi-saint. It seemed that the decision to let Xiaoqing take Old Turtle as his master was the right one. The two brothers hugged each other tightly. They hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to talk about. Gu Fei welcomed Xiaoqing to the top of the sacred mountain. At this time, everyone came out of their cultivation places. They had already received the news that a brother of Gu Fei had come. They didn't dare to be negligent. Greetings, martial uncle. Among Gu Fei's disciples, the most excited one was Gu Zhong. Among Gu Fei's new disciples, only Gu Zhong had seen Xiaoqing before. Moreover, Gu Zhong had a very important matter to ask Xiaoqing. This made him restless, afraid that he would receive bad news. Greetings, martial uncle. Gu Fei's new disciples, Yao Yu and Red Dragon, also greeted Xiaoqing. Then, the younger disciples also greeted Xiaoqing. These were the disciples of the Meng clan that Gu Zhong had accepted. The physique of the Meng clan was very suitable for cultivating martial arts. As the eldest disciple of Gu Fei, Gu Zhong naturally shouldered the heavy responsibility of promoting martial arts. Among Gu Zhong's disciples, Meng Long was the most outstanding one. His talent was also the best. Under Gu Zhong's guidance, his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Finally, Gu Fei's subordinates came to greet Gu Zhong. In their opinion, the ominous land of their lord was not ordinary. One should know that a person who could become brothers with their lord was not an ordinary person. Xiaoqing found that the cultivation of Gu Fei's disciples was very good. As their martial uncle, he didn't seem to have anything good to give them as a greeting gift. A semi-sage or quasi-sage divine weapon was no longer of much use to Gu Fei and the other disciples. Thinking up to there, Xiaoqing waved his right hand, and 3 god artifacts appeared before him. They hovered in the air, radiating with divine light. As a gift for you juniors, Xiaoqing said to Meng Long and the rest. Thank you, martial granduncle. Meng Long, Meng Hu and Meng Bao were overjoyed. These were the 3 demi-saint grade divine weapons, a halberd, a battle axe, and a spear. These 3 divine weapons were the most commonly seen divine weapons in the world of cultivation. Although it was the most common divine weapon, a perfect sage-to-be divine weapon was not very common. Meng Long got the big halberd, Fierce Tiger got the battle axe, and the divine spear fell into the hands of Meng Bao. Meng Long and the other 2 brothers retreated. Brother Xiaoqing, you sure have a lot of items. Do you have any sacred artifacts? Give me a few as well. Erebus said to Little Green with a drooling face. I also want a sacred artifact. You seem to have the aura of a sacred artifact on you. You should give me one. Xiaoqing said to He Tian with a smile. You're really stingy. He Tian said mockingly. Hee, old He, you're talking about yourself. Xiaoqing naturally knew this guy's temperament very well. This guy was ruthless. As long as it was a treasure, he would not let it go. It was absolutely impossible for others to get anything from him. Am I that stingy? I'm a generous person. He Tian said disapprovingly. Yes. Xiaoqing nodded with a smile. Big brother, you've finally become a saint. Should we find those people to settle the score? Xiaoqing was eager to give it a try. After all, back on the soaring dragon ancestral star, they had been bullied quite a bit, especially by the Dongfang family. They had a huge grudge against the Dongfang family. Back then, they had been too sullen. Now, they could finally breathe freely. Don't be anxious. We'll settle the score, but not now. We can't miss this opportunity. You guys cultivate well. If you can break through to the saint realm, then our strength will increase greatly. Gu Fei was very calm. He was no longer that impulsive youth from back then. After experiencing countless things, he had become calm and steady. He had to pay a visit to the Dongfang family, but now really wasn't the time. Big brother is right. Master also said the same thing. Xiaoqing nodded. Old tortoise. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This guy was unreliable, but at the crucial moment, he was very reliable. This guy also came to the chaotic world, right? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was very expectant. Old Tortoise was the son of Tai Huang. Back then, when he was suppressed in the virtual sky world's absolute formation, his vitality was depleted, and his cultivation level even fell below the immortal realm. Old Tortoise only lost his vitality, but his cultivation level was still there. After so many years in the heaven realm, it was hard to imagine to what extent his cultivation level had recovered. Moreover, Old Tortoise also had the Tai Huang seal. It was a supreme demon weapon refined by Tai Huang. With it, no one dared to provoke Old Tortoise. Moreover, the power of the demon race in the heaven realm was still very large. Martial uncle. At this time, Guzhong wanted to say something, but stopped. Martial nephew, do you have something to say? Xiaoqing asked with a smile. Martial uncle, I want to know about my boy. What Guzhong wanted to know the most was news about his little boy, Gu Xiaofeng. Back then, Gu Xiaofeng followed Gu Fei into the immortal realm and lost contact with him. The saintess of Yaotai Holy Land was taken back to the Holy Land by the people of Yaotai Holy Land. After that, there was no news of her. Gu Zhong could be said to be separated from his family. Ha! I knew you couldn't hold it in, Xiaoqing said with a smile. Martial uncle, my little boy. Gu Zhong was very nervous. He only had this one son. If anything happened to him, it would be terrible. That little boy, Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment. What? Gu Zhong's heart beat fiercely, and his breathing became rapid. Xiaoqing, don't tease him, Gu Fei said with a smile. Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei, and then at Xiaoqing, at a loss. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Your little boy is very good. You and your son will meet soon. Xiaoqing said. That's good. Hearing this, Gu Zhong immediately heaved a sigh of relief. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he felt like he was about to collapse. That bastard, when he comes back, I will definitely beat his butt. Gu Zhong finally felt relieved after hearing the news about Gu Xiaofeng. It seemed that if there was a chance, he should go to Yaotai Holy Land. His master was already a sage. It seemed that Yaotai Ancient Holy Land would not dare to drive him away. Chapter 2246. When Gu Fei and Xiaoqing reunited, Gu Fei was overjoyed. He took out the corpse of the divine ape, took out the mountain and river cauldron, and cooked the divine ape. This was a saint-level divine ape, although it had fought with Gu Fei, and most of its energy had been consumed. The divine essence contained in its flesh and blood was still very strong. It was best to use the mountain and river cauldron to refine the divine ape's body. Only in this way could all the divine essence contained in the divine ape's flesh and blood be refined. This was definitely a peerless divine medicine. On the peak of the divine mountain, Gu Fei activated the primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi turned into chaotic divine fire and completely wrapped the divine ape's corpse. Under the refinement of the chaotic divine fire, beams of divine light began to escape from the divine ape's body and merge with the water of the divine spring of life. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, water and fire were compatible. Beams of divine light rushed out of the cauldron from time to time, and divine rainbows constantly appeared on the divine mountain. This was definitely a marvelous scene. What's going on? Thousands of miles away from the divine mountain where Gu Fei resided, a youth in a Taoist robe stood on top of a stone mountain, gazing into the distant sky. Swish! A divine rainbow soared into the sky in the distance, and then disappeared in the dusky world. A powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out. What the hell are Gu Fei and his people doing? The young man was Xian Tong, the first disciple of the South Pole Immortal Venerable. At this time, some people who had been paying attention to the movements on the Divine Mountain also noticed this strange phenomenon. They were very surprised and wanted to know what was happening on the Divine Mountain. However, the Divine Mountain where Gu Fei was no longer the same Divine Mountain where the Golden Bird used to live. After He Tian went up to the Divine Mountain, he set up many killing arrays. As a formation grandmaster, He Tian's killing arrays were very terrifying. Even if a sage came in person, he would not be able to sneak up the mountain without triggering the killing arrays. Several hours later, the divine essence of the divine ape in the mountain and river cauldron was completely refined and integrated into the divine spring of life. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the originally colorless and odorless spring water had now turned purple. This was a cauldron full of purple godly medicines. After my cultivation broke through to the saint level, it became easier to refine the flesh of these saint-level beasts. Gu Fei muttered to himself. In just a few hours, he had refined a cauldron of peerless divine medicine. Before he became a saint, this was simply unimaginable. Big brother, this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Using the flesh and blood of a saint-level divine beast to refine a divine medicine was too extravagant. Even the old tortoise, the son of the Grand Emperor, who had mastered the ultimate demon weapon Grand Emperor seal, had never used the flesh and blood of a saint-level divine beast to refine a divine medicine. The divine medicine, refined from the flesh and blood of a saint-level divine beast, was extraordinary. In the purple light shining from the mouth of the ancient cauldron, one could vaguely see the shadow of a divine ape. Xiaoqing, Tai Shui, and He Tian. The three of you are only half a step away from breaking through the shackles of cultivation and becoming saint-level experts. After you eat the divine medicine in the cauldron, go and do closed-door training. Gu Fei looked at Xiaoqing and said, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Lord. Gu Fei, my good brother, come, give me a hug." Among the three of them, only He Tian was still smiling. He actually walked up to Gu Fei and wanted to hug him. "Don't." Gu Fei quickly dodged. It was not a good thing to hug this guy. This guy was the ancestor of dirty tricks. If he hugged him, his things would definitely be taken away by this guy. "I won't hug you if you don't want to," He Tian said, feeling good about himself. "You guys can start," Gu Fei said. He wanted to improve the cultivation and combat power of his people as much as possible. He had a premonition that this chaotic divine land was going to fall into chaos. In the midst of chaos, only the strong could protect themselves and survive. Xiaoqing and the other two did not say anything else. They directly walked up, took out the divine medicine in the cauldron, and drank a big bowl each. Then, powerful waves immediately spread out from their bodies. Purple qi swirled around them, and the medicinal power of the divine medicine was exploding. The three of them quickly left and went into closed-door training. If Xiaoqing and the others could successfully break through, Gu Fei's strength would increase greatly. At that time, when they returned to the ancestral Dragon Star, even those super forces with a long history would be wary of them. Next, Red Dragon and Yao Yu, the two disciples of Gu Fei, also took the divine medicine in the cauldron. Then they bid farewell to Gu Fei and left the peak of the divine mountain to find a place for closed-door training. Zhong Limeng also took the divine medicine and left. The 12 bandits and the outstanding disciples of the Meng clan had all come. The divine medicine in the cauldron was quickly finished. On the divine mountain, everyone was cultivating, refining the divine essence contained in the divine medicine to strengthen themselves. Only Gu Fei continued to sit cross-legged on the peak of the divine mountain, guarding it. Gu Fei, come out and accept your death. Just when everyone was in closed-door training, a voice suddenly came from the distant sky. Humph! At the peak of the divine mountain, Gu Fei sneered and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a fair-skinned young man in a Taoist robe standing high in the sky 1,000 miles away. Gu Fei could clearly sense the killing intent of the other party. Who is this person? Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was the first time he had seen this young man in a Taoist robe. Gu Fei could not understand why this person wanted to kill him. Who are you? Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a large boulder at the peak of the divine mountain, not standing up at all. The first disciple of the South Pole celestial sovereign, Xian Tong, the young man in the Taoist robe, said. The South Pole celestial sovereign. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, but then he realized that the damned earth immortal old man had invited another expert to deal with him. The first disciple of the South Pole, celestial sovereign. Gu Fei looked coldly at the young man in front of him, a powerful fighting spirit emanating from his body. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, giving off a strong sense of oppression. I'm going to take your head and exchange it for wine. As he spoke, Xian Tong pounced on Gu Fei, who was at the peak of the divine mountain. In an instant, he broke into the divine mountain and triggered the killing formation laid down by Erebus. Boom! Divine light soared into the sky, accompanied by a shocking, murderous aura. Then, beams of dazzling divine light pierced through the void like peerless heavenly swords, stabbing toward Xian Tong, who had barged into the killing formation. The killing formation laid down by He Tian was indeed extraordinary. It could even trap a saint. Bam! With a muffled sound, Xian Tong broke through the killing formation with a wave of his hand and rushed out. Roar! Chapter 2247. Kill! Xian Tong's murderous, intense soared into the sky. 9 rays of light shot out from his body, destroying everything in their path as if a supreme immortal had descended. The divine mountain shook and countless formation runes crumbled. All the killing formations laid down by He Tian were destroyed in an instant. Not a single rune was left behind. So strong. At the peak of the mountain, He Tian couldn't help but shudder at the sight. The opponent's combat prowess was ridiculously strong. One should know that Xian Tong was a formation grandmaster, and the killing formations he laid down were no ordinary ones. Who is this? Why is he targeting you, big brother? Shaoqing and the others were startled as well. The powerful aura of a saint shook the entire world. Everyone on the divine mountain was alarmed. No one could cultivate in peace at a time like this, so they all came out. Humph, if I'm not mistaken, this guy should be from the South Pole Immortal Mansion on the ancestral planet Buzhou. Gu Fei's expression was calm, but his eyes lit up. This person's cultivation method came from the same source as the Earth immortal old man BZZ. At that moment, the 9 rays of light around Saint Xian Tong turned into 9 halos that circled around him. The air rumbled as he took a single step forward and reached the peak of the divine mountain. Everyone sensed a powerful aura of the immortal Tao surging over from the front. The pressure was so great that everyone could hardly breathe, and their minds were shaken. It was as if they were facing a supreme god from the primordial times. Even Guzhong, Erebus, and the others felt powerless. Before this person, they were as weak as ants. They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. If it wasn't for Gu Fei standing in front of them, they would have been turned into a mist of blood and destroyed in both body and soul. You're Gu Fei. Saint Xian Tong didn't care about the others at all. The only one he cared about was the young cultivator standing at the front of the group. You already know the answer. Gu Fei smiled and said, You should know the earth immortal old man, right? Humph. Saint Xian Tong did not say a word and only snorted coldly. The divine light that shot out from his eyes became even more dazzling, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Let's fight. Saint Xian Tong stared at Gu Fei for a long time before uttering those two words. Rumble, Saint Xian Tong then extended his right hand and pressed forward. On his right hand, 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao faintly appeared on his palm, drawing upon the power of the great Tao, causing the void before his palm to tremble. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to come here. Gu Fei didn't think much of it and directly punched out. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Saint Xian Tong's palm, causing a muffled explosion. After that, Saint Xian Tong's entire body floated backward like a puff of smoke, instantly drifting more than 10 miles away. As for Gu Fei, he was as still as a mountain standing on the ground, the successor of the martial ancestor. In the sky more than 10 miles away, Saint Xian Tong's expression was extremely solemn. Although he seemed to have flown more than 10 miles away, he was actually sent flying by Gu Fei's fist energy. He looked down and saw that there was a bloody scar on his palm, and his entire forearm was numb. This Saint Xian Tong's heart skipped a beat. This Gu Fei was much stronger than he had imagined. It seemed like the divine ape's defeat was not undeserved. All of you stay on the mountain, don't go out. Gu Fei instructed the crowd and rushed out from the peak of the sacred mountain. Just as Gu Fei rushed out from the sacred mountain, the void trembled and the illusion of a giant cauldron appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping the sacred mountain. To think that this cauldron from the mythological era is in your hands. When Saint Xian Tong saw the illusion of the ancient cauldron, he could not help but feel a trace of extreme Tao aura. He recognized the ancient cauldron. Since ancient times, only one extreme Tao ancient cauldron had appeared, and it was the legendary Mountain River Cauldron that had existed since the mythological era. The Mountain River Cauldron was extremely mysterious. No one knew who refined this extreme Tao sacred cauldron because it had existed for far too long. During the mythological era, this ancient cauldron had already appeared, and it could be said that this ancient cauldron was connected to the entire cultivation history of the human race. Although it was just a projection, Saint Xian Tong did not think that anyone would be able to make it to the sacred mountain at this point in time, not even a saint. As long as Gu Zhong and Saint Xian Tong did not leave the sacred mountain, no one could hurt them. Without further ado, Gu Fei and Saint Xian Tong began their battle. This battle was even more intense than the battle between Gu Fei and the great desolate divine ape. You are the South Pole immortal reverend. Gu Fei couldn't help but ask as he attacked. This young man was truly too powerful. Even among the saints, he was probably a rare expert. In the entire South Pole immortal manor, only the South Pole immortal reverend had such a cultivation. Humph, my master's name is not something you can say. Saint Xian Tong raged. Rumble, he waved both his hands, unleashing a supreme, saintly might. The space in front of him directly collapsed, turning into a chaotic void. He wanted to smash Gu Fei into the chaotic void. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This young man was actually the disciple of the South Pole, immortal, reverent. If a disciple had such a powerful cultivation and strength, then wouldn't the South Pole, immortal, reverent be even more terrifying? Bang! Saint Xian Tong's palm slammed onto Gu Fei's chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out as a powerful saint-ranked energy erupted. At the instant Gu Fei's body was flung back, Gu Fei's fist also landed on Saint Xiantong's chest. At the instant he was punched, Saint Xiantong could even hear a strange sound coming from his body. His internal organs were instantly injured as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Roar! Gu Fei roared furiously. Primal chaos qi surged within his body as a powerful life force healed him. The palm print on his chest rapidly disappeared. Very soon, it had completely disappeared. At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder rang out from Saint Xiantong's internal organs. His blood and qi were incomparably vigorous as his injuries healed rapidly. Very soon, Saint Xiantong returned to his peak condition. Again, there weren't any fancy moves. The two experts clashed head-on. Saint Xiantong displayed all sorts of close combat killing techniques that could actually contend against Gu Fei's martial path battle techniques. However, Gu Fei was a cultivator after all, a natural-born fighter. His experience in close combat wasn't something that people of other cultivation systems could understand. Swish. Chapter 2248. Among the saint-level experts, even those divine beasts with extremely powerful bodies might not be a match for Gu Fei in close combat, let alone Saint Xiantong, who was also from the human clan. Saint Xiantong only managed to hold on for a while before Gu Fei grabbed his right calf and spun him around, smashing him into the ground. High-quality update is just around the corner. Bam! The ground shook and dust flew into the air. A bottomless human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Roar! A roar came from the depths of the earth. Then the surroundings of the human-shaped pit began to shake, and cracks began to appear on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the ground exploded with a deafening sound. Dirt and rocks flew in all directions as an extremely ferocious power of the Sage Tao erupted. A figure slowly rose from the ground. 9 halos circled around him, blocking all the dust and sand away as a powerful holy aura of the immortal Tao spread. You've made me angry. Saint Xiantong stared at Gu Fei in the sky with a murderous glint in his eyes. So what? Gu Fei's face remained calm. Kill. Saint Xiantong did not say anything else. He took to the sky and charged at Gu Fei. When he was 10 feet away from Gu Fei, he opened his mouth. Rumble, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from Saint Xiantong's mouth, blasting at Gu Fei with destructive power. High-quality update is just around the corner. Gu Fei smiled and waved his right hand, dispersing the incoming lightning bolt. He then charged at Saint Xiantong in a flash. However, this time around, Saint Xiantong was much more cautious after suffering a loss. He disappeared from where he was and reappeared a few dozen miles away. He no longer dared to fight in close combat with Gu Fei. Wrath of Lightning. Saint Xiantong let out an enraged yell and executed his great art. 9 thunderbolts formed a Tao pattern that rushed out from his body. Each thunderbolt Tao pattern was radiating with blinding brilliance, making it hard for people to look straight at it. A destructive power appeared in the world. Furthermore, it was a destructive power that all living beings in the world feared. Lightning. The 9 lightning Tao patterns turned into a huge net that was intertwined with lightning and shrouded Gu Fei below. Sage Xiantong seemed to have turned into a supreme god of lightning, and his entire body was bursting with lightning. Power of lightning? Gu Fei's heart couldn't help trembling when he saw this. This person was truly extraordinary. He actually cultivated lightning energy. It had to be known that it wasn't so easy to cultivate lightning energy to greater mastery. Thunder represented destruction. It was a type of power that the great Tao of heaven and earth used to punish those who dared to challenge the heavens. Ha! You actually want to use this kind of power to deal with me? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm often struck by lightning. Gu Fei laughed. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he allowed the lightning net in the sky to envelop him. He even stretched out his hand in an attempt to tear the lightning net apart. High-quality update: when Gu Fei's hands touched the lightning net, there was a series of crackling sounds. Boundless lightning energy instantly shrouded him. In particular, the 9 Thunderbolt Dao patterns were imprinted on Gu Fei's body in an attempt to completely seal him. Ha! Work harder! Gu Fei, who was in the sea of lightning, laughed heartily. Even the original 9 Thunderbolt Dao patterns couldn't completely suppress him. 9 chaotic Dao patterns rushed out of his body and blocked the 9 Thunderbolt Dao patterns that were imprinted on his body. This sage Xian Tong's expression changed at the sight of this. Open! Gu Fei's body shook, and a powerful chaotic energy exploded from his body. The 9 Thunderbolt Dao patterns were immediately shattered, and a large number of thunderbolts were annihilated. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei shook off Sage Xian Tong's 9 Thunderbolt Dao patterns, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and pierced towards his head. Gu Fei sensed danger and threw a punch at the bolt of lightning. When his fist collided with the bolt of lightning, there was a metallic sound. This bolt of lightning wasn't destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Instead, it was blown away. When the lightning dissipated, a silver-white divine sword appeared. Thunder Rush Sword. At this moment, He Tian, who was at the peak of the sacred mountain, suddenly had a solemn expression. He recognized that divine sword. It was a famous divine sword in the ancient times. Legend had it that this divine sword was refined by Lord Thunder. It contained the profound meaning of thunder and was extremely powerful. At this moment, the Thunder Rush Sword vibrated, and a powerful saint-level power was condensing rapidly. The great Tao mark within the divine sword was awakening. It was as if a sealed, ancient, ferocious beast had awoken in the divine sword, and the saint-level thunder and lightning power was extremely violent. Sage Xian Tong reached out and held the divine sword in his hand. When he held the divine sword, Sage Xian Tong's entire aura changed. Go to hell! Xian Tong held the sword with both hands and slashed at Gu Fei with all his might. Swoosh! Lightning flashed and instantly rushed out for thousands of miles. When the Thunder Rush Sword was slashed, it had already triggered the chaotic aura in the surroundings. The power of this sword was earth-shattering. You will be the one to die. Gu Fei was full of confidence. He shook his arms and actually used them to block the spring thunder sword that was descending from the sky. The chaotic aura was vast and mighty, and his arms were covered with chaotic Tao patterns. His entire body was like a human-shaped saint weapon. How is this possible? Xian Tong was shocked to the extreme. His opponent was able to block his Thunder Rush Sword with just his arms. What a powerful and terrifying existence. After Gu Fei blocked the divine sword, he reached out to take the Thunder Rush Sword from Sage Xian Tong's hand. Clang! Xian Tong waved the divine sword, trying to cut off Gu Fei's arms. However, it was as if the divine sword had struck a piece of indestructible divine steel. It could only cut Gu Fei's sleeves, and could not really hurt him. Sky Covering Palm. Since Gu Fei failed to take the sword, he changed his move. Rumble. Xian Tong raised his hand and shot out more than 10 heavenly spirit fire thunder beads. The powerful power of thunder and fire exploded, trying to resist Gu Fei's Sky Covering Palm. However, Gu Fei's Sky Covering Palm was unstoppable. The heavenly spirit fire thunder beads could not shake the hand and were destroyed by the giant hand. Then, the beads went straight for Xian Tong. Boundless Catastrophe, Thunder Ancestor's Incarnation. At this time, Xian Tong had to use his most powerful killer move. An extremely powerful power of thunder and lightning exploded from his body. 9 lightning primordial Tao patterns rushed out from his body. Rumble, the 9 Tao patterns intertwined and released endless thunder and lightning. A giant shadow appeared between heaven and earth. Then, the shadow disappeared from Xian Tong's body as if it had fused with him. Gu Fei died. At this time, Xian Tong was extremely powerful. He fused with the Thunder Ancestor's Dharma form, and his combat power increased to a terrifying level. It was as if the real Thunder Ancestor had descended. Swish. Chapter 2249. Xian Tong unleashed his Thunder Ancestor's Dharma body. It was as if the ancient Thunder Ancestor had descended. With just a single slash, he broke through Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. Buzz. The thunderbolt sword vibrated in Xian Tong's hand, releasing bolts of lightning-like Tao patterns. The Saint Tao brand inside the sword was completely activated. Kill! Xian Tong roared and slashed at Gu Fei's waist with the sword in his hand. The lightning-like sword light soared into the sky, tearing the void apart. None of these guys are easy to deal with. Gu Fei muttered to himself. These ancient saints all had secret arts that could instantly increase their battle prowess. Xian Tong's battle prowess was at least twice as strong as before. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and shook his arms. Primal chaos Tao patterns emerged on his arms. He directly punched at the lightning-like sword light, completely ignoring the thunderbolt sword's edge. You're courting death. Xian Tong attacked with all his strength. The divine sword in his hand displayed its strongest power. The entire world shook under the sword light. If this was the outside world, the entire void would have been annihilated, causing a great destruction. Fortunately, this was the chaotic divine soil. The stability of this chaotic world was not something the human world could compare with. Even a powerful saint could not cause too much damage here. Gu Fei's fist collided with Xian Tong's divine sword. It was like 2 pieces of immortal divine steel colliding, producing a metallic sound. How is this possible? In that instant, Xian Tong was completely dumbfounded. The thunderbolt sword in his hand could not even break through his opponent's fist. It was as if it had struck an immortal divine metal, causing his hands to go numb from the impact. The 2 figures instantly separated. This guy is much stronger than the great, desolate divine ape. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He looked down at his right hand and saw a bloodstain on the back of his hand. An extremely sharp sword chi had invaded his arm. His right arm trembled as his chaotic true power exploded forth, and the sword chi that invaded his arm was immediately forced out of his body. Gu Fei was very surprised that his chaotic martial physique was slightly injured. It should be known that his chaotic martial physique was so powerful that it could definitely contend against a sacred tool. Could it be a divine weapon refined by the Thunder Ancestor? The way Gu Fei looked at the divine sword in Xian Tong's hand was somewhat different. This divine sword was extraordinary, but he quickly realized that it could not be a divine weapon refined by the Lightning Ancestor. It should be known that although the primordial Lightning Ancestor wasn't a supreme, he was only half a step away from it. That was an existence much stronger than a saint. That was a quasi-supreme being, a divine weapon forged by a quasi-supreme being. That was a quasi-supreme being divine weapon. It was impossible for a quasi-supreme divine weapon to only have this kind of power. This divine sword might be a divine weapon refined by the successor of the Lightning Ancestor, because this divine sword was not a quasi-supreme divine weapon. Again, Xian Tong's entire body bloomed with lightning, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out from his body. There was a vague shadow on his body. This was the Dharma body of the lightning ancestor. Xian Tong cultivated the lightning immortal art, and when he cultivated it to a high level, he could transform into a thunder god and control the power of heavenly punishment. Buzz. The thunderbolt sword let out a deafening hum and flew out of Xian Tong's hand, turning into countless lightning-like sword lights that pierced towards Gu Fei. Insignificant skill, Gu Fei said indifferently. Then he rushed forward, his entire body radiating with primal chaos divine light, and primal chaos Tao runes faintly appeared around him. The chaotic Tao patterns intertwined, and all the lightning-like sword lights that pierced through him flew back, piercing towards Xian Tong. Xian Tong was shocked by this unbelievable scene. He couldn't believe that someone could actually reverse his great technique. It should be noted that this was not one or two sword lights, but countless sword lights. It was still reasonable to reverse one or two sword lights, but to reverse and destroy all the sword lights that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was a bit shocking. Withdraw. Xian Tong let out a loud cry and cast a great technique. The countless sword lights that were piercing towards him immediately disappeared in front of him and turned into a divine sword. Just as Xian Tong sheathed his sword, a figure had already appeared in front of Xian Tong, throwing out a punch. The powerful fist energy shook the heavens and the earth. The fist energy enveloped the space in front of it, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to spread from Gu Fei's fist. Bang! Xian Tong felt the air around him tremble violently, and then a powerful suction force appeared, sucking him into the shattered void. Rumble, just as Xian Tong was about to be knocked into the chaos. A giant chaotic hand slapped into the chaos, knocking Xian Tong into its depths. Humph, you want me to get lost in the chaos void? Dream on. Xian Tong's voice rang out from the chaos. His voice was cold and filled with unwillingness. He was actually suppressed by this person. Only now did Xian Tong realize how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. No wonder the Earth Immortal Elder suffered a loss, and even the first divine general died in his hands. This person definitely had the strength to do so, and it wasn't just a rumor. Xian Tong immediately opened an array diagram, which turned into a spatial passageway. Xian Tong immediately rushed into this spatial passageway. He did not want to be trapped in this endless chaotic space. Thousands of miles away from the divine mountain, in a place high up in the sky, the air suddenly rippled like transparent water. Then, a figure seemed to pass through a layer of transparent water and appear in the air. Who else could it be other than Xian Tong, who was just in the depths of the chaos void? When Xian Tong left the primal chaos void, Gu Fei had already sensed Xian Tong's presence. He immediately rushed towards Xian Tong's location. With just one step, Gu Fei had already arrived near the area where Xian Tong was. This was a secret technique that Gu Fei had obtained from the great desolate divine ape, called the shrinking 1,000 mountain steps. With one step, 1,000 mountains would be left behind, and the speed was comparable to Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps. Star-picking moon hand. Gu Fei stretched out his hand, directly grabbing towards Xian Tong. A powerful ripple of energy sealed the void, and then it fell towards Xian Tong's head. An extremely powerful destructive force came down from the giant hand, locking down the heaven and earth, making it impossible for Xian Tong to escape. Roar. Xian Tong roared, desperately rousing the power in his body, and the divine sword in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly bright and powerful divine light. Swoosh. Chapter 2250. After fusing with the Thunder Ancestor's Dharma body, Xian Tong's battle prowess rose to a level that even Gu Fei had no choice but to take him seriously. Swish! A lightning-shaped sword light flashed, and Gu Fei's star-picking hand was immediately destroyed by the sword light. Gu Fei only felt a sudden chill in his palm. He hurriedly looked down and saw that there was actually a bloodstain on his right palm. Damn, you've angered me. The consequences will be dire, Gu Fei said coldly. Then, a supreme power burst out from his body. His battle prowess soared, and the powerful aura that spread out caused all living beings within 100,000 miles to feel a kind of fear that came from the depths of their souls. Xian Tong's expression changed when he sensed the change in Gu Fei's body. His opponent was still holding back. Could it be that he didn't use his true strength in the exchange just now? Roar! Gu Fei growled. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were trembling. The power released from his body was extremely powerful, like a dormant volcano full of unknown danger. A supreme saint's aura burst out. This kind of pressure made Xian Tong feel suffocated. Looks like Big Brother is getting serious. At this time, on the Divine Mountain, He Tian and the others who had been watching the battle were incomparably nervous. They knew that if Gu Fei was defeated by his opponent, they would definitely die. Master, you must win. Gu Zhong and the others muttered. Big Brother is actually this strong. Shaoqing muttered. He had followed the old turtle in the heaven realm and had seen all kinds of people. Gu Fei was definitely much stronger than the average ancient saint, especially when Gu Fei was a martial artist. The chaotic martial body, this kind of martial arts cultivation physique, had only appeared once in ancient times. However, no one knew what happened to the warrior who cultivated the chaotic martial body in the end. Back then, the chaos affected the entire human realm. In that dark age, even many saints fell, and no one knew how many other creatures died. That great calamity directly led to the destruction of the great desolate world. Some people said that in that battle back then, those elusive supremes might have also taken action. Now, after countless years, another chaotic martial body had finally appeared. Preposterous. This time, Xian Tong truly sensed danger. His opponent was using some kind of secret technique to increase his combat power. If he allowed it to continue, he would be in deep trouble. He wanted to make a move, but Gu Fei merely waved his hand, and Xian Tong was sent flying thousands of feet away, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Kacha! Without any hesitation, Xian Tong crushed a jade token in his hand. Boom! The moment the jade tablet shattered, a ball of divine light shot out from Xian Tong's hand and enveloped him in a flash. Trying to escape, Gu Fei hurriedly made a move, but it was a little too late. The ball of divine light disappeared into the void the moment it enveloped Xian Tong. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He never imagined that the person who came to challenge him would just run away like that, without even leaving a word. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, Xian Tong decisively retreated. High up in the sky of the chaotic world, chaotic energy swirled, and a divine island floated amidst it. At this time, a ball of divine light suddenly emerged from one of the pavilions on the divine island. Within the divine light was a youth in a Taoist robe. This person was Xian Tong. It's the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The divine light dissipated, and Xian Tong appeared in the pavilion. This pavilion was no ordinary place. There were many things drawn on the smooth floor beneath Xian Tong's feet. At this time, outside the sacred mountain, Gu Fei's divine sense reached its limit, enveloping an area of 1,000,000 miles. However, this time, he couldn't sense where Xian Tong was. Why are the subordinates of South Pole, immortal sovereign, all so cowardly? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The battle ended in such a manner, causing the spectators in the distance to feel a little disappointed. Only then did they gradually disperse. Gu Fei returned to the sacred mountain and sat cross-legged on the peak, protecting everyone while He Tian and the rest entered their secluded cultivation grounds to prepare for their breakthrough. This time, the opening of the chaotic divine soil was uncertain. No one knew that the passageways connecting the primal chaos world to the various ancestral lands could be closed. In the past, as long as someone became a saint, the passageways connecting the three realms and the six paths to the ancestral lands would disappear after a few days. But this time, the chaotic world showed no signs of closing. Perhaps this was the calm before the great change. This world was different. The great tribulation that would engulf the three realms and the six paths could descend at any time. Erebus and the others all felt that time was of the essence. They needed to improve their cultivation base and strength as much as possible before the great calamity arrived. This was the only way they could survive when the great calamity arrived. Just like that, half a year passed. During this time, many powerful existences appeared near the sacred mountain. Some of them had their eyes on this precious cultivation ground and wanted to snatch it. However, these people kicked an iron plate and were chased away by Gu Fei. One or two ferocious fellows were not so lucky. These ferocious fellows were all killed by Gu Fei at the foot of the sacred mountain. From then on, no one dared to even think about touching the divine mountain because everyone already knew that there was a ruthless character on the divine mountain. Rumble, in a valley 10,000 miles away from the sacred mountain, the sound of thunder could be heard. Someone had triggered the tribulation of a saint. As the tribulation descended, the weather changed. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. At the peak of the sacred mountain, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, disregarding the distance and seeing the scene 10,000 miles away. The powerful tribulation of a saint caused all living beings in the region to feel a great terror, as if the world was about to be destroyed. All living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles could feel this kind of fluctuation. Gu Fei did not stand up. He did not have any intention of leaving the sacred mountain to watch. As for the others, they all rushed towards the region where the tribulation of a saint was descending. They wanted to watch the tribulation and then find a way to resist it. The tribulation of a saint lasted for a day and a night. In the end, news came that the one undergoing the tribulation was an almost pure-blooded ancient being. However, that ancient being failed and ended up with a tragic fate of having both his body and soul destroyed. Chapter 2251. On the sacred mountain, He Tian, Gu Zhong, Shaoqing, and the others were already in seclusion. They wanted to break through to the saint realm because no one knew when this chaotic world would close. If they were trapped in this chaotic world, they would have to wait for 10,000 years before they would have a chance to leave. 10,000 years was too long, so Gu Fei had to seize every moment. At this moment, other than Gu Fei standing guard on the sacred mountain, there were also disciples of the Meng clan patrolling the mountain. "Someone wants to see me," Gu Fei muttered to himself. Then he said to the disciple of the Meng clan, "Bring him up." He wanted to see who would come here at this time. Could it be someone he knew from the past or one of his enemies? Gu Fei knew very well that he definitely had more enemies than friends. Whether it was the Buzhou ancestral star or the soaring dragon ancestral star, Gu Fei had many enemies. There were definitely many people who wanted Gu Fei dead. Soon, the disciple of the Meng clan brought someone up the mountain. "It's him." When Gu Fei saw this person, he was startled. He did not expect it to be this person, the first person he met in the chaotic divine soil. "Greetings, Master. Congratulations on becoming a saint." When the person saw Gu Fei, he quickly walked to the rock where Gu Fei was and bowed respectfully to Gu Fei, not daring to be negligent. "Ji Chongkong," Gu Fei said. This person was Ji Chongkong from the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. This guy had been guarding Gu Fei when he was in seclusion. However, after Gu Fei successfully broke through his limits and became a sage, many things happened. For a moment, Xiao Chun tossed Ji Chongkong to the back of his mind. "I heard that master is here, So I rushed over immediately, Ji Chongkong said. Ji Chongkong was good at judging people. His ability to judge people was top-notch. He had already predicted that Gu Fei would become a saint, but he did not expect that his prediction would come true. You're quite well informed. Gu Fei glanced at Ji Chongkong below and said, boom. Just as Ji Chongkong was about to say something, a loud sound came from outside the gates of the sacred mountain. A powerful shockwave erupted from the foot of the mountain. What happened? Gu Fei abruptly stood up from the boulder and swept his gaze down the divine mountain. He saw 3 men in black standing outside the mountain gate. Several disciples of the Meng family had already fallen in the mountain gate, but they were still alive. The entire sacred mountain was enveloped by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. As long as they stayed within the mountain gate, even a sage would not be able to harm the disciples of the Meng clan within the mountain gate. But now, the 3 guys outside the mountain gate had actually knocked a few disciples of the Meng clan to the ground through the mountain gate, causing them to spit out blood. It was obvious that they were seriously injured. These guys, when Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be incomparably shocked. These people came so quickly. At this moment, Ji Chongkong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had already ascended the sacred mountain. With Gu Fei here, even if that person came, he would not be able to do anything to him. How dare you come here and cause trouble? You're courting death. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared at the foot of the mountain, in front of the mountain gate. Master, these 3 people, when the disciples of the Meng clan saw that Gu Fei had personally arrived, they could not help but be shocked. They then struggled to stand up. However, the 3 disciples of the Meng clan had suffered a great impact. Their entire bodies were sore, and it was difficult for them to stand up. The 3 of them were so anxious that their foreheads were covered in sweat. One should know that it was not easy to see their master. It was rare for them to have a chance to approach their master. How could they miss it? All right, you've all done well. I will reward you. You should all take a rest. Gu Fei said to the 3 disciples of the Meng clan. Yes, master. The 3 disciples of the Meng clan quickly replied. You are the master of this place. Outside the mountain gate, the leader of the black-clothed men looked at Gu Fei and said coldly, How dare you guys injure my people? Gu Fei did not care about what these people were saying. He only cared that these people dared to come here and cause trouble. In the current chaotic world, everyone knew that this was his territory. Killing the great desolate divine ape and defeating the number 1 disciple of the South Pole, Immortal Reverend. Such combat skills were enough to make even the powerful ancient sages feel apprehensive. The fact that they dared to come here at this time meant that these people were not ordinary. In reality, these 3 black-clothed men were not ordinary either. They were true experts. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, especially the middle-aged man with a black beard. His body was surrounded by the aura of a sage. He was a sage. As for the 2 young men behind the middle-aged man, they were both at the greater success quasi-sage level. They were only half a step away from the sage level. We injured these 3 pieces of trash. So what? One of the young men behind the middle-aged man said arrogantly. One look, and one could tell that this guy was a domineering person. Trash. Hearing this, Gu Fei's face turned gloomy. Shut up. At this moment, the black-clothed young man wanted to say something else. However, the middle-aged man glared at him, and he did not dare to say anything else. Friend, if you hand Ji Chongkong over to us, we will leave immediately. The black-clothed, middle-aged man stared at Gu Fei and said, with his cultivation, he could naturally tell that Gu Fei was also a sage. He did not want to offend someone like Gu Fei, and make enemies for his clan. Ji Chongkong. Hearing this, Gu Fei was startled. Are these three guys chasing after Ji Chongkong? This guy is really up to no good. At this moment, Gu Fei finally understood. It turned out that Ji Chongkong had been chased all the way here and thought of him when he had nowhere else to go. Ji Chongkong is indeed here. Please hand him over. Another young man said, Why should I hand him over to you? Gu Fei was very unhappy. If he had not used the mountain and river cauldron to protect the entire godly mountain, these three fellows would have already rushed up the mountain and turned it upside down. Friend, we come from the ancestral star of the Z-Way. The middle-aged man said, I see. You guys are from the Z-Way G family. At this moment, Gu Fei finally understood why the three of them were so confident. It turned out that there was a colossus behind them. In the ancestral star of Z-Way, the G family controlled the entire ancient star. They had never lacked experts and geniuses, which was why they were able to survive generation after generation. Now that you know who we are, why don't you obediently hand Ji Chongkong over? A black-clothed young man behind the middle-aged man said, What a joke! Gu Fei was a little unhappy. He took a step forward and walked out of the mountain gate, standing in front of the three black-clothed men. A powerful sage wave was emitted from Gu Fei's body and pressed towards the three black-clothed men. Rumble, there seemed to be thunder around Gu Fei. It seemed like the space around him could no longer contain his powerful, chaotic, martial body and could shatter at any time. Friend, we can talk about this. The middle-aged man hurriedly brought his two nephews and retreated. At the same time, a powerful sage energy exploded from the middle-aged man. The two sages were facing each other. Talk my ass. Gu Fei directly attacked the three black-robed men. With a stretch of his hand, the entire world was enveloped. A gigantic hand of chaos appeared above the heads of the three black-robed men and pressed down. Fight! The middle-aged man shouted and flicked his hands. A divine saber and a divine sword appeared in his hands. Buzz! The middle-aged man shook the divine weapons in his hands. Two sage energy condensed on the divine sword and the divine saber, giving off a crisp sound, as if they could be unsheathed at any time. Go! The divine saber and the divine sword flew up and interweaved with black and white patterns. They attracted the powerful sage energy and rushed towards Gu Fei. The power of yin and yang, Gu Fei was not surprised when he saw this. In the world of cultivation, there were many people who cultivated the power of yin and yang. They could also become sages by cultivating the power of yin and yang. Yin saber and yang sword. I didn't expect this old man to lead the team in this life. Ji Chongkong, who was at the peak of the divine mountain, could not help but mutter to himself. The yin saber and yang sword were already very famous sage weapons in the ancient times. In the current world, there were definitely not many people who could recognize the yin saber and yang sword. Bang! Gu Fei immediately used the chaos fist. Chaos patterns appeared on his fists and interweaved with each other, activating the power of the Great Path. Gu Fei's fists collided with the yin saber and yang sword at high speed. Clanging sounds could be heard. He was actually fighting against the sage weapon with his bare hands. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was clearly stunned by the scene in front of him. There was actually someone who could catch his yin saber and yang sword with his bare hands. Boom! Gu Fei showed his might. His fist force suddenly erupted like a volcano, spreading in all directions. The space shook, and the yin saber and yang sword were knocked away. At this time, the two young cultivators behind the middle-aged man were already stunned. They never thought that the master of the divine mountain would be so powerful. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw a punch at the trio. The peerlessly powerful fist force sent the trio flying. The two youths spurted blood from their mouths. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Only the middle-aged man only had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "How dare you?" the middle-aged man roared. He was shocked and angry at the same time. Only now did he realize that this guy called Gu Fei was not someone with an undeserved reputation. He had the strength to kill a sage. Chapter 2252. Do you know who we are? How dare you try to kill us? The middle-aged man wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes turned cold as he stared at Gu Fei. His words were even colder than his eyes. "Ji Hong, could it be that you can represent the entire Ji clan?" At this moment, a voice came from the direction of the God Mountain. At the peak of the God Mountain stood a youth in ragged clothes. This person was Ji Chongkong. "Ji Chongkong, you colluded with outsiders and killed the elites of my clan. You deserve to die 10,000 times." The middle-aged man called Ji Hong looked at Ji Chongkong and said sternly, "Wow, what a heavy crime." Ji Chongkong pretended to be afraid. "Looks like you're not that honest." Gu Fei glanced at Ji Chongkong, who was standing on the God Mountain, before saying, "Ji Chongkong had actually lured this Ji Hong here. Looks like I've been used by this fellow as well. Master, Ji Chongkong, have already followed you. I'm your man. This guy wants to kill me. Please help me." Ji Chongkong hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. If Gu Fei didn't care about him now, he might not be able to avoid this calamity. Thinking of this, Ji Chongkong's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. He was extremely nervous. There was a reason why Ji Chongkong was able to live for 10,000 years in the primal chaos world. During these 10,000 years, he had been thinking of ways to survive. He knew that if the people who framed him were still alive, they would definitely be the ones in charge of the Ji clan. He was originally the most outstanding elite of the Ji clan of the Crepe Myrtle Star. He was the most popular candidate for the next Ji clan head. He thought that those people wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, he had no choice but to suffer because of his carelessness. In order to survive, Ji Chongkong could be said to have suffered all kinds of hardships. The only thing that kept him going was the hatred in his heart, and now those people still didn't want to let him off. This Ji Hong was an elder of the Ji clan who stood on that person's side. Back then, this Ji Hong also participated in the framing of him. The Ji clan of the Z Myrtle ancestral star was the greatest clan of the planet. It had many branches, and the prodigies of the various branches would compete against each other for the position of patriarch. Only the one who defeated all their rivals could become the patriarch of the clan. 10,000 years ago, the Ji clan produced a few geniuses. Ji Chongkong was one of them. Furthermore, he was the most outstanding genius among them. Ji Chongkong originally thought that he would be able to become the next clan head, but he never expected that someone would of the Ji clan's clan to use such a despicable method. He wanted revenge. That person had most likely already become the family head. He had been lost in the primal chaos world for 10,000 years. Everyone who had followed him into the primal chaos world had died. He was the only one left. In this state, what could he use to fight against that person? And when the chaos world opened once again, he met Gu Fei. Gu Fei was his hope, because he had never seen someone more amazing than Gu Fei. The matter proved that he, Ji Chongkong, had not misjudged Xiao Chun. "You heard him. He's my man now." Gu Fei said to Ji Hong, "Very good, we will meet again. Next time, you won't be able to protect this traitor of the Ji family." After Ji Hong finished speaking, he wanted to leave with the two young men. "You still want to leave alive?" Gu Fei laughed. This guy was too stupid, but he was too smart. Even at this point, he still wanted to escape unscathed, and he even dared to threaten him. What do you want? Ji Hong exclaimed in shock. His opponent's combat prowess was far above his own. Could it be that he was going to die here today? Haha, you still don't know what I want to do? Gu Fei laughed. Hearing this, Ji Hong's expression turned ugly. Then he said to Gu Fei in a deep voice, "You better think this through. Going against the Ji clan will not end well. How dare you go against the Ji family? You're courting death. Let us go. That's the only way for you to live." The two young men behind Ji Hong said disdainfully. In their eyes, the Ji family was invincible. No one could go against the Ji family. Even a great sage might not be able to shake the Ji family. One should know that the Ji family of the ancestral star of the crepe myrtle star could rule the entire ancestral star. Even those ancient forces that had supremes in the past were inferior to them. Ha! Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. These guys were too weird. They were about to die, but they were still so arrogant. At this moment, Ji Hong had already discovered that the world he was in seemed to have been completely sealed by some power. It was already impossible for him to use the void shifting technique. Ji Hong's expression changed. Whoosh. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. Roar. Ji Hong roared furiously. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. Peerless power of sainthood erupted from his body. A ball of light surged from him, enveloping him and the two so-called geniuses of the Ji family. However, even though Ji Hong wanted to go all out against Gu Fei, the situation did not develop as he had expected. Kacha! With a soft sound, a hand shrouded in chaotic aura tore apart the layer of divine light around Ji Hong and went for his head. Ji Hong exhaled. As soon as he opened his mouth, a beam of divine light shot out from his mouth and went for the hand that was going for his head. Buzz. The void shook. Within the beam of divine light was a black iron spear. A ferocious aura emanated from the iron spear. It was a lethal weapon. However, the hand completely ignored the weapon and continued to go for it. Clang! The hand clashed with the black iron spear and let out a metallic clang. The spear was then blown away by the hand, unable to hurt the hand. Only then did Ji Hong realize that his opponent's strength had far exceeded his expectations, and the consequences of his mistake were dire. Boom! At this moment, a dull thud was heard. A figure smashed through the protective layer of divine light around Ji Hong and arrived before him. A powerful pressure of the sage level emanated from the figure. Ugh, ugh. Chapter 2253. At a time like this, life and death could be decided in an instant. Ji Hong had no time to care about the lives of the 2G clan elites behind him. One should know that nothing was more important than his own life. Shadow shift. Ji Hong roared angrily. His body suddenly blurred. Bang! When Gu Fei's hand landed, the blurry figure was immediately shattered by the vast chaotic force from his hand. However, there was no scene of blood splattering. Gu Fei was shocked. Just then, a silhouette appeared out of thin air 100 feet away from him. It was Ji Hong, who had just dodged Gu Fei's fatal attack. Devour the sun. Ji Hong had no other choice but to fight Gu Fei with his life on the line. He immediately unleashed his trump card. Divine force of the immortal Tao surged out from his hands. 9 primordial Tao patterns intertwined between his hands. Then, the space collapsed, and a golden whirlpool appeared, emitting a terrifying devouring power. Rumble, the space around the golden whirlpool was being devoured. This was definitely a heaven-devouring power that could devour the sun, moon, and stars. This was a killing technique that Ji Hong had cultivated. He had used this killing technique to kill many opponents stronger than him. However, the opponent today was ridiculously strong. The golden whirlpool was devouring the heavens and earth, but the terrifying devouring power couldn't shake Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a divine mountain in the middle of a storm. No matter how strong the storm was, he didn't move at all. Even his clothes didn't flutter. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared around Gu Fei, stabilizing the void around him and blocking the heaven-devouring power that was being emitted from the golden whirlpool. How is this possible? Ji Hong was shocked. His trump card had actually lost its power. This made him feel discouraged, but at the same time, he also felt that Lai Gu Fei was in danger. Gu Fei reached out his right hand and pressed forward. In his palm, the 9 chaotic Tao patterns intertwined, forming a chaotic vortex. As soon as the vortex of primal chaos appeared, it frantically devoured Ji Hong's energy. Ji Hong cultivated the energy of the metal element, which was the purest form of yang energy. However, this energy was drawn over by Gu Fei. The metal elemental power was gathering in the palm of Gu Fei's right hand. The golden whirlpool that was formed by the interweaving of the 9 gold elemental Tao patterns gradually dimmed. The gold elemental energy was quickly being consumed by Gu Fei's palm. He's sensing the power in his body rapidly draining away. Ji Hong was extremely shocked. The other party had actually grasped a great technique that could devour the other party's power. Could it be? A light flashed in Ji Hong's mind. He thought of a supreme technique that had disappeared since ancient times. It seemed like only that kind of supreme technique could have such heaven-defying power. At this moment, Ji Hong suddenly felt the surrounding void of heaven and earth suddenly tremble. 9 chaotic patterns emerged in the void around him, emitting powerful chaotic power of the Great Path. This guy actually cultivates the power of chaos. Ji Hong was extremely shocked. The 9 chaotic patterns emerged and sealed off all paths of retreat for Ji Hong. Then, they pressed down on Ji Hong. The power of chaos was vast, and wherever the 9 patterns passed, everything was obliterated. Roar! Ji Hong roared at the sky. His body flashed with golden light, and a terrifying destructive power exploded from his body. 9 golden patterns emerged on his body, trying to self-destruct. Gu Fei still looked calm. The self-destruction of a saint was no joke. The destructive power was enough to heavily injure a saint who was much stronger than Ji Hong. This was a method to destroy indiscriminately. At the same time, the black iron spear that was sent flying by Gu Fei was also shining. The mark of the Great Path inside the black iron spear was also self-destructing. This was a saint item that Ji Hong had refined. Back in the day, Ji Hong had fought in all directions with the divine spear in hand, conquering vast territories for the Ji family. But now, such a god of war had been forced to the point of self-destruction. Ji Hong, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for standing on the wrong side. On the divine mountain, Ji Chong Kong saw this scene and did not feel good. After all, Ji Hong's surname was Ji, and he was an elder of the Ji family. The competition between the super clans was ruthless. Back then, that person also wanted Ji Chong Kong to die for the position of clan leader. If those people knew that Ji Chong Kong had survived, they would not be able to sit still, because many people of the Ji family thought that Ji Chong Kong had died in the chaotic world. The 9 chaotic patterns sealed off all directions, obliterating everything. The space around Ji Hong was constantly being destroyed. Ji Chong Kong, you traitor of the Ji family. You colluded with outsiders to harm your clansmen. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Ji Hong cursed. Boom. In the next moment, his entire body exploded. Boundless golden light appeared, as if a golden sun had appeared in the world. Rumble, the 9 golden Tao patterns were destroyed and turned into 9 rays of immortal light. They rushed towards the 9 primal chaos Tao patterns, trying to destroy them. What a powerful force. Just nice for me to use. In Gu Fei's right palm, the chaotic whirlpool expanded. Boundless metal elemental energy frantically gathered towards the chaotic whirlpool. In an instant, Gu Fei's entire right arm turned golden. Golden divine. Light swam on his skin. He used the secret art of returning truth and continuously converted the metal elemental energy into chaotic essence. Then, his chaotic martial body absorbed it and turned it into his own power. Gu Fei had just become a sage not long ago. He needed a large amount of essence to refine his martial body and make it stronger. Looking inside, Gu Fei could see the chaotic light flowing on his bones. His bones were crystal clear and had a kind of chaotic divinity. To Gu Fei, only the martial body was the source of his strength. Making his muscles, bones, and flesh stronger was far better than cultivating any great arts. A martial cultivator becoming a sage was the only one that had appeared in countless years. Rumble, the golden light lit up the entire world. An ancient sage had fallen. The power of self-destruction spread in all directions. A large area of the void was annihilated. The earth was cracking and sinking. The golden light that rushed towards the 9 chaotic patterns was blocked by the 9 chaotic patterns. Boom. At that moment, another earth-shattering explosion rang out. The black iron spear also exploded, turning into a torrent of destruction, directly destroying the space within a radius of 10,000 li. This destructive current rushed towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei snorted. He flipped his left hand, and an ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. Then, he aimed the mouth of the cauldron at the incoming golden current of destruction. Chapter 2254. An elder of the Ji clan was forced to self-destruct by Gu Fei. A saint's self-destruction was an earth-shattering event. Even in the ancient times, it was a great event because the destructive power of a saint's self-destruction was too great. If a saint were to self-destruct in the human realm, it would probably be able to directly destroy an ancestral planet with life, and even an entire star region would be completely destroyed. However, this was the chaotic world, and it was extremely stable. Moreover, Gu Fei had used the 9 chaotic Tao runes to seal this part of the world. Ji Hong's entire body turned into a dazzling golden light. The 9 golden primordial runes were destroyed, giving birth to a destructive power that could destroy the world. Rumble, the golden light expanded, and the world shook. The chaotic aura within a radius of millions of miles was dispersed. The earth was cracking and sinking. A terrifying shockwave swept out, and the stone mountains exploded, turning into dust and dissipating between the heavens and the earth. In just an instant, the golden light expanded to a diameter of a few hundred miles. Everything that was enveloped by the golden light was annihilated. Even under the suppression of Gu Fei's 9 chaotic Tao runes, it was difficult to completely suppress this power. So powerful. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The final power displayed by the ancient saint's self-destruction was too strong. It was even more powerful than a full-strength attack from Ji Hong. Ji Hong wanted to drag Gu Fei down with him, but unfortunately, this level of power was not enough to threaten Gu Fei. Rumble, the world shook. The 9 chaotic Tao runes in the void were emitting chaotic divine light. It was as if they were communicating with the heaven and earth, drawing an endless chaotic power. This was Gu Fei's advantage. In this primal chaos world, his chaotic martial body was innately close to the chaotic force. In this place, he seemed to possess inexhaustible power. The chaotic essence from all directions converged towards Gu Fei's 9 chaotic Tao runes. Buzz. The 9 chaotic Tao runes vibrated together and emitted the chaotic power of the Great Path. It gradually sealed the golden light, making it difficult for it to expand any further. At the same time, Gu Fei held the cauldron of mountain and river in his hand and activated a trace of its power. This caused the cauldron to produce a heaven-devouring power that continuously devoured the unyielding metal elemental power. The power of the cauldron of mountain and river was astonishing. The metal elemental power that was sealed by the 9 chaotic Tao runes immediately turned into a golden beam of light. It rushed towards the cauldron in Gu Fei's hand and disappeared into it. This metal elemental power that was strong enough to destroy a saint was very useful to Gu Fei. It would be too much of a pity if he let it dissipate in the void just like that. At this moment, Ji Chongkong was dumbfounded as he watched this scene from the top of the sacred mountain. He had never imagined that Gu Fei, who had just become a saint, would be so powerful and terrifying. He was actually able to force Ji Hong to self-destruct. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was one of the most outstanding people in the Ji clan. As an elder of the Ji clan, he naturally knew how strong Ji Hong was. Back then, Ji Chongkong's group also wanted to fight for Ji Hong's support. Unfortunately, Ji Hong chose someone else in the end. Looks like there's hope for my revenge. Ji Chongkong muttered to himself. The battle between Gu Fei and Ji Hong had caused a great commotion. It was impossible not to alarm others. Moreover, there were mysterious people around the Divine Mountain even during normal times. These mysterious people were monitoring the Divine Mountain since Ji Hong died, just like that. Someone muttered in the distant sky. This person clearly came from the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. Otherwise, he would not have known Ji Hong, the elder of the Ji clan. The person quickly retreated. Gu Fei was too powerful. He could kill saints. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Perhaps only great saints were qualified to fight him. This was the strength and terror of a martial saint. As long as one had some achievements in cultivation, they could look down on their peers and be almost invincible. Gu Fei's fame was earned through killing. At this time, even some famous ancient saints were afraid of Gu Fei and did not want to provoke him. Around 2 hours later, the boundless metal elemental energy from Ji Hong's self-destruction was completely devoured by the mountain river cauldron. The extremely terrifying pressure in the world disappeared. All of the living beings who sensed this sacred pressure heaved sighs of relief. The 9 chaotic Tao runes flew back to Gu Fei and entered his body. He put away the mountain and river cauldron, then returned to the Divine Mountain and ascended to the peak. This battle did not alarm those in seclusion on the Divine Mountain. Gu Zhong and the others did not come out of their seclusion. He's a ruthless person. There were still some people who had not left. They were extremely shocked. A powerful ancient saint was actually not a match for Gu Fei. The martial ancestor's bloodline is really terrifying. Someone murmured. At this time, everyone already knew that Gu Fei was a martial saint, a chaotic martial saint. It's not a lie to say that he's invincible among his peers. The martial ancestor had killed more than one demon ancestor. Someone sighed. The martial ancestor was definitely the strongest supreme being of the human race since ancient times. There was no doubt about this. He challenged the entire demon race alone and killed more than one demon ancestor. Such a battle record was something that other supreme beings of the human race could never hope to achieve. There was the shadow of the martial ancestor on Gu Fei. In the end, everyone retreated. Ji Hong's self-destruction left nothing behind, but Gu Fei had absorbed the destructive energy into the mountain and river cauldron. He did not come out empty-handed. Unfortunately, Ji Hong's black iron spear was destroyed. This saint weapon was very suitable for Gu Zhong because Gu Zhong cultivated the metal martial body. After all, it was not an easy task to find a suitable saint weapon. "Master, please uphold justice for me." After Gu Fei returned to the sacred mountain, Ji Chongkong immediately went forward and knelt before Gu Fei. "This guy." Gu Fei glanced at Ji Chongkong with a meaningful gaze. After that, Ji Chongkong began to tell a story about himself. "I see." Gu Fei understood what had happened. It turned out that something like this had happened to Ji Chongkong. He had been framed by his own clan and was trapped in this primal chaos world for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. That was a very long time. It was because that person suddenly attacked Ji Chongkong when he was going through the tribulation of the sage that Ji Chongkong almost died. Although Ji Chongkong survived in the end, his foundation to become a sage was destroyed. He had no choice but to cultivate from the beginning and rebuild his foundation. "I will see to it. You may leave." Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the boulder at the peak of the divine mountain and waved his hand. "Yes." Ji Chongkong quickly retreated. Chapter 22:55. Time passed. The divine mountain where Gu Fei resided became silent. After Gu Fei killed the ancient saint from the Ji clan, no one dared to come here and cause trouble. This allowed Gu Fei and the people on the divine mountain to pass a period of peace. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of the divine mountain. He rarely opened his eyes, as if he was in a trance. Only he knew that his body was undergoing a transformation. The 9 chaotic runes had been imprinted on every part of his body. His muscles, bones, and flesh had become stronger, especially his bones. Under the refinement of the chaotic energy, they had turned into chaotic divine bones. The runes of the 9 chaotic runes were imprinted on them. This was a transformation. At this time, Gu Fei's martial body could truly be called the chaotic martial body. He could feel that he was already a saint, a king among saints. His understanding of the 9 chaotic runes had deepened by another level. Buzz. As Gu Fei willed, the void trembled. The 9 chaotic runes appeared directly around him, faintly discernible and emitting the aura of the great Tao. Chaotic divine light faintly appeared. Within the 9 chaotic runes, there seemed to be a chaotic world evolving. It was filled with endless mysteries. Gu Fei felt that if he could completely understand the mysteries of the 9 chaotic runes and push his chaotic great Tao to the extreme, he would become an invincible supreme being in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Since ancient times, there had been many saints, but supreme beings were few and far between. Among the human race, there were too few supreme beings. Becoming a supreme had always been Gu Fei's goal. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was contemplating how to improve his cultivation to the next level, a powerful ripple came from afar. Although it was very far away, this ripple was extremely familiar to Gu Fei. At this time, on a stone mountain 1,000,000 miles away from the divine mountain, a person in cyan sat cross-legged. It was a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. A bright bolt of lightning flashed across the sky above the young man's head. This bolt of lightning caused the dark sky to brighten up in an instant. An extremely powerful pressure that could make all great perfection quasi-sages fall into despair descended from the depths of the sky, shaking the entire world. Heavenly tribulation. Someone triggered the tribulation of a saint. At this time, on the peak of the divine mountain, Gu Fei opened his eyes. After 2 years, another person triggered the tribulation of a saint. Someone was about to undergo the tribulation. The world had changed. There would be more than one saint in this generation. Someone used a great divine ability to deduce that this era was different from the rest. Countless geniuses appeared, and in this era, there was going to be more than one saint. This prediction came true. After Gu Fei became a sage, the primal chaos world did not close. Everyone wanted to become a sage, but everyone was very cautious. After all, the risk of triggering the heavenly tribulation of a sage was too great. If it didn't succeed, then both his body and soul would be destroyed, and he would completely disappear from this world. He wouldn't even be able to be a ghost. This person had the same appearance as Gu Fei. Gu Fei opened his inner world. A powerful figure walked out. This person had the same appearance as Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's immortal sovereign, holy physique. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign, holy physique replaced Gu Fei and sat cross-legged on the stone, guarding the divine mountain on behalf of Gu Fei. Then, his real body left the divine mountain and headed towards the direction of the heavenly tribulation. Gu Zhong, He Tian, and the rest were still in seclusion. They were at a critical juncture. Gu Fei could not afford to be careless, especially He Tian, Shaoqing, and the Iron Blood Taoist. All of them had one foot in the saint realm. As long as they took another step forward, they would become saints. Rumble. At this moment, above the head of the young man on the stone mountain, thunder rumbled one after another. The world shook, and a terrifying pressure descended. This was the power of heaven and earth. There was a layer of divine light circulating around the young man's body. He was resisting the power of heaven and earth. On another stone mountain, thousands of miles away from the young man, an old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. This old man was the guardian of the young man who was attracting the heavenly tribulation of a saint. Some talents from superforces would be protected by guardians when they were undergoing the heavenly tribulation. This was to prevent others from attacking the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation during the process. One could not be careless when undergoing the heavenly tribulation of a saint. This was a battle that only had two outcomes. These two outcomes were life and death. No one had ever heard of someone surviving after failing the heavenly tribulation of a saint. Once the heavenly tribulation failed, the only outcome was the destruction of both body and soul. By the time Gu Fei arrived in the vicinity, there were already quite a number of people watching. That person, when Gu Fei saw the young man on the stone mountain in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up. His hands were trembling with excitement. What's going on? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He couldn't understand why this person would appear here. What had happened in the Dragon Valley all those years ago? The young man sitting on the ground at the top of the stone mountain was Li Lingfeng, who had disappeared for countless years. He was the eldest brother of the Taishan sect. Gu Fei almost couldn't help but rush forward. He had a lot to ask Li Lingfeng, but at this time, the heavenly tribulation had arrived. It was not the time to talk about the past. He really wanted to know what had happened in the Dragon Valley all those years ago and where his other brothers and sisters were. Rebuilding the Taishan sect was an obsession of Gu Fei's. Rumble, the tribulation clouds in the sky were falling, pressing down from the sky. Chaotic lightning struck out from the tribulation clouds, temporarily illuminating the world. Li Lingfeng, don't die, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Although he was on the divine mountain, he was still very well informed. In this chaotic world, other than him and the guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, who had become saints, no one had succeeded in becoming a saint. This was also why it took so long for someone to trigger the heavenly tribulation of a saint. Boom! At this time, a chaotic lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds, bombarding Li Lingfeng on the stone mountain. The heavenly tribulation of a saint had begun. The appearance of Li Lingfeng made the idea of rebuilding the Taishan sect in Gu Fei's mind become active again. Buzz. The void around Li Lingfeng trembled. 8 trigrams rushed out from his body and formed an 8 trigrams pattern above his head. When the chaotic lightning struck the 8 trigrams, it was completely absorbed by the 8 trigrams. This, Chapter 2256, Li Lingfeng had actually appeared in the chaotic world and had triggered the heavenly tribulation of a saint. This surprised Gu Fei. The eldest disciple of the Taishan sect was actually still alive. Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei stood on a low mountain and looked at the figure under the tribulation clouds in front of him. His voice trembled. He had never lost his composure like this before. Even when he encountered the most powerful opponent, he was not like this at this time. He was afraid that Li Lingfeng had died under the heavenly tribulation of a saint. It should be known that the heavenly tribulation of a saint was not so easy to pass. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Even when Gu Fei was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he almost died, and his body and soul were almost destroyed, let alone the others. Gu Fei wanted to know from Li Lingfeng exactly what had happened in the Dragon Valley back then, and who among the other senior and junior brothers had survived. Back then, the Dragon Valley was jointly attacked by the experts of the Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family. The disciples of the Taishan sect fled in all directions, and there were probably not many who survived. The grudge between him and the Zhao family of the ancients had already been settled. Those from the Zhao family who had participated in the attack on the Dragon Valley had all been killed by him. The grudge between Gu Fei and the Zhao family of the ancients could be considered to have been resolved, but the initiators of the incident, the Dongfang family, could not be forgiven. This was an irreconcilable hatred. Who is that? How dare he trigger the heavenly tribulation of a saint? Some of the onlookers whispered, "This person cultivates the art of 8 trigrams. Could it be the inheritance of the lineage that has been lost for countless years?" An ancient saint muttered to himself, "In the distant past, there was once an amazing figure. That person observed the changes of all things in the world, comprehended the mystery of the sun, moon, and stars, and created an amazing magic power. This amazing magic power was the primordial 8 trigrams. The person who created this great technique was the legendary supreme human Fushi. This Fushi came from the ancestral planet of Kunlun, which was an ancestral land of life in the infinite universe of the human world. The cultivation world of Kunlun Ancestral Star was once extremely glorious, and the ancient Lord Buddha had once manifested his true form there, passed down the great arts of Buddhism, and was known as the Gautama Buddha by all living beings on the planet. The footprints of the Taoist ancestor had also appeared there. The legendary old man on the Kunlun Ancestral Star, who rode a green bull through the Hangu Pass, was a body of the Taoist ancestor. There were countless legends in the Kunlun Ancestral Star. Some of the legends had completely disappeared, and no one ever mentioned them again. However, there were some legends that could be passed down through the ages, and were still being sung by the humans on the Kunlun Ancestral Star. The legacy on Kunlun's Ancestral Star has reappeared. Some of the ancient saints were shocked. In their opinion, the Ancestral Star of Kunlun had become a legend. No cultivators from the Ancestral Star of Kunlun had appeared in the primal chaos world for countless years. This life is indeed extraordinary. Someone thought of something and could not help but sigh. That place was once extremely glorious. These voices reached Gu Fei's ears, and he could not help but be shocked. It was very difficult to find powerful cultivators on the Ancestral Star of Kunlun. Moreover, The spiritual chi on the ancestral star was extremely thin. Except for a few places that were suitable for cultivators to cultivate, there was not a single cultivator to be seen in other places. Gu Fei looked at the old man, who was guarding Li Lingfeng. He was shocked to find that he could not see through the old man's cultivation. This surprised him, because it meant that the old man's cultivation was not below his. What happened to Li Lingfeng? Gu Fei was very curious, but what he wanted to know more was whether any of the brothers and sisters of the Taishan sect were still alive, especially the news of that person. Rumble. At this time, the whole world seemed to be pressing down, and the terrifying pressure from heaven and earth made everyone's heart tremble. This kind of heavenly power was almost impossible to resist. This was the saints' heavenly tribulation, a kind of heavenly tribulation that almost made the person undergoing it despair. Bolts of chaotic lightning descended from the sky, constantly bombarding Li Lingfeng below. Each bolt of chaotic lightning was as huge as a mountain, tearing the world apart. Buzz. The void space trembled, and the 8 trigrams pattern floating above Li Lingfeng's head emitted bright, divine light. The aura of the great path was mighty, and each trigram seemed to have evolved a side of the world, constantly devouring the power of chaotic lightning. This person is very scary. After seeing this scene, some people could not help but be shocked. This was fighting against the saints' heavenly tribulation, seizing the creation of the world. Very few people would do this when facing the saints' heavenly tribulation, because most people who chose this path would not last long under the heavenly tribulation and would be destroyed by the chaotic lightning. I heard that Gu Fei also successfully passed the heavenly tribulation in this way and became a martial saint. Someone whispered, fighting against the saints' heavenly tribulation was seen as a dead end by most people, but these people also knew very well that if one could successfully pass the heavenly tribulation in this way, then the person who succeeded would be much stronger than the average saint. The heavenly tribulation gradually began to move, and the chaotic lightning from the tribulation clouds became more and more concentrated. As it continued to devour the power of the chaotic lightning, the 8 trigrams were also undergoing subtle changes. The 8 trigrams were like the carrier of the great path, and they also seemed to be 8 kinds of immortal primordial patterns of the great path. The aura of the divine path that they emitted was different from the others. Normally, when a cultivator became a saint, they would comprehend 9 primordial patterns of the great path, but at this time, the primordial patterns that Li Lingfeng displayed seemed to have only 8. Moreover, the 8 primordial patterns of the great path that he comprehended had already merged with the 8 trigrams. The trigrams were the primordial patterns, and the primordial patterns were the trigrams. What kind of path did he walk? Gu Fei was very surprised. This was the first time he saw something like this. Li Lingfeng had shown the world another way to become a saint, and this method could even give him the chance to become a supreme being in the world. The trigrams were vibrating. No matter how powerful the lightning was, the Tao diagram, formed by the 8 trigrams, would devour the power of the lightning completely, drawing the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper the primordial patterns. So this is also possible. The eyes of some greater success quasi-saints lit up. Li Lingfeng had shown them a way to pass the heavenly tribulation. This method might succeed, or it might fail. However, this was a path that had been walked by predecessors. The experience accumulated by predecessors was extremely important to Li Lingfeng. The power of the heavenly tribulation seemed to be endless. Wave after wave of terrifying lightning descended from the sky, blasting towards Li Lingfeng. Soon, Li Lingfeng was enveloped by the endless lightning. The divine light emitted by the 8 trigrams was faintly discernible in the sea of lightning formed by the lightning. Gu Fei could sense that Li Lingfeng's life force was still as strong as before. There were no signs of his blood qi weakening. This was definitely a good thing for Li Lingfeng. Unbelievable. He actually withstood it. Some people were extremely shocked. The primal chaos lightning tribulation could be said to be the most terrifying heavenly tribulation in the world. However, there was actually someone who wanted to devour this power. After 24 hours, the primal chaos lightning tribulation stopped. At this time, an indescribable aura was emitted from Li Lingfeng's body. The 8 trigrams were still floating above his head. However, at this time, there were actually 8 voids forming on the 8 trigrams. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. What was going on? Could it be that he wanted to open up 8 small heavens and earth? This was too shocking. 8 lesser worlds. If he could support these 8 lesser worlds, wouldn't that mean that he would have 8 inner worlds? Not bad. The old man who was standing guard for Li Lingfeng couldn't help but nod his head in approval. Li Lingfeng's performance had exceeded his expectations. The mystique that Li Lingfeng had cultivated was truly heaven-defying. However, at this time, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not disperse. A power that was even more powerful and terrifying than before erupted, a type of chaotic divine fire that could burn everything in the world to ashes descended from the sky, burning towards Li Lingfeng. The void was destroyed, silently, as the chaotic divine fire descended. The 8 trigrams hovering above Li Lingfeng's head immediately released a powerful force that enveloped Li Lingfeng. At the next moment, the torrential chaotic divine fire completely drowned Li Lingfeng. The chaotic divine fire was very terrifying. It was said to be able to burn everything in the world. However, at this time, the chaotic divine fire had lost its power. Within the sea of fire, Li Lingfeng remained unmoving like a mountain. The 8 trigrams above his head had already spread out, imprinting themselves in the void around him. They released the power of the great path, blocking off the chaotic divine fire that was surging over from all directions. Not only that, but the 8 trigrams were still devouring the power of the chaotic divine fire. Rumble, the 8 trigrams were trembling. The 8 voids kept expanding, showing signs of turning into 8 lesser worlds. He's borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation to split open the skies. An ancient saint exclaimed, "This was too risky." After all, that was the destructive power of the world. If one was not careful, they could ignite the fire and burn themselves. Is this guy crazy? He even dares to use the power of a saint's heavenly tribulation. The eyes of some ancient saints lit up. This was the first time even these super ancient beings had seen someone using such a method to split open an inner world. The 8 trigrams were like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, continuously drawing in the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even though the power of the heavenly tribulation was stronger and more terrifying, it seemed to be unable to harm Li Lingfeng at all. The power of the heavenly tribulation had been drawn away. He did not receive any impact at all. This method of transcending the heavenly tribulation tempted many people. They could more or less see some things by watching others transcend the heavenly tribulation. After all, this was experience. Drawing on the experiences of others would naturally increase the chances of success when transcending the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was not absolute. One had to find the most suitable method for themselves. That was the most fundamental. Chapter 2257. Li Lingfeng displayed his powerful cultivation. The 8 trigram runes seemed to be communicating with heaven and earth, drawing in endless power. 8 voids were being opened. This was a shocking scene. He actually opened his inner world at this time. An ancient saint was shocked to the extreme. With Li Lingfeng's cultivation, opening his inner world, was a piece of cake, yet he chose to do so at this time. The endless power of the heavenly tribulation gathered towards the 8 voids. The voids were constantly being opened. It was not a real world, but a void before the world was formed. There was nothing there. Li Lingfeng's forehead gradually lit up. A ball of divine light flickered like a divine sun. It was fixed on his forehead and emitted a dazzling divine splendor. What is he doing? Many people were incomparably shocked. Some of them had already guessed what Li Lingfeng was going to do next. This was definitely something world-shocking. The tribulation clouds in the sky became even thicker, almost directly pressing down from the sky to the ground. A terrifying heavenly might spread out in all directions, causing everyone to hide far away. Even the ancient saints were the same. They felt danger. There was a faintly discernible divine sense locked onto them, causing them to feel apprehensive. Is it that person's protector? Some of the ancient saints mumbled. How could such a breathtaking character like that not have a Tao protector? A character like that would definitely be heavily nurtured by the various major powers. Of course, this person's protector must be strong enough. Otherwise, not only would the person undergoing the tribulation be threatened by the ancient saints, even the protector would be in big trouble. Buzz. Just when the ball of divine light between Li Lingfeng's brows was at its brightest, the space around him suddenly trembled. After that, a tiny figure the size of a finger walked out from between Li Lingfeng's brows. That is, seeing this scene, everyone's hearts trembled. That was Li Lingfeng's primordial spirit. Powerful primordial spirit fluctuations were emitted from the small figure. Then, the small figure sat cross-legged in front of Li Lingfeng's forehead. Behind the small figure was a divine sun, like a supreme god descending to the world. This is not the immortal Tao. It was then that Gu Fei realized that Li Lingfeng did not cultivate the immortal Tao, which was fundamentally different from the immortal Tao. It seemed to be the divine Tao, a legacy of the Kunlun homeworld. The divine Tao was incomparably mysterious. Since ancient times, there had been very few inheritances. Furthermore, the world thought that the inheritance of the divine Tao had long since been severed in the ancient times. Even if there were some divine path cultivation methods that had been passed down, they were also common goods and not some profound and unfathomable great techniques. In particular, the lineage of Kunlun's Fuxi had disappeared in the ancient times. The Fuxi that the living beings of Kunlun ancestral star worshipped as the ancestral god had also disappeared for countless years. Some people said that in the distant past, before the great calamity that engulfed the entire primordial world happened, Fuxi had already died in battle. Of course, this was only a rumor. No one had witnessed the fall of Fuxi. An ancestor god was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme being. A battle of that level wasn't something that just anyone could witness. Even a sage couldn't withstand the supreme pressure of an extreme, supreme being. The 8 trigrams technique of ancestor god, Fuxi, finally has a successor. The old man sitting cross-legged on top of a stone mountain muttered to himself. His eyes seemed to be faintly discernible with trigrams. Although the old man didn't emit any powerful aura, none of the ancient saints dared to underestimate him. It seems that Li Lingfeng has encountered a great opportunity. On a short hill not far from the old man's stone mountain, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Li Lingfeng was truly extraordinary. If he succeeded, he would become a powerful sacred god. However, not everyone was willing to see Li Lingfeng become a saint. Boom! Right at this moment, a black hand suddenly appeared. It tore through the tribulation clouds and slapped down towards Li Lingfeng, who was beneath the heavenly tribulation. An extremely powerful pressure of the saint rank swept out mightily from the hand. How dare you all? The old man, sitting on top of the stone mountain, suddenly stood up. Then, two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and turned into two trigram runes that shot towards the black hand to suppress it. There were two trigram patterns, one black and one white. The black one represented the Kuan trigram, while the white one represented the Qian trigram. Once these two trigram patterns appeared, the power of the heavens and the earth was immediately drawn and madly gathered towards these two trigram patterns. Buzz. The void trembled. The two trigrams displayed extremely powerful energy waves, directly freezing the black hand in the void, making it difficult for it to continue slapping down. Rumble. The two trigrams intertwined. The power of the heavens and earth collided and intertwined, forming a yin-yang diagram. The black hand was caught in the middle of the yin-yang diagram and was destroyed by the power of the heavens and earth. At this moment, the old man's figure had already disappeared. Very soon, a miserable cry was heard in the distant sky. A figure broke through the void and fled into the chaos, causing a large amount of blood to sprinkle down from the sky. The old man quickly turned around. In his hand was a bloody severed arm. What a ferocious old man. Everyone could not help but feel incredibly shocked when they saw that. The severed arm the old man was holding gave off an extremely powerful aura of sainthood. It was a severed arm of a saint. It was obvious that the old man had just torn off the arm of the saint who had tried to kill Li Lingfeng. If that saint had not fled in time, the old man would have probably done more than just rip off an arm. The old man returned to the top of the mountain and tossed the severed arm onto the ground. He then sat cross-legged on a boulder, as if he had done something very normal. His face was still calm. Seeing how powerful the old man was, a few of the ancient saints who had been tempted to make a move dared not act recklessly. After all, the old man was extremely ferocious. The old man's battle prowess, which was able to severely injure a saint with ease, intimidated the ancient saints. Roar! Li Lingfeng suddenly roared when the old man severely injured the saint who had tried to kill Li Lingfeng. His expression became extremely vicious. The soul in front of Li Lingfeng's forehead suddenly blurred. What's going on? Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he saw this through the heavenly eye of martial path. This was a sign that the soul was about to crumble. Li Lingfeng was in danger. The importance of the soul went without saying. Be it on the divine path or the immortal path, the soul was the foundation of achieving the path. If the foundation was destroyed, it would be difficult for someone, no matter how outstanding they were, to become a saint. Chapter 2258. Arc. On top of the stone mountain, Li Lingfeng roared. The divine light between his brows flickered, as if it would dissipate at any moment. The primordial spirit that sat before Li Lingfeng's brows also became transparent, as if it was about to disappear completely. Oh no! In the distance, the old man was also extremely nervous when he saw this. Li Lingfeng, you have to hold on. You're not allowed to die. Gu Fei clenched his fists. His palms were covered in sweat. If Li Lingfeng were to die under the heavenly tribulation, then he might never know what had happened back then. This person is still not good enough after all. Although it's amazing, this is the heavenly tribulation of a saint. Even if you're a peerless genius, you'll still die under it. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Li Lingfeng anymore. They believed that he would not be able to hold on any longer and would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. The vitality in Li Lingfeng's body was quickly dissipating. He seemed to be really going to die. The 8 trigram patterns also became dim. The power of the heavenly tribulation could even break through the seal of the 8 trigram patterns and threaten Li Lingfeng's real body. The 8 voids created by the 8 trigram patterns shook violently as if they would collapse at any moment. The power of the heavenly tribulation isn't that easy to make use of. Someone sighed. The vitality in Li Lingfeng's body was flowing away. Very soon, his eyes became dim. His vitality was about to end, and his primordial spirit was about to completely collapse. Even the 8 trigram patterns were about to disappear. The 8 voids that had just been created were about to collapse. The aura of death even appeared on Li Lingfeng's body. However, just as everyone thought that Li Lingfeng was about to die, the vitality in his body that was about to end gradually recovered. This was like a cycle of life and death. When death was about to come, vitality was reignited. This method of putting oneself on the brink of death and coming back to life was too dangerous. If Li Lingfeng could not reignite his vitality at the critical moment, then he was dead for sure. The vitality in Li Lingfeng's body was rapidly recovering. His qi and blood became even more vigorous, and his vitality was extremely powerful. The 8 trigram patterns once again shone with dazzling divine light. Rumble, the 8 voids were shaking, and the voids were being split open. Those were the 8 lesser void skies. The 8 void skies were getting bigger and bigger. It was as if 8 lesser worlds had appeared in the world. Li Lingfeng had experienced life and death once. Although the time was very short, he had comprehended many things, causing his comprehension towards the great Tao to deepen by a level. Buzz. The primordial spirit that was sitting cross-legged between Li Lingfeng's eyebrows abruptly shone with divine light. Then, an extremely tiny figure appeared within the divine light. That is, everyone was shocked to see this scene. Soul-splitting technique. An ancient sage muttered. Many people could already tell that the man was splitting his primordial spirit. 8 clones appeared around Li Lingfeng's primordial spirit, sitting cross-legged around it. At that moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation was wreaking havoc, giving Li Lingfeng a great sense of danger. One human-shaped lightning bolt after another began appearing. These were the imprints of the great Tao left behind by those who had once become saints. The human-shaped lightning bolt was incomparably powerful. It was as if those peerless geniuses that had disappeared had reappeared before everyone's eyes. The 8 trigram runes interweaved around Li Lingfeng, sealing off a part of the void. They blocked all the power of the heavenly tribulation outside the divine light and protected Li Lingfeng. Void sky seed divinity. Li Lingfeng's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. The 8 clones sitting around his primordial spirit immediately rushed out and entered the 8 lesser void skies. Buzz. The moment the 8 clones from Li Lingfeng's primordial spirit entered the 8 void skies created by the 8 trigram runes, the 8 lesser void skies immediately began to devour all the power in the surroundings. Void sky seed divinity. An ancient sage exclaimed. What? It's actually a supreme, divine technique of the divine Tao. At this moment, the originally lifeless 8 lesser void skies underwent a very subtle change after Li Lingfeng's clones entered. This Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he sensed all this. He could tell that this secret technique was very extraordinary. Li Lingfeng wanted to use the 8 lesser void skies to nourish his clones. This was equivalent to having 8 lives. As long as his clones were not destroyed, he could continue living forever. The 8 lesser void skies seemed to have turned into 8 bottomless black holes, endlessly devouring the surrounding spiritual qi. The power of the heavenly tribulation was also guided over. Even the human-shaped lightning could be absorbed into the lesser void skies. Then, Li Lingfeng's clones would mobilize all the power to completely obliterate them. There was no longer any suspense after that. Li Lingfeng controlled the 8 lesser void skies and faced the heavenly tribulation head-on. He continued to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper himself. The power of the great Tao produced by the 8 trigram runes continuously cleansed his divine body, gradually strengthening it and allowing it to contain even more divine power. However, this was a saint's heavenly tribulation after all. The imprints left behind by past saints were extremely powerful. The imprints turned into human-shaped lightning bolts that continuously attacked Li Lingfeng. The 8 trigram runes vibrated and unleashed 8 shocking powers, blocking the human-shaped lightning bolts that were charging at him. However, some of the imprints were extremely powerful. They took human forms and displayed great magic, directly attacking the void sealed by the 8 trigram runes and attacking Li Lingfeng. Die! Li Lingfeng roared and fought against the imprints that had barged in. This was definitely a battle of life and death. It should be noted that those who could become saints were all very impressive. The imprints that they left behind were still able to display great combat power. Boom! When the battle reached its most intense point, a loud rumble was heard. Lightning suddenly appeared, directly blasting Li Lingfeng's physical body to pieces. However, Li Lingfeng reassembled his physical body in just a few breaths' time and reappeared. His powerful recovery ability made him fearless of the person who had secretly attacked him. The saint's heavenly tribulation lasted for 24 hours. Li Lingfeng made it through. He did not die under the heavenly tribulation, but he was severely injured. If it had not been for the void Sky Seed Divine art, a legendary life-saving art, Li Lingfeng would have been obliterated by the heavenly tribulation long ago. The void Sky Seed Divine art was very extraordinary. Its power was similar to the Ascension Secret art, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. Even if one's primordial spirit was scattered, they could still reassemble it and reconstruct their physical body. The heavenly tribulation dissipated, and the unparalleled pressure that had intimidated all things in the world disappeared as well. Although Li Lingfeng had narrowly escaped death, he had survived. Chapter 2259. Li Lingfeng had made it through. Although he had died 9 times, there was still a chance of survival. The tribulation of a saint was terrifying, but the heavenly laws were insufficient, so there was still a chance of survival. Anyone who could successfully overcome the tribulation would grasp that chance of survival at the most dangerous juncture and obtain a new lease of life. Li Lingfeng was no exception. However, he had become extremely weak the moment he had overcome the tribulation because he had almost completely exhausted his body's energy. This was why protectors were needed, especially during a saint's tribulation. If someone were to kill him after overcoming the tribulation, it would truly be an unjust death. This was not the first time something like this had happened. The old man had taken Li Lingfeng away the moment he had finished his tribulation. Many people wanted to chase after him, but the old man's cultivation was simply too high. Not even the Empyrean saints could keep up with him. Swish! 2 figures constantly flickered in and out of the dusky world. Each time they did so, they would travel tens of thousands of kilometers. They were so fast that they were even faster than spatial transference. Traveling tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant was very easy for a saint, but traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a single step was rather terrifying. This was also why the Empyrean saints had been unable to catch up to the old man. The old man carried the heavily injured Li Lingfeng along as he ran. He soon shook off everyone else and entered a primitive region in the depths of the chaos world. There were many rocky mountains here, and chaotic energy lingered in the air. The sky was dark, and there were no signs of humans. Not even the powerful chaotic species appeared here. This was the most primitive region in the chaos world, and there was no spiritual land where spiritual energy gathered. No one would come to such a place to cultivate The old man brought Li Lingfeng to a mountain that towered into the clouds and stopped. Humph! I didn't think someone would be able to keep up, the old man muttered to himself. He put Li Lingfeng on the ground, then slowly turned around and gazed at a place where chaotic energy had gathered in the distance. What? Li Lingfeng could not help but be shocked. He knew very well how powerful his master was. He was a powerful existence that could kill saints. Back when the old man had been traveling the ancestral planet, he had encountered Li Lingfeng, who was heavily injured and being chased. He had saved him when he saw that Li Lingfeng cultivated the 8 trigrams. No need to be nervous. Take care of yourself. The old man tossed a jade bottle to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng took the jade bottle and said, "Thank you, master." He knew that this jade bottle must contain the divine pills refined from the divine herbs his master had collected from all the ancestral lands of life over the past dozen years. This kind of divine pill was very extraordinary. It was said that it was refined using an ancient recipe and had the miraculous effect of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. The old man didn't say anything else to Li Lingfeng. Instead, he stared at the seemingly inconspicuous mass of chaotic aura in the distant sky. Patterns of divination were vaguely appearing in his eyes. It has been a long time since I drank sacred blood. That feeling is truly nostalgic. After saying that, the old man's eyes shone with a crazed light. His eyes started to turn red, and a berserk aura spread out from the old man's body. At this moment, Li Lingfeng had already pulled out the stopper of the jade bottle, and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out from the jade bottle. As soon as Li Lingfeng smelled the fragrance, his spirit was immediately roused. The feeble spiritual qi in his body gradually began to circulate, and the surrounding spiritual qi also began to converge towards his body. At this moment, the spiritual qi in Li Lingfeng's body had almost dried up. He needed a large amount of spiritual qi to replenish the spiritual qi in his body. Li Lingfeng didn't think too much about it. He quickly poured out the divine pills in the jade bottle. There were 3 golden pills, each of which was the size of an adult's thumb. There were natural patterns imprinted on the pills, and there was a layer of blurry golden light flowing on them. They looked like golden divine essences, and they contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. The legendary divine medicines had naturally formed Tao patterns. Above this kind of divine elixir, there were also naturally formed Tao patterns. This really shocked Li Lingfeng. These 3 divine pills were incredible. Without hesitation, he tossed the 3 golden divine pills in his hand into his mouth and swallowed them. As soon as the divine pills entered his mouth, they immediately turned into 3 streams of golden divine liquid, which flowed into Li Lingfeng's abdomen. The golden divine liquid turned into a huge amount of spiritual qi, which spread through the meridians in Li Lingfeng's body. Just as Li Lingfeng swallowed the divine pills, the old man became impatient. Patterns of divination appeared in his eyes, and the power of the great path condensed. Swoosh! 2 trigram patterns rushed out of the old man's eyes, sealing the chaotic aura in the sky. The powerful power of the trigram patterns shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! Just as the old man made his move, the chaotic aura exploded. A huge chaotic hand slapped out from the chaotic aura, meeting the 2 trigram patterns that were sealing. Boom! The huge chaotic hand collided with the 2 trigram patterns. A powerful force erupted, and the 2 trigram patterns emitted the most dazzling divine light before exploding in the sky. The power of the trigram patterns dissipated. The huge chaotic hand also dissipated in the sky under the impact of the trigram patterns. A figure appeared in the sky. There was no powerful aura coming from this person, nor was there any powerful aura. However, That person just stood there in the sky, causing the old man to feel an incomparably powerful pressure. A kid who's still wet behind the ears. When the old man saw that person, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He didn't expect this person to be so young. Even those ancient saints couldn't catch up to him, yet this kid managed to catch up to him. With the old man's cultivation, he could tell if someone was an old antique with a single glance. The unique aura of an old antique wasn't something that anyone could imitate. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Only someone with 8 steps of extreme speed would be able to catch up to this old man. At this moment, Li Lingfeng no longer had any distractions in his heart. He revolved his mystic art and refined the medicinal energy with all his might. During this period of time, he didn't pay attention to anything that was happening in the outside world. If only he had taken a glance at Gu Fei, this battle wouldn't have happened. "Kid, you're not bad." The old man's eyes flickered. He could sense Gu Fei's strength. This was one of the strongest opponents he had ever met in the primal chaos world. "Old man, you're not bad yourself. To think that you could actually sense my presence." Gu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly. He was also extremely shocked. One had to know that no one had ever been able to discover him when he used the anti-void secret technique. "It'd be a pity to kill you." The old man shook his head. "Hee, that'll depend on whether you can kill me or not." Gu Fei smiled. This was a very strong opponent. He didn't explain his relationship with Li Lingfeng. It should be known that even in the primal chaos world, it was very difficult to meet such an opponent. "Hee, you're really interesting, kid. Come here and let your grandpa hit you a few times. Let's see if I can kill you." The old man chuckled. "Old man, it's better if you come here and let me hit you a few times. Let's see if your old bones will fall apart." Gu Fei said, I seem to have taken a liking to you. If you can become my disciple, I'll reluctantly spare your life." The old man suddenly said after thinking for a moment, "I'm my own master. There's no need for me to take you as my master." Gu Fei said, "Good boy, could it be that you've become a saint on your own?" The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then this kid's talent was absolutely heaven-defying. More or less. Gu Fei didn't hide anything. "Hee, very good. Then I want to see how strong you are." The old man said and attacked. He didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hands, 8 trigrams emerged, forming a Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram, suppressing Gu Fei. As soon as the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram appeared, the world changed color. The surrounding spiritual chi was immediately attracted by the 8 trigrams Tao diagram, crazily gathering towards it. Buzz. The void trembled. The 8 trigrams Tao diagram emitted a mighty power of the great Tao, freezing the void. "This is useless against me," Gu Fei said. His chaotic martial body was incomparably powerful. He directly ignored the suppressing power from the 8 trigrams Tao diagram and directly punched towards it. Pung! The void violently shook. Gu Fei's fist fiercely slammed into the 8 trigrams Tao diagram, causing it to fly backwards, almost dissipating in the void. What? The old man couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The strength of this punch was actually strong enough to send his 8 trigrams Tao diagram flying. It was truly unimaginable. Could you be a descendant of that lineage? The old man seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but be moved. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Gu Fei's right hand stretched out and slapped towards the old man. A chaotic Tao pattern rushed out from his hand, transforming into a giant chaotic hand that instantly enveloped the world and pressed down towards the old man. Martial path battle technique. Heaven-covering hand. Are you really a descendant of that lineage? the old man exclaimed. He immediately retreated. With a single step, his entire body was pushed back several miles. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams Tao diagram that was sent flying by Gu Fei immediately flew back. Suppress, the old man shouted. He didn't dare to be negligent. He had already put away the contempt in his heart and attacked with all his strength. The 8 trigrams Tao diagram in his hand bloomed with a dazzling divine light. Every trigram rune seemed to be burning, releasing a peerless and powerful divine might. On the 8 trigrams Tao diagram, there seemed to be 8 worlds evolving. Every trigram rune gushed out a monstrous divine might that sealed the world. Chapter 2260. Wang. The void trembled. The 8 trigram patterns formed the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram, exuding boundless power of the great Tao. The 8 powers intertwined, forming a terrifying saint power that could shatter the heavens and earth. The Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram displayed incredible power. It actually managed to block Gu Fei's chaos heaven-covering hand. The 2 supreme powers clashed and canceled each other out. Rumble, the heaven and earth trembled. Stone mountains exploded one after another. Terrifying power spread out, obliterating everything. Even the heaven and earth were annihilated. Only the stone mountain that Li Lingfeng was on was unaffected. The stone mountain was behind the 8 trigrams old man. The old man was protecting the stone mountain. Otherwise, Li Lingfeng would be in danger. Li Lingfeng was trying his best to refine the enormous energy essence transformed from the power of the divine pellet inside his body. His withered body was once again filled with energy, and 8 patterns of divination emerged between his eyebrows vaguely. Sounds of wind and thunder came from his body. His flesh and blood were trembling. On his flesh and blood, the 8 trigram patterns also shone with divine light. The power of divinity was tempering his divine body. The Kun Luan Fuxi lineage's inheritance was the divine Tao. Li Lingfeng had cultivated the 8 trigrams divine body. His divine body and the 8 trigram patterns were fused together. Using the trigram patterns to brand one's body, this cultivation method was somewhat similar to the martial body cultivation method. But of course, the divine Tao and the martial Tao were 2 fundamentally different cultivation systems. Li Lingfeng's divine body was incomparably strong. Even the body of a saint-level god beast couldn't be much stronger than his. The divine pill's spiritual energy was rapidly refined by Li Lingfeng. It turned into divine energy that dispersed into his limbs and bones. He could feel that his strength was soaring. A powerful saint-level aura appeared. The current Li Lingfeng was like an ancient beast that had awoken from its slumber. And at this time, the 8 trigrams old man and Gu Fei began fighting. Boom! Gu Fei directly executed the 8 desolate steps and punched at the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram in front of him. The powerful chaos fist force tore through the void, shattering the heaven and earth, causing the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram to tremble. A single person's strength can actually reach such a level. The 8 trigrams old man was shocked to the extreme. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei was far too astonishing. With just a pair of fists, he was able to shake the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram. One must know that the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram was extraordinary. It was a great technique personally created by the Kunlun Fuxi, and it possessed unfathomable divine might. Back then, Fuxi had used the 8 trigram patterns to defeat everyone in the world, sweeping through the experts of an era and forcing countless people to lower their heads. Kill! Gu Fei roared and punched out. It was as though he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. He was extremely domineering. Primal chaos Tao patterns were faintly visible on his fist. The people of the martial progenitor's bloodline are all lunatics. The old man's expression was extremely solemn. Although his opponent seemed to be casually waving his fists, the old man could tell that his opponent's actions were not normal. This little fellow had already cultivated his martial path to an unbelievable realm. Every single move he made was filled with immense might that was in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. The trigram patterns on the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram flickered as the power of the great Tao surged forth. Although it managed to block Gufei's fist, it gradually dimmed. "Brat, you are the first person in this primal chaos world to force me to the point where I have no choice but to use my full strength." The 8 trigrams old man coldly spoke. After that, 8 trigram patterns appeared on his body and rushed out in all directions, directly imprinting themselves in the void. Humph! Seeing this, Gufei merely snorted coldly. He didn't do anything to stop it. The 8 trigrams old man wanted to seal the void and trap him. However, it was still a bit too much for such power to seal him. "You are very confident." The 8 trigrams old man couldn't help but be startled when he saw Gufei's calm expression. Could it be that this person wasn't afraid of being sealed by him? Or could it be that this person's strength was so great that he could shatter the 8 trigrams Tao diagram? At this time, there wasn't much time for the 8 trigrams old man to ponder. "Break for me!" Gufei roared. His arms radiated a peerlessly powerful primal chaos energy. He attacked with all his strength, wanting to completely shatter the 8 trigrams Tao diagram. He was a martial artist and had also cultivated the primal chaos martial body. The strength of his arms could absolutely shatter the primordial divine mountain. Bang! With a loud explosion, Gufei was like an invincible war god from ancient times. His arms ruthlessly smashed against the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram, causing a powerful primal chaos energy to erupt. Kacha! A crack actually appeared on the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram. Gufei's strike directly sent the 8 trigrams old man flying 100 miles away, causing his arms to tremble. "Void Sky Sea God!" The 8 trigrams old man shouted out loud, displaying his supreme innate technique. 8 trigram patterns rushed out from his body, transforming into 8 miniature worlds. In each of the 8 mini-worlds, there was a figure of a god sitting in a cross-legged position. 1. The 8 miniature worlds revolved around the 8 trigrams old man's body. From these 8 miniature worlds, an unstoppable strength surged out, directly sealing off the surrounding space. In that instant, Gufei felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. This Gufei was incomparably shocked. This 8 trigrams old man still had a trick up his sleeve. The peerlessly powerful fluctuations coming from the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man's body absolutely surpassed the saint realm. The 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man used all of his strength, no longer holding anything back. A formidable pressure swept out in all directions, causing the entire primitive region to shake. "What's going on?" Some ancient sages immediately sensed the Saint Tao aura coming from the primitive region. "I didn't think that someone would actually fight there." Some people muttered. The ancient sages who sensed this fluctuation and aura immediately rushed towards the primitive region, where Gufei and the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man were. Some ancient sages could see many things from this sort of battle between saints. The commotion caused by a battle between saints was too great. Those ancient sages would be the first to know. At this time, Gufei and the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man gradually became serious. Gu Fei continuously used great techniques, forcing the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man to constantly retreat. More and more cracks appeared on it. The powerful divine body was actually unable to contend with the primal chaos martial body. This caused the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man to feel incomparably depressed. But when he thought of the legendary martial ancestor, he felt relieved. It had to be known that this boy was a descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline. In the distant past, the martial ancestor was a true peerless god of death. In the past, the martial ancestor was just a single person, yet he dared to challenge the entire demons. This sort of boldness wasn't something that just anyone could possess. Martial artists all had an invincible aura around them. Gu Fei also had this sort of temperament. His primal chaos fist exuded a domineering aura of invincibility. Boom! Gu Fei ruthlessly punched out once more. This time, with a loud explosion, the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man had formed with 8 trigram patterns was finally destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Wah! The 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body slumped down, and the divine light in his eyes was no longer as bright as before. He had suffered a great blow. You actually managed to injure me. The old man found it hard to believe, but he had no choice but to accept this reality. What's so difficult about it? Gu Fei said. He hadn't even used the secret art of ascension. If he did, the old man's defeat would be even faster and even more miserable. The old man's face flushed red, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. It's you. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind the old man. A figure stood on top of the stone mountain. This person was Li Lingfeng. In fact, he hadn't completely refined the spiritual power of the divine pill. He had only refined a small portion and hid the rest of the spiritual power. Li Lingfeng. When Gu Fei saw the figure behind the old man, his voice trembled. The two of you know each other. The old man said. He had stabilized the injuries on his body in just a few breaths. Although he had spat out blood due to his injuries, these injuries were nothing to a powerful sage-level living being. Junior Brother Gu, it's really you. Li Lingfeng's voice trembled. He was extremely excited, and the divine power circulating in his body almost went out of control. His face turned pale, and he almost went berserk. If it's not me, who else could it be? Gu Fei answered. The two of you are fellow disciples. The old man's eyes were wide open. This was ridiculous. He had fought for nothing just now. He was very displeased. Senior Brother Li, I have many things to ask you. Gu Fei said. He was a little afraid to ask about these things, afraid that he would receive bad news. However, he was also very eager to know what had happened back then. This kind of contradictory mentality made him feel like he was going to go crazy. Sigh, Junior Brother Gu, I know what you want to ask. Li Lingfeng said with a sigh. Seeing Li Lingfeng sigh, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Very well, let's find a place to talk slowly. At this time, Gu Fei had already sensed the aura of more than one saint-level cultivator. Those ancient sages had already found their way here. This was not a good place to talk. Come with me, Li Lingfeng said as he shot up into the sky, flying into the distance. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after him. You two brats. Seeing that Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng seemed to be treating him as if he were invisible, the gossip old man was extremely displeased. It was Gu Fei again, which made him even more angry. It was not that the gossip old man was not strong, but that Gu Fei was even stronger. Moreover, the gossip old man had directly fought with Gu Fei, so of course he had no chance of defeating Gu Fei. The gossip old man also chased after them angrily. This old man had traveled on the ancestral planet of the Soaring Dragon clan, so he naturally knew a lot about the Taishan sect. This sect had completely disappeared. However, Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei, and the others still existed, so the Taishan sect could not be considered to have been destroyed, and there was a chance for it to reopen. Chapter 2261. When Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng met, he had many things to ask. The thing he was most concerned about was how many of his fellow disciples in the Dragon Valley had survived the catastrophe. Unfortunately, the battle had come too suddenly. Li Lingfeng only knew that only 2 or 3 people had managed to break out of the encirclement, and the others had not been able to escape. It was not easy for Li Lingfeng to survive. Even with his cultivation, he was still seriously injured and chased for thousands of miles. If he had not met his current master, the 8 trigrams old man, he would probably have died long ago. The other 2 or 3 fellow disciples who had broken out were also chased and fled into the depths of the mountains. No one knew how many people had truly survived at that time. Li Lingfeng saw with his own eyes his uncle master Dan Chunzi die at the hands of a young man from the Dongfang family who seemed to be much stronger than Dongfang Chen back then. The medicine Taoist also died in battle in order to buy time for everyone to open the transportation matrix. After the Taishan sect had experienced the demonic chaos of the eastern region, almost all the masters of the sect had fallen, and then the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients attacked them. After a great battle, almost all the disciples of the Taishan sect who had survived the demonic chaos had died in battle. It could be said that after the Battle of the Dragon Valley, the Taishan sect could be considered to have been destroyed. At the peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain, listening to Li Lingfeng talk about the past, Gu Fei clenched his fists. The Dongfang family had really gone too far. If he did not destroy this family, how could he face his fellow disciples who had died? From Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei knew that Zhao Ziru and Ziyu had escaped, but he did not know whether the people of the Dongfang family had caught up with them or not. Among those who had escaped was Li Hao, the descendant of Shaoyang Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Taishan. After Li Lingfeng was separated from his fellow disciples, he had never seen them again. It was as if they had disappeared from this world. Not long after Li Lingfeng was saved by the 8 trigrams old man, he had begged the old man to help him find his lost fellow disciples, but even the 8 trigrams old man could not find anything. No one knew where Zhao Ziru and the others were. It seems that only the people of the Dongfang family might know where my fellow disciples are. Li Lingfeng said, "It should be known that the people of the Dongfang family would not let them go so easily. They would certainly send experts to hunt them down." "Humph, I can't wait anymore," Gu Fei said. His words were incomparably cold, and a chilling, murderous aura emanated from his body. When Li Lingfeng sensed this murderous aura, he couldn't help but shiver. He knew that this junior brother of his was a ruthless person who had made a name for himself with his fists. The number of experts who had died in his hands was definitely not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a powerful murderous aura. "Senior brother, have you ever thought about rebuilding the Supreme Mystery Sect?" Gu Fei suddenly looked at Li Lingfeng and said, "Rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect." When Li Lingfeng heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He was the eldest disciple of the Taishan sect. Of course, he wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect, but it was difficult to do so alone. After all, his ability was limited, but now it was different. Gu Fei had also become a saint, which meant that the Taishan sect had 2 saints. If there were 2 saints in a large sect, no one would dare to provoke them. Then it would not be impossible for them to recruit disciples and rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect. "Don't you want to?" Gu Fei said. At this time, He had already calmed down. Yes, of course, Li Lingfeng said hurriedly. Now that there was a chance to rebuild the Taishan sect, how could he not want to? That's very good. I will definitely support senior brother with all my strength, but before that, we have to go to the Dongfang family first. Gu Fei said calmly. Of course. Li Lingfeng nodded and said, if the Dongfang family was not eliminated, it would be impossible to rebuild the Taishan sect in the eastern domain. After that, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng chatted for a while, and then left Sacred Ancestor Mountain. He had to go back. He had been out for a long time. This Sacred Ancestor Mountain was extraordinary, as if it had a life of its own. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. There was no trace of the gossip old man, and he did not know where he was hiding. He left behind a jade slip. As long as Li Lingfeng crushed the jade slip, no matter where he was, he would be able to sense it. At the peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain, only Li Lingfeng was left. The mountain wind blew, and his long hair fluttered behind his head. His whole body was surrounded by an extraordinary divinity, as if he could soar into the sky at any time and roam the 9 heavens. That little guy is gone. Just after Gu Fei left, a voice suddenly came from behind Li Lingfeng. Greetings, master. Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned around and bowed to the person who had suddenly appeared behind him. Between you and me, there is no need to be so formal. The old man patted Li Lingfeng on the shoulder and said, Yes, master. Li Lingfeng said. The old man shook his head. Since you have become a saint, then there is no need for us to stay in this damn place anymore. Get ready, it is time for us to go back. After saying that, the old man also left. Rebuild the supreme mystery sect. Li Lingfeng was talking to himself, and his eyes became deep. Rumble. A terrifying and peerless pressure came down from the sky, sealing heaven and earth in all directions. What made Gu Fei's expression change was that the power coming from the depths of the sky was actually aimed at a person on the sacred mountain. He Tian is finally going to become a saint. Gu Fei stopped in the distance, and when he saw this scene, he was pleasantly surprised. As long as He Tian could successfully break through, then their side would have 3 saints. Even among those super forces, it would be difficult to find 3 saints. With the arrival of the Great Tribulation, only those with great power could live longer than others. Gu Fei was very clear about this principle, so he thought of ways to help everyone improve their cultivation and combat power. He Tian was a grand master of formations. At this time, countless formation patterns were faintly visible where he was, and killing formations emitted shocking killing intent. The saint Heavenly Tribulation was very terrifying. Gu Zhong and the others had already left the sacred mountain and retreated far away. Only He Tian was on the sacred mountain. Soon, Gu Fei sensed the aura of Gu Zhong and Shaoqing. The next moment, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Zhong and the others in an instant. Master. When Gu Zhong saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Big brother. Shaoqing walked up to him. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial body was guarding at the side. It was also because of the existence of Gu Fei's celestial body that those people didn't dare to attack Gu Zhong and Shaoqing. You have to watch carefully. The Saint Heavenly Tribulation is not something that can be seen at any time. Gu Fei said to everyone. Chapter 2262. He Tian's Heavenly Tribulation was incomparably terrifying. At the beginning of the tribulation, a sea of lightning descended from the sky and enveloped the entire sacred mountain. The power of destruction filled every inch of the void. Everyone watched this scene with incomparable nervousness. Previously, when the news of someone successfully passing the tribulation spread out, those peak quasi-sages who were still watching were tempted. It should be known that no one could resist the temptation of becoming a sage. roar. In the sea of lightning, Tian roared again and again. Under the first wave of the heavenly tribulation's attack, the killing formations he had set up beforehand were broken one after another. Countless formation runes dissipated in the dazzling lightning. The power of destruction was wreaking havoc. Tian had set up the formations and activated the power of the sacred mountain. Each of the killing formations was blooming with the strongest power. Such a lightning tribulation could not hurt Tian. After 6 hours, the lightning that enveloped the heaven and earth began to dissipate. After the lightning tribulation came the fire tribulation. The divine fire that descended from the depths of the sky burned half the sky red. Under the divine fire, the void was constantly destroyed. As for Tian, he sat cross-legged on the peak of the sacred mountain. Black and white yin-yang qi emerged from his body, and an yin-yang diagram appeared above his head. Buzz. The yin-yang diagram rumbled. The two taiji eyes turned into two bottomless pits, producing a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the divine fire coming from all directions into the yin-yang diagram. In the distant sky, everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. This was another heaven-defying existence who was actually refining the power of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, the yin-yang diagram above Tian's head was a bridge between the heavenly tribulation and the killing formations, continuously guiding the power of the heavenly tribulation to the killing formations. The killing formation that Erebus had set up became even more powerful and frightening after being infused with this energy. He had prepared everything for the heavenly tribulation. Among the great formations he had set up, there were even incomplete supreme formations. Even if a sage were to barge into these killing formations, he would have a headache. Tian's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation was truly out of the ordinary. Only he could think of such a method. For Tian, this was the safest way to pass the heavenly tribulation. After the fire tribulation was the wind tribulation. The 9 heavens astral wind blew down from the sky, which could destroy a peak sage to be. As for Tian, he remained as motionless as a mountain. He revolved the yin-yang mysterious art with all his strength. The yin-yang Tao diagram constantly shook. He could feel a tremendous pressure bearing down on him, not relaxing at all. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, the 7 celestial phenomena transformed into terrifying heavenly tribulations that descended one after another. Tian struggled to hold on, but the ground around him was filled with killing formations. However, these killing arrays that could easily kill great perfection quasi-sages exploded continuously in the face of the heavenly tribulation, releasing their strongest power. In the end, Tian managed to hold on. The power of the heavenly tribulation was too strong. Tian's yin-yang Tao diagram exploded dozens of times, and his body was destroyed dozens of times. If he didn't cultivate the secret art of emergence that Gu Fei taught him, he would have died under the heavenly tribulation. The secret art of emergence possessed unfathomable power. Even if Tian was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, he could still reconstruct his spirit and body under the power of the secret art of emergence. This secret art was known as the secret art of immortality. It was the ultimate secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor. In ancient times, the 9 secret arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor had once caused chaos in the great wilderness. In order to obtain these 9 secret arts, various experts fought against each other. In the end, the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were scattered everywhere, becoming incomplete. After that turmoil, no one could gather the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Bang! At the moment when Tian succeeded in transcending the heavenly tribulation, A huge black hand slapped towards Haetion from the distant sky, enveloping the entire mountain. So strong. Someone cried out. The black hand exuded the aura of the divine path. The one who attacked was a saint. Someone wanted to take advantage of the fact that Mahakala had just undergone his tribulation and was at his weakest to kill him. How dare you? Gu Fei roared. He used the 8 desolation steps and shot into the sky, punching out. The extremely ferocious primal chaos fist force directly dissipated the black hand. A cold snort came from afar, and a figure turned around, wanting to leave this place. Everyone was shocked. It's Gu Fei. He's making a move. Someone's out of luck. Some ancient saints murmured. The guy who dared to attack Haetion was really reckless. He actually dared to attack Haetion. Haetion must have a powerful background. The ancient saint from the soaring dragon ancestral star knew about Haetion's background. Swish! Gu Fei used the godly steps, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps, and chased after that person. In just a few steps, he had already caught up with that person. His speed was unimaginably fast, much faster than teleportation. That person was clearly taken aback. He had never imagined that Gu Fei's speed would be so fast. This caused his heart to tremble. It seemed like a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. It was not a coincidence that Gu Fei was able to kill a saint, nor was it some bullsh *T luck. Leave your life here. Gu Fei was furious. This guy actually wanted to kill Haetion. This had already crossed his line. After all, Haetion was his brother. Rumble, Gu Fei struck out with the hand of heaven covering. The chaotic qi covered a distance of 30,000 li and enveloped the person. The power of destruction descended, directly obliterating the void below the hand. After becoming a sage, Gu Fei rarely used his full strength. But now, he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He wanted to kill this guy with lightning speed. The successor of the martial ancestor is indeed extraordinary. The person unhurriedly took out something from his body. It was a scroll. You want to escape with the power of the scroll? Dream on. The great hand of primal chaos enveloped half of the sky and sealed off the surrounding space. No greater teleportation technique could be used, not even teleportation. Who said I wanted to escape? The person said with a smile. Then he opened the scroll. A beam of divine light rushed out and turned into a 10,000 zhang tall figure. The aura of an extreme supreme being spread out. What? How is this possible? In an instant, all living beings felt their souls tremble. The aura of an extreme supreme being actually appeared between heaven and earth. Under the pressure of this extreme supreme being, Gu Fei almost knelt on the ground. Some of the ancient sages in the surrounding area had already knelt down in front of the figure, as if they were worshipping a supreme being. Everyone was cautious and terrified. Buzz. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body. The shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from his body and enveloped him. Chapter 2263. While Haetion was undergoing his tribulation, someone actually tried to kill him. This infuriated Gu Fei. The person who made the move had something to rely on. He took out a scroll and released a faint and illusory figure. A wisp of the aura of a sovereign was emitted from the figure, shocking the heavens. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although the figure seemed like it would dissipate into the void at any time, the wisp of sovereign aura emitted from it caused the heavens and earth to tremble. A remnant consciousness left behind by a sovereign. Under the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei sized up the figure in front of him. He was incomparably shocked. He never thought that the other party would have such a method. At this time, Haetion had already hidden in his inner world. He was very weak after just undergoing his tribulation. At this time, even an immortal could kill him with a rod. If he died like this, he would die in vain. Who exactly are you? Gu Fei's eyes turned as sharp as the edge of a blade. He glanced at the person with murderous intent, ready to strike at any time. Cauldron of mountain and river? He. The person didn't answer. He just stared at the ancient cauldron shadow around Gu Fei. His eyes lit up as if he wanted to pounce on Gu Fei and snatch the ancient cauldron away. The greedy gaze of this person made Gu Fei feel disgusted. Kill. Gu Fei didn't want to waste any more time with this person. He attacked directly. With the power of the cauldron of mountain and river protecting him, he was not afraid of the remnant consciousness of the sovereign. A huge chaotic hand slammed towards the person. Rumble, above the chaotic hand, the power of the great Tao of chaos surged. Everywhere the hand passed, everything was instantly obliterated, leaving nothing behind. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the chaotic martial body. You are naturally close to the power of chaos. The person said. The chaotic hand shrouded the heavens and earth, including the remnant consciousness of the sovereign. A terrifying power shook the heavens and earth, and the chaotic chi from all directions gathered crazily. That person was right. Gu Fei had cultivated the primal chaos martial body. This kind of physique was innately close to the primal chaos chi. Gu Fei's attack immediately attracted the surrounding primal chaos chi. However, in front of a sovereign's remnant, you are still not enough. That person said coldly. The illusory figure did not move and simply stood there. However, Gu Fei's chaos hand stopped above the figure's head. Gu Fei was taken aback. The Supreme Being's remnant consciousness was too strong. Even though his primal chaos sky-engulfing hand had attracted the primal chaos chi from all directions, it was still difficult for it to descend even an inch. Even though it was just a remnant, it was still inviolable. This was the remnant of the strongest expert in the 6 Taos of the 3 realms. It existed in the world, and not even saints could destroy it. That person actually obtained such a scroll. It truly shocked everyone to the extreme. A scroll that could release a Supreme Being's remnant. Just who was this person? Could he be from one of the superpowers that had once produced a sovereign throughout the ages? There were only a few that could become a sovereign. On the Buzhou ancestral star, there was the Xian clan and the Gold clan. On the soaring dragon ancestral star, there was the ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor. The sovereign Tai Huang and Tian Yao of the monster race were also from the soaring dragon ancestral star. And the Kunlun ancestral star produced a Fuxi ancestor god. As for the other sovereigns like the martial ancestor and the others, no one knew where they came from. After all, that era was too far away from the current era. No one knew if there were other sovereigns in that ancient era. In the heaven realm, there might have been sovereigns as well. At least, there were legends about the Moon Palace's female sovereigns. In the heaven realm, there was a moon burial ground, which was said to be the grave of the female sovereign. Gu Fei had personally experienced the horrors of the moon deity's palace. The place where a sovereign fell was always ominous. It was unbelievable that someone could seal the undying remnant thought of a sovereign in a scroll. Could it be the doing of another sovereign? The blurry figure just stood there and did not attack Gu Fei. That person seemed to be unable to control the remnant thought and could only release it. That was enough. As long as the remnant thought was released, even a great saint would not be able to hurt that person. The sovereign was too strong. It was unbelievable that a remnant thought could suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth, intimidate the heavens, and make saints almost unable to stand up straight. Buzz. As if sensing the aura of a sovereign, Gu Fei's body vibrated, and an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body. The fist-sized ancient cauldron vibrated, and transparent ripples spread out from it. An extreme aura spread out from the ancient cauldron. At that moment, everyone was shocked to the point of no return. They were dumbfounded. It was a Paragon Saint artifact. The power of the Paragon Saint artifact shook everyone's soul. "How is this possible?" an ancient saint whispered. Even someone as powerful as an ancient saint could not help but kneel on the ground when the ancient cauldron emitted the aura of a sovereign. That person was dumbfounded. He never thought that Yi Fuqian could actually use the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that it was a paragon divine artifact. Only a sovereign could use it. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the cauldron's soul seemed to have awakened. It directly shook out a sovereign-level power. The sovereign's remnant thought immediately dimmed and almost completely dissipated. That person vomited blood and was sent flying. If it was not for the sovereign's remnant thought in front of him, he would have been destroyed. Without any hesitation, that person turned around and fled. He knew that his scroll was about to be destroyed. This was a precious treasure of his clan and could not be used easily. Chaotic, primordial chi lingered on the mountain and river cauldron. The Paragon ancient cauldron displayed supreme power that could suppress the six Tao of heaven and directly shattered the sovereign's remnant thought. The scroll in that person's hand turned into dust. After shattering the sovereign's remnant thought, the mountain and river cauldron flew back and entered Gu Fei's body. When the sovereign's aura dissipated, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially those ancient saints. The sovereign's aura caused them to kneel on the ground, unable to stand up. "Where do you think you're going?" Gu Fei chased after him without any hesitation. This person dared to try and kill He Tian. How could he let him escape so easily? Yi Fuqian had the extreme speed of 8 steps. With every step he took, Tao runes appeared under his feet. This kind of extreme speed was too fast. Even ancient saints who were also saints couldn't catch his movements. In just a few steps, Gu Fei had already caught up to that person. Chapter 2264. Gu Fei caught up with the mysterious man and was about to attack. However, the mysterious man suddenly turned around and raised his right hand. A dozen black beads flew out of his hand and smashed towards Gu Fei. That is, with a thought, Gu Fei's chaotic astral energy immediately emerged from his body and enveloped him. Above the astral energy, there were 9 chaotic Tao runes faintly visible. Rumble, the dozen black beads smashed onto Gu Fei's protective astral energy and exploded. A black demonic fire instantly swallowed Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic power was vast and mighty. This demonic fire directly burned the void between heaven and earth. The demonic aura spread over 100,000 miles, causing countless living beings to panic. An expert of the demons has appeared. An old voice resounded from afar. Powerful divine senses came out from all over the chaotic world and swept towards Gu Fei's location. Master, Gu Zhong and the others who saw this scene from afar couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The black beads that the mysterious man threw out were actually the sky-burning demon beads that were condensed with the sky-burning demonic fire. This was a powerful magic treasure of the devil Tao. The sky-burning devil fire contained in the devil bead was one of the most terrifying flames in the world. As long as one was burned by this devil fire, even a saint would be turned into ashes. Who was this mysterious man? How could he have such a thing? It should be known that this sky-burning demon bead was not something that any demons could refine. Only sage demons could collect the sky-burning demonic fire and condense it into a demon bead. Humph! The mysterious man stopped high in the sky and sneered as he looked at the demonic fire in front of him. After being hit by his sky-burning demon bead, this guy would die even if he had cultivated the chaotic martial body. However, the mysterious man's expression quickly changed. Within the demonic fire, Gu Fei's aura did not disappear as expected. Moreover, several ancient saints had already surrounded him. What a good demon! How dare you commit murder in the chaotic world? A white-haired ancient sage walked out. His powerful sage aura was like a boundless ocean as it surged towards the mysterious man. One of the 5 elements of the world, the power of water. The mysterious person was obviously shocked. The mysterious person cultivated the grand Tao of water. This type of energy was continuous and boundless, and it was the softest energy in the world. Demons. Everyone has the right to punish them. A middle-aged woman in a white dress blocked the mysterious man's path of retreat. The middle-aged woman's body was shrouded in a layer of green divine light. It was a divine halo formed from pure wood elemental essence chi. Wood elemental power. The mysterious man couldn't help but be moved. These 2 ancient saints were very extraordinary. They actually cultivated the grand Tao of water and wood, one of the 5 elements of the world. These grand Taos were not ordinary grand Taos and were very difficult to cultivate. However, once they succeeded in their cultivation and became a sage, they would be much stronger than ordinary sages. Do you want to gang up on me? The mysterious man glanced at the 3 prime saints and said coldly. The 3rd prime saint was very mysterious. He was shrouded in a gray divine light, and his body was blurry like an illusion that could dissipate into the void at any time. Cowardly scoundrel! The mysterious man looked at the 3rd prime saint and said, "You're talking about yourself, right?" The mysterious prime saint said, "Humph." The mysterious man didn't say anything else. His exposed eyes flashed brightly as a powerful battle intent emanated from his body. The surrounding void began to tremble. The power of a sage erupted. Even the stable world of the chaotic world was shaken by the power of a sage. A sage existence was incomparably powerful. They could trample on the heavenly Tao, shatter the void, and display terrifying methods that could destroy the world. This kind of divine might wasn't something anyone below the sage realm could imagine. Old Man Water, are you going to do it, or should I? The white-robed middle-aged woman said to the water element ancient sage, "Fairy Moo is too polite. You should do it." The prime saint Water said, "Very well." As the middle-aged woman spoke, she took a step forward and extended her right hand. A ball of green light immediately rushed out of her hand and turned into a green divine sword. The 3rd prime saint didn't say anything. The mysterious man couldn't help but be shocked and angry at being ignored by the prime saint Water and prime saint Wood. These 2 fellows were not easy to deal with. They were definitely experts among the prime saints. The 3rd prime saint was mysterious and unfathomable. The mysterious man couldn't see through him at all. His intuition told him that this mysterious prime saint was the most dangerous existence. Go! The middle-aged woman directly used the sword kinesis technique and attacked the mysterious man. Chilling sword chi soared up tens of thousands of meters, and the sword chi ripples it emitted seemed to tear the world apart. Collect. When the mysterious man saw the divine sword piercing through, he quickly took out a bag made of beast skin and opened it. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out from the bag, wanting to take the divine sword away. Heaven-devouring pouch. When the middle-aged woman saw this, she was shocked and quickly withdrew her divine sword. A green divine sword was vibrating and dancing around the middle-aged woman's body. The mysterious man took out the heaven-devouring pouch. there were 9 Tao patterns vaguely visible at the mouth of the heaven-devouring pouch. The heaven-devouring power was so vast that it actually devoured the void in front of the heaven-devouring pouch. Swoosh! The middle-aged woman soared into the sky and avoided the heaven-devouring pouch. Then she raised her hand, and a stream of sword chi immediately slashed down from the sky. This was a saint-level sword chi. It tore the world apart and possessed supreme power. The mysterious man didn't fight the middle-aged woman. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when the middle-aged woman soared into the sky and instantly rushed out of the encirclement. What the Prime Saint Water and the mysterious Prime Saint were both shocked. They never thought that the mysterious man would actually escape without actually fighting the Prime Saint would. After him, without any hesitation, the 3 ancient sages immediately chased after the mysterious man. At this time, the sky-burning demon fire in the sky gradually extinguished. A figure directly walked out of the demon fire. What? Even the sky-burning demon fire can't hurt this person? Everyone was shocked. After all, that was the legendary sky-burning demon fire. Some people would never see such a terrifying demon fire in their entire lives. It was a demon fire that was said to be able to burn the soul. Ordinary cultivators would be consigned to eternal damnation if they came into contact with a trace of this demon fire. First, their physical body would be burned to ashes, then their soul. The demon fire burning the soul was the most extreme kind of pain. I knew that master would be fine. Chapter 2265. Everyone knew how terrifying the sky-burning demon fire was. A single wisp of it could burn a saint to death. It was a kind of demon fire that could kill saints. However, such a terrifying demon fire could do nothing to Gu Fei. 9 chaotic runes appeared vaguely on the layer of chaotic divine light around him. This chaotic aura blocked the sky-burning demon fire, making it difficult for it to burn Gu Fei. Seeing this, everyone was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was truly powerful. He had the battle power to challenge a saint king. It was too unbelievable. How long had it been since he became a saint? It was no secret that Gu Fei had become a saint in the chaotic world. He had the battle power to rival a saint king not long after becoming a saint. How could they not be shocked? Demons? Gu Fei walked out of the demon fire. His eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, he had already decided to kill the mysterious person. Swish! He used the desolate steps and disappeared from where he was. He was so fast that even some ancient sages could not catch his figure. Powerful saint ripples came from afar. The 3 ancient sages were chasing the mysterious person. The powerful ripples spread over 100,000 miles. The aura of a saint was too powerful. It could not be concealed at all. The supreme saint might shock the surroundings, causing countless living beings to tremble under this saint might. You 3 old guys, do you really want to force me to fight with my life? The mysterious person's voice was extremely cold. At this moment, the 3 ancient sages had already caught up. The mysterious ancient sage, in particular, had an extremely fast movement technique. It was this mysterious ancient sage who had stopped the mysterious person. What a joke! Not only will we force you to fight with your life, but we will also kill you, the water element ancient sage said emotionlessly. The water element ancient saint said expressionlessly. Around him, the power of water was vast and mighty. 9 translucent Tao patterns were faintly discernible, and the void was rippling like water. Go to hell! The mysterious person waved his hand, and a dozen black beads shot towards the 3 ancient sages. These were the sky-burning demon beads, which contained the terrifying sky-burning demon fire. Hateful fellow, Ancient Sage Traveler roared furiously before stretching out his right hand. A surge of pure water elemental energy gushed out from his hand, turning into a blue ocean that swept forward. 9 primitive water elemental Tao patterns appeared indistinctly in the torrential water. The water element ancient sage was extremely powerful. He had already cultivated the lunar true water, which was the coldest energy in the world. This kind of true water was the nemesis of the heaven-burning demon fire. Rumble, monstrous waves surged forward. The power of the divine water of extreme froze everything, even the void. The 2 prime saints quickly retreated. The blue wave collided with the dozen or so heaven-burning devil beads. The dozen or so devil beads exploded and turned into a dozen or so balls of heaven-burning devil flames. The demonic flames burned the sky and were extremely terrifying. However, they were continuously extinguished under the impact of the lunar true water. In the end, they were completely submerged by the huge waves that swept over. Upon seeing this, the mysterious man was incomparably shocked. This water element ancient sage was truly powerful. He had actually cultivated the most powerful water element power in the world. The blue wave swept towards the mysterious man in an earth-shattering manner. The mysterious man immediately retreating thousands of miles away in an instant. However, the wave formed by the lunar true water still swept over. Heaven devouring. The mysterious man took out the heaven-devouring pouch and activated it with all his might. An extremely powerful heaven-devouring power surged out from the heaven-devouring pouch, continuously devouring the wave that swept over. Fill you until you explode. The water element ancient sage was very domineering. He directly activated the power of the lunar true water, turning it into an even more vast wave of energy that swept towards the mysterious man. The wave towered into the sky. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The heaven-devouring pouch in the mysterious man's hand gradually expanded, and 9 doubt patterns appeared indistinctly on it. At this moment, the wood element ancient sage and the mysterious prime saint did not make a move. They disdained to team up. After all, they were prime saints. The water element ancient sage's power seemed to be endless. Even though the heaven-devouring pouch in the mysterious man's hand was a saint-level treasure, it continued to expand like a balloon. Very soon, the heaven-devouring pouch had expanded to the size of a small mountain. Countless Tao patterns appeared on its surface. Among the countless Tao patterns, the 9 primordial Tao patterns shone with the brightest divine light. This was the difference between a saint artifact and an ordinary god artifact. The saint artifact was imprinted with the 9 primordial Tao patterns that its owner had comprehended. The primordial Tao patterns could condense the most primitive power of the Great Path. The prime saint who had refined the heaven-devouring pouch had a high cultivation level and realm. However, it was only a saint-level treasure after all. It was something that was refined by a prime saint. At this moment, this treasure was withstanding the attack of an extremely powerful prime saint. You old madman! The mysterious man was truly shocked by the water element ancient sage's method. The water element ancient sage had destroyed his heaven-devouring pouch even at the cost of his vitality. In the end, the heaven-devouring pouch expanded to the size of a mountain. Its surface was densely covered with Tao patterns, and the sound of the Great Path seemed to be coming from it. Old man water, put in a bit more effort. This heaven-devouring pouch is going to explode because of you. The wood element ancient sage couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw this. Humph! The mysterious man snorted coldly. It wasn't easy to explode the heaven-devouring pouch. After all, this was the heaven-devouring pouch, a saint-level treasure that could devour even the heavens. Although it couldn't really devour an entire world, the space inside the heaven-devouring pouch was unimaginably vast. At this moment, a layer of sweat had already appeared on the water element ancient sage's forehead. The water elemental power in his body was vast. He was going all out, and the aura of a prime saint was so powerful that it caused the surrounding world to tremble. What's going on? At this moment, the mysterious man suddenly realized that cracks had appeared on the heaven-devouring pouch. The Tao patterns on the heaven-devouring pouch were continuously collapsing. This old madman is really... The mysterious man was extremely shocked, and he immediately retreated. It was important to know that this heaven-swallowing pouch had already swallowed an endless amount of Tine true water. If it really exploded, even a saint would be destroyed in both body and soul. Boom! With a deafening rumble, the heaven-devouring pouch exploded. Countless runes collapsed and dissipated in the air. The extremely powerful power of the Tine water erupted. Several nearby mountains were instantly turned into flying ash. The ground sank, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks continued to spread into the distance. The mysterious man was sent flying by the force. Die. Chapter 2266. The ancient sage of water element had really exploded the heaven-devouring pouch. The heaven-devouring pouch had devoured the boundless power of the lunar true water. Once it exploded, the impact would be unimaginable. Even though the mysterious person had retreated far away, he was still affected by the sweeping energy and was sent flying back by the shock wave. However, just as the mysterious man was sent flying, a figure instantly caught up to him and threw a punch at him. The powerful fist force instantly enveloped the mysterious man. Gu Fei. The mysterious man's shock was no small matter. At this moment, a chaotic fist rapidly enlarged in the mysterious man's eyes. Bam! With a muffled sound, the mysterious man exploded and was smashed into a bloody mist by the chaotic fist. The powerful fist force not only shattered the mysterious man's physical body, but it also shattered the mysterious man's divine soul. Although the mysterious man was also a powerful saint-level powerhouse, he was unable to withstand Gu Fei's punch at this moment. Roar! Just as the mysterious man's soul was about to be shattered, a furious roar rang out. It was a powerful divine sense that was also filled with demonic nature at the same time. Then, a black light emerged from the bloody mist that the mysterious man's physical body had turned into. Rumble! The void between heaven and earth was shaking. A shocking demonic spirit appeared between heaven and earth, as if an extremely terrifying demon had been released. What's going on? At this moment, even Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The mysterious man's divine soul had already been shattered by his punch. However, at the instant when he shattered the mysterious man's divine soul, he felt a demonic spirit. Endless chaotic chi gathered from all directions, and a huge demonic figure appeared between heaven and earth. Ha ha! Thank you for killing him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come out. The demonic figure emitted such a spirit wave. Endless chaotic chi was rapidly converted into demonic chi by a demonic spirit. Very soon, the place was filled with demonic chi, as if it had turned into a terrifying demonic domain. At this moment, the bloody mist that the mysterious man's physical body had turned into was undergoing a shocking change. To be more precise, it was rapidly demonizing. The demonic spirit originated from the bloody mist that had turned into a bloody mist. That person's divine soul is strange. At this moment, Gu Fei's expression turned ugly. It seemed that the mysterious man had been planted with a demonic seed. His soul had already been planted with a demonic seed. The demonic seed took root in the mysterious man's soul. constantly devouring the mysterious man's sole power to nourish the demonic seed. Finally, the demonic seed sprouted, broke out of the cocoon, and transformed into a complete demonic soul. This method could only be mastered by ancient devils who had been severely injured. It was a very ancient technique of the demons. The injured devil soul would turn into a devil seed and use the divine soul of others to repair their own devil soul. Gu Fei had killed the mysterious man, but at the same time, he had also released an ancient devil. To be precise, it was an ancient devil's devil soul. This great technique of demons was not without its shortcomings. Even if the demon seed planted in someone else's soul completed its transformation, it would still be difficult for it to turn into a demon soul and separate from the other person's soul. Only when this person died and his soul dissipated could the devil's soul be released. A demon has really been born. The ancient devil's soul was incomparably powerful. Its demonic power was vast and mighty. Almost all the ancient sages who had entered the chaotic world could feel this power. The birth of a demon was not a small matter. Some ancient sages rushed to the place where the demon had been born, reconstruct the demon body, and return to the true self. The ancient devil's soul sent out a strong wave of divine will. Endless primordial chi surged in from all directions. Then it was transformed into devil chi and absorbed into a figure. Ancient devil? Gu Fei did not make a move. He watched this scene, and his eyes lit up. This ancient devil was very strong. The devil's soul was very strong. He had never expected that the mysterious man's divine soul would be attached to such a powerful devil soul. Don't let this demon reconstruct his demon body. The ancient sage of water element roared. He immediately made a move. The power of the lunar pure water turned into a towering blue wave that swept towards the devil's soul. The world and the void shattered under the impact of this huge wave. However, an unbelievable scene occurred. When the huge wave formed by the lunar true water collided with the demonic aura, it was continuously converted into pure demonic aura. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. Could this demon have mastered that kind of secret technique? How was this possible? Roar. The ancient sage of water element roared. His expression changed. His power was actually being sucked in by a powerful devouring force. The power in his body was leaking out uncontrollably and was continuously being transformed into devil chi by the demon. Ha! Such pure water elemental power. Thank you. I will leave your corpse intact. The ancient devil's soul displayed a shocking technique. It had actually absorbed an ancient sage and was using the ancient sage's power to reconstruct the demon body. The ancient sage of water element used all his strength to try and stop the essence chi from flowing out of his body. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not recover the essence chi. Preposterous. Even if I die, I will not let you off so easily. The ancient sage of water element gritted his teeth and was about to self-destruct. However, at this moment, the ancient sage of water element saw a figure flash before him. A figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, the powerful devouring force that had been sucking him in had disappeared. The ancient sage of water element was startled. He quickly regained his senses and hurriedly retreated far away. It's him. The ancient sage of water element realized that the person who had saved him was that Gu Fei. The ancient devil's soul was shocked to see that Gu Fei had saved the ancient sage of the human race. Kill. The ancient devil's soul did not hesitate and directly attacked Gu Fei. A pitch-black demon hand reached out from the towering devil chi and grabbed at Gu Fei. A powerful devouring force was released from the demon hand. It wanted to devour Gu Fei. However, the ancient devil's soul's plan was wrong. Gu Fei stood in the void, unmoving like a mountain. The devouring force was actually unable to devour the essence chi on his body. How is this possible? This time, the ancient devil's soul could not help but be shocked. The essence chi on this human's body had fused with his entire body. It was difficult to move. Is this Gu Fei really that strong? At this moment, the ancient sage of wood and the mysterious ancient sage looked at this scene in shock. The strength of the ancient devil's soul was obvious to all. Even the ancient sage of water element had almost been forced to self-destruct. Chapter 2267. Human, I don't know if you are overestimating yourself or stupid. Demonic chi spread for 100,000 miles, covering half of the world. A divine thought rang out in the hearts of all living beings. This was a divine thought that was released indiscriminately. The demonic chi continued to churn. Endless chaotic energy gathered from all directions and was quickly converted into demonic chi. This process was very fast. Basically, as soon as the chaotic energy came into contact with the demonic chi, it would be converted, a demonic power so strong that it caused the world to tremble, rapidly condensed. An incomparably huge demonic figure appeared in the world. At this moment, all the saint-level living beings in the entire chaotic divine land felt this demonic aura. They were all extremely shocked. Such a demon had actually appeared in the chaotic divine land. This demon, the three ancient sages retreated. The power displayed by the ancient demon soul was too strong. It was as if a demon had descended, causing their souls to tremble. You are talking to me. Gu Fei stared at the huge demonic figure that towered into the sky and said calmly, "Ha! I really admire your courage. You little human, you really don't want to die." The ancient demon soul laughed. Who was he? Even in the distant past, he was a demon master that could cause the entire chaotic world to tremble with a single step. In the distant chaotic world, a demon master who ruled over a demon domain was called a demon master of a domain. Could this demon be one of the 10 great demon masters of the chaotic world? The ancient sage water element was extremely shocked. He had started cultivating during the chaotic world era. During that era, there were many experts. Even saint-level living beings were not invincible. Each of the 10 great demon masters of the chaotic world was said to be at the same level as the demon masters. They were unparalleled demons who stood at the peak of the chaotic world. Back then, before the ancient sage water element had attained the Tao, he had heard of the 10 great demon masters. At that time, he was not qualified to meet them. Demon master. The female ancient sage's expression was extremely solemn. It should be known that the demons that could become demon masters were all extremely powerful demons. They could easily kill saint-level living beings. If the ancient demon soul really was the demon soul of a demon master, then it would be very troublesome. You won't be able to laugh soon. Gu Fei calmly looked at the demonic figure in front of him. This Gu Fei really wants to challenge this fiendish demon. Many people were shocked to the extreme. Even in the face of a great demon that could kill a sacred grade being, the successor of the martial progenitor's bloodline still did not retreat. Master, when Gu Zhong and the others saw this scene from afar, they broke out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. The vast, demonic aura in front of them made them almost unable to breathe. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's celestial prime body protecting them, their bodies would have been crushed by the terrifying devil might, and their primordial spirits would have been destroyed. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body emitted an aura of the great Tao that enveloped everyone. Even so, Gu Zhong and the others still felt a great pressure. It can't really be the demon master, right? At this moment, even Shaoqing was shocked. He was the disciple of the old tortoise. Who was the old tortoise? He was the son of the invincible ancient demon emperor, the Tai Huang. His background was terrifying. All these years in the heaven realm, Shaoqing had fought with the old tortoise and made a name for himself. He was known as the invincible Shaoqing dragon. Back then, when they fought with the old tortoise, they encountered an unimaginably strong enemy. In a demon's den, they encountered a demon master that was still breathing. Although the old tortoise had the Tai Huang seal and was on the verge of death, the old tortoise was still breathing and had lived for countless years. Even such a demon master could fight with the old tortoise endlessly, forcing the old tortoise to use the Tai Huang seal before finally killing the demon master. Shaoqing witnessed that battle, so he knew how terrifying the demon master was. The demon master was an existence that dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tai Huang seal. Even if he wasn't a demon sovereign, he wasn't far from it. Human, you can go and die now. This body of yours belongs to your demon now. The ancient demon soul had its eyes on Gu Fei's body. The ancient demon soul could sense the strength of Gu Fei's chaotic martial body. This was definitely a top-notch cauldron. If he used this cauldron to nourish the demon soul, he might really be able to reconstruct the ultimate demon body in the future. It wasn't impossible to forcefully reconstruct the ultimate demon body now, but the reconstructed demon body was far from the ultimate demon body. Rumble, at that moment, the gigantic demon shadow made of endless demon chi moved. A demon hand slapped down at Gu Fei from the sky. The demon chi was vast and mighty. In the palm of the demon hand, a demon inscription appeared faintly, emitting a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. You're just a small demon soul. Do you really think you're the demon master? Gu Fei said indifferently. Then, a purple light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. An incomparably strong spiritual energy was emitted from the purple light. Bzzz, the air vibrated. The purple light turned into a purple sword of Tao. The Tao inscriptions on it interweaved and gathered the power of the great Tao. Then, the sword of Tao shot up into the sky and pierced through the demon hand that was slapping down from the sky. This is seeing Gu Fei use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword secret technique. The ancient demon soul was clearly shocked. He never thought that he would encounter such a secret technique. Roar, you're the Tao ancestor's successor. You deserve to die even more. The ancient demon soul was incomparably ferocious. 9 demon inscriptions appeared faintly in the demon chi. A demonic might that caused the heavens to tremble erupted. Whoosh! At that moment, the primordial spirit sword secret technique pierced through the demon hand. Then it slashed into the layers of demon chi, wanting to destroy the ancient demon soul. Originally, Gu Fei's primordial spirit had already turned into the embryo of the path, and then fused with the celestial sovereign's body. It was impossible for Gu Fei to use the primordial spirit sword secret technique. However, Gu Fei's spiritual soul was extremely powerful. Although he didn't have the power of his primordial spirit, he could use the power of his spiritual soul to activate this secret technique. The 9 secrets of the immortal path created by the Tao ancestor were truly heaven-defying. They could be called invincible divine techniques of the immortal path. It really is the primordial spirit sword secret technique. The ancient demon soul screamed. Demonic chi surged, and the 9 demon inscriptions flew towards the purple divine sword of the great Tao. He wanted to use the power of the demonic path to destroy it. The great Tao sword secret technique vibrated. The purple sword light spread out in all directions like waves, drowning the 9 demon inscriptions in the sword light. After all, the ancient demon soul was too weak. If the mysterious person who had attacked He Tian hadn't died, the ancient demon soul would still be sealed in the mysterious person's spiritual soul. This ancient demon soul had just broken free. Even if he really was the ancient demon ancestor, he wouldn't be able to defy the heavens and restore his invincible battle power in a short time. Moreover, the primordial spirit sword secret technique was the nemesis of the ancient demon soul. Roar. The ancient demon soul roared. The demonic chi retreated like the tide. In the blink of an eye, it had all retreated into a tall figure. This was a great demon. He had a human body, but a bull's head. This was the head of the Bull Demon clan, a powerful demons from the ancient demon clan. He really rebuilt his body. Gu Fei put away the primordial spirit sword secret technique. He looked at the bull demon that was surrounded by demonic chi. A powerful demonic power came from the bull demon. So it's a bull demon, Gu Fei said disdainfully. When the bull demon heard this, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He was forced to rebuild his body prematurely. This wasn't his original intention. However, the other party had a secret technique, like the primordial spirit sword secret technique. If he didn't rebuild his body, he would be in great danger. If his devil soul was slashed by the primordial spirit sword secret technique, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. He would have to recuperate for countless years before he could come out again. The Bull Demon clan. At this moment, some of the ancient sages in the sky were extremely shocked. They hadn't expected that the demons that had disappeared for countless years and were thought to have been wiped out would appear once more. The chaos back then was simply too terrifying. Some of the stronger races were wiped out. Even those superpowers that had existed for countless years were the same. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and closed in on the bull demon. A powerful pressure erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. Seems like I've underestimated you. It was only at this moment that the bull demon realized that this human before him wasn't simple at all. His physical body state was extremely tyrannical and seemed to be extremely similar to the body training technique that was created by that person of the human race. Gu Fei punched out with a simple punch. There was no blinding chi gale, nor was there any energy ripples that burst forth like a flood. Even though it seemed like a casual punch, in the eyes of the bull demon, it was far from ordinary. This single punch of the other party had already conformed with the laws of the heaven and earth, bringing forth the power of the great Tao. A punch, as such, wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. This human's understanding of the great Tao must have reached an extremely high state by now. The bull demon punched out as well. His gigantic fist met Gu Fei's fist head-on. On the surface of his fist, a series of demonic marks appeared. Bam! Kacha! The two fists collided with one another. Thereafter, a bone-chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. Gu Fei's going to be in for it. Some of the ancient sages did not think highly of Gu Fei's chances. They thought that Gu Fei's arm had been shattered by the bull demon. One had to know that even though the physique of the bull demon race wasn't the strongest amongst the demons, it wasn't the weakest either. Compared to the human race, the physical body state of the demons was definitely way stronger than that of the human race. However, something that had everyone's jaws dropping happened. Gu Fei's fist was perfectly fine, while the bull demon's fist was a mess of blood and flesh. Even his forearm was bent at a weird angle. Sure. Just then, Gu Fei's left hand had already pierced into the chest of the bull demon. With that, an extremely powerful force burst forth from his left hand. Boom. Chapter 2268. On the surface, the ox demon seemed to be extremely powerful. Its demonic might was enough to crush the heavens and the earth. However, when it really fought against Gu Fei, it could not withstand a single blow. You want to escape? Gu Fei attacked forcefully, directly shattering the ox demon's newly reconstructed demonic body. The ox demon's demonic soul had no choice but to fly up into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, Gu Fei would not let it escape so easily. He stretched out his hand, and a giant hand of chaos appeared, grabbing at the ox demon's demonic soul. "How dare you? As long as I recover 1,000th of my previous cultivation, I will be able to kill you 1,000,000 times over." The demonic soul roared. Although the ox demon's demonic soul was strong, it was not enough in front of Gu Fei. No matter how strong the demonic soul was, if it was cut by the primordial spirit sword, it would be in danger of being destroyed. In the past, the ox demon had suffered from such a secret technique and almost died. Only a remnant soul had managed to escape. This remnant soul had been nourished for countless years before gradually recovering. The demon was afraid. It did not want to experience the pain of having its demonic soul torn apart again. Buzz. The space shook. The ancient demon's soul used its supreme demonic powers. The 9 demonic patterns intertwined, creating a spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. A powerful demonic aura spread out from the depths of the spatial passageway. Shrill demonic howls seemed to ring out in the air. It was as if countless demons were howling. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Inside, there were groups of demons dancing wildly. This shocked everyone. The demons' methods were too incredible. Just as the ancient demon's soul pierced through the void and created a passageway, the giant hand of chaos in the sky had already slammed down. The powerful shockwaves caused the spatial passageway to collapse. The giant hand of chaos unleashed a powerful force that sealed off all directions, cutting off all paths of retreat for the ancient demon's soul. This time, the ancient demon's soul could not help but be shocked. His opponent was far more powerful than he had imagined. His opponent had easily cut off his escape routes. "Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish." The ancient demon's soul was both shocked and angry. The 9 demonic patterns rushed up, intertwining to form a demonic diagram that suppressed the giant hand of chaos in the sky. Rumble, Gu Fei's chaos hand was shaking, and the chaos Dao patterns contained in the chaos hand were showing signs of collapsing. The devil Dao power that was spreading out from the devil diagram was too powerful. However, just as the ancient demon soul was resisting Gu Fei's chaotic hand with all its might, Gu Fei had already taken a step forward and appeared in front of the ancient demon soul in an instant. The ancient demon soul was extremely shocked. It quickly tried to escape and put some distance between it and Gu Fei. However, at this moment, Gu Fei had already made his move. The primordial soul Dao sword rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly sliced through the void. With just one strike, the ancient demon soul was cut in half. Roar! The ancient devil soul roared angrily. He was almost going crazy. The ancient devil soul that had just recovered was once again heavily injured. This made him want to eat Gu Fei's flesh and drink Gu Fei's blood. The ancient demon soul that had been cut in half by the primordial soul Dao sword barely managed to fuse back together. However, the soul ripples that the ancient demon soul emitted became weaker. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was seriously injuring the ancient demon soul, there was a sudden loud sound in the sky. The chaos hand pressed down, and the 9 demonic patterns collapsed. It was impossible to block it. Bang! The chaos hand pressed down on the ancient demon soul. Endless demonic chi dissipated, and the ancient demon soul was directly shattered by the chaos hand. Then, it reformed in the void in the distance. A type of devil, Dao, mystique similar to the Ascension's secret technique. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This demon had actually mastered such a mystique. However, This mystique was very different from the Ascension's secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The Ascension's secret technique could allow one to instantly recover to their peak state. Even if one's spiritual soul was severely injured, it would recover to its peak state. However, this demon's mystique did not have this ability. After his devil soul was shattered by the Chaos Hand, his devil soul became even weaker. Damn it! The ancient demon soul was both shocked and angry. At this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword slashed down again. The primordial spirit Dao sword was the nemesis of all spiritual bodies. The ancient demon soul naturally knew this. He quickly transformed into a beam of demonic light and rushed into the sky, dodging the primordial spirit Dao sword. You can't escape. Gu Fei's tone was still very calm. He used his extreme speed 8 steps and chased after the ancient demon soul. At this time, everyone watching the battle from afar was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was really a mess. He was actually chasing after the demon ancestor. There was no doubt that this was the ancient demon soul of the demon ancestor level. The ancient demon soul transformed into a beam of light and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei's extreme speed 8 steps was not to be trifled with. The 2 strong cultivators, one in front and one behind, disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei chased the ancient demon soul for tens of thousands of miles, all the way into the depths of the chaotic world. Countless chaotic species fled in fear. In the end, Gu Fei chased the ancient demon soul to the exit of a chaotic world. Only then did he completely destroy the ancient demon soul. The exit of the chaotic world was actually connected to the demon realm. This discovery shocked Gu Fei greatly. It turned out that not only could humans enter the chaotic world, but demons could as well. Endless demonic lines formed a spatial tunnel. The demonic power was vast, and there were some powerful demons guarding this tunnel. When they saw Gu Fei chasing the ancient demon soul, they all attacked Gu Fei. However, they were all killed by Gu Fei. Roar! A demonic roar came from the space channel of the demon race, causing the entire space channel to shake. It was as if a terrifying demon was about to cross over. However, that demon seemed to have encountered trouble on the other side of the tunnel. It did not cross over, but its demonic aura was many times stronger than the ancient demon soul from before. This Gu Fei stood before the demon's tunnel and felt the demonic aura on the other side. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could there be a real demon ancestor on the other side? Soon, some ancient sages arrived. When they saw this, they were dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a long time. What's going on? Can demons also enter the chaotic world? An ancient sage exclaimed. It has to be said that the chaotic world was discovered by the human race. In the distant past, the supreme experts of the human race had opened up a tunnel to the chaotic world. Ever since the passage to the chaos world was built, this chaos world had become a training ground for the human race. No one had ever discovered that the demon race could also enter this chaos world. Chapter 2269. The sudden appearance of the demon's passageway in the chaos world made the various factions very nervous. It seemed that the demons had already grasped the way to enter and exit the chaos world. Gu Fei did not barge into the demon's passageway. He merely stood in the distance and carefully observed it before retreating. During this time, no powerful demons came out of the demon's passageway. For Gu Fei, it did not matter whether the demons appeared in the chaos world or not. However, for the various factions, this matter was no small matter. Some of the ancient sages did not retreat. They monitored the demon's passageway from afar. Several hours after Gu Fei retreated, something strange finally happened in the demon's passageway. powerful demonic aura began to surge out of the demon's passageway, a demonic aura that caused all living beings to tremble across the boundary. It was vast and mighty in this part of the world, intimidating all living beings. Even the ancient sages felt their hearts palpitate. What's going on? Is there really a demon ancestor at the other end of the passageway? The ancient sages were extremely shocked. The news had already spread, and the various factions would soon react. No one wanted the demons to enter the chaos world en masse. After all, the demons were the greatest enemy of all living beings. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, he had already returned to the Divine Mountain and reunited with everyone. At this time, He Tian had also walked out of his inner world. His temperament had changed greatly, and he had become a saint. He Tian's body was surrounded by the aura of the divine path. Every movement he made had an indescribable aura of the great Tao. This was the aura that a saint should have. Oh well, hey, I didn't think you would be one step faster than me. In a pavilion on the Divine Mountain, Shaoqing raised his cup to congratulate He Tian. He Tian had become a saint. This was something worth celebrating. Everyone set up a banquet in the pavilion. They sat around a large table, and the ingredients on the table were not ordinary. Inside Gu Fei's inner world, there was no lack of divine medicines. The 1,000-year red fruit, which was only the size of an adult's thumb, and the humanoid 10,000-year treasure ginseng were just some supplementary ingredients. The true treasure was the great desolate divine ape that Gu Fei had killed that day. It was a true saint beast, and its flesh contained an enormous amount of Saint Tao essence. Last time, when Gu Fei was refining the precious medicine, there was still some divine ape meat left. Gu Fei refined the rest of the divine ape's meat and roasted it. Everyone present had a portion, and the fragrance of the meat made everyone's mouths water. The flesh and blood of this kind of holy beast contained a powerful saint-level aura. If Gu Fei hadn't refined it, no one would have been able to withstand this kind of aura. Big brother, this is the flesh and blood of a saint beast. Although Shaoqing had heard that Gu Fei had killed a great desolate divine ape, he did not expect Gu Fei to use the flesh of such a sacred beast as food. Even though he had followed the old tortoise for so many years, he had never eaten the flesh of a sacred beast. The flesh of a sacred beast was even more precious than divine medicines. The flesh and blood of a sacred beast contained saint-level essence qi. Even if an immortal ate a mouthful of it, his body would probably explode from the saint-level essence qi. This kind of flesh and blood divine medicine did not have much effect on saint-level living beings, but it was miraculous for advanced stage saint-level cultivators. Although it could not make an advanced stage saint-level cultivator directly become a saint, the saint-level essence qi in the flesh of a sacred beast could cleanse the marrow of an advanced stage saint-level cultivator in advance and lay a solid foundation for becoming a saint. Thank you, big brother. He Tian said emotionally. He knew that Gu Fei was a very generous person to his own people, and he was even willing to share the flesh of such a sacred beast with everyone. Everyone present was very grateful to Gu Fei. I'm going to dig in. At this time, Zhong Liming had already started eating. However, she only took a small bite before she stopped. Her nose and mouth were inhaling and exhaling divine light, and the meat in her mouth turned into a stream of pure energy that entered her body. It was quickly absorbed by her body. Soon, rays of divine light appeared on Zhong Liming's body, and there were indistinct Tao runes. Zhong Liming directly sat cross-legged, circulated her mysterious technique, and entered a state of cultivation. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Could a small bite of the sacred beast's meat give Zhong Liming an epiphany? At this time, Everyone did not hesitate and started eating. Those with weaker cultivations could only take a small bite, or 2 or 3 bites. Only those at the advanced stage, saint level, could finish the meat in front of them. Of course, those who did not finish eating would not waste it, and they carefully stored the rest of the sacred beast's meat away. This sacred beast's meat was incomparably precious, and it was not easy to eat it. No one would waste such a divine item, and they carefully stored it away to enjoy in the future. At this time, the iron-blood Taoist and Shaoqing stood up to bid farewell to Gu Fei after eating the sacred beast's meat, and walked out of the pavilion. They could feel that they were about to take that step. The others either walked out of the pavilion and returned to their cultivation grounds, or sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated their mysterious techniques to refine the essence of the sacred beast's meat. Only Gu Fei and He Tian were drinking with each other. "Boss, I want to leave for a while." He Tian wanted to say something, but in the end, he still said this. "You want to leave?" Gu Fei was a little surprised. "Yes, I have some things I need to retrieve," He Tian said as he put down his wine glass. "Could it be that your memories—" Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something as he stared at the black sky. "Yes, the memories that were sealed in the depths of my soul have finally returned." He Tian sighed and said, "At this time, his eyes became deep, giving off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. Only someone who had experienced countless things would have such a temperament." "All right, you can go now," Gu Fei said. Everyone had secrets that they didn't want to talk about. Since He Tian didn't want to say what it was, Gu Fei wouldn't ask further. "Thank you, boss." He Tian was a little emotional. They were brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. Gu Fei's trust in He Tian touched He Tian. This was what true brothers were like. "When are you leaving?" Gu Fei asked. "Well, tomorrow. You don't have to send me off. I'll look for you after I'm done." He Tian said, "All right." Gu Fei didn't say anything else. In the end, both he and He Tian seemed to be drunk. This was an immortal brew brewed from countless divine medicines. Just a small cup was enough to make immortals and gods drunk. But for saints, this wine wasn't intoxicating. For Gu Fei and He Tian, it wasn't the wine that intoxicated them, but themselves. The next day, He Tian left. He didn't alarm anyone. He wanted to retrieve some things that belonged to him. When he returned, the entire world would probably tremble. After my Tian left, the divine mountain fell silent. Everyone was cultivating, wanting to increase their cultivation and power as much as they could in a short period of time. Chapter 2270. A silhouette appeared outside the sacred mountain. It was a man shrouded in purple qi. It was impossible to see his true appearance, but the man emitted a powerful pressure that shook the entire heaven and earth. Inside the gate of the holy mountain, a few members of the Meng family were terrified to the extreme. The pressure from that man was so strong that it made their souls tremble. Who dares to behave atrociously here? A loud roar was heard from the mountainside. A strong figure appeared on a boulder on the mountainside, looking out into the void beyond the divine mountain. Humph! The person in the sky snorted coldly. Then the person on the mountain groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards. At that moment, a figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder at the peak of the God Mountain opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, the figure on the mountain peak disappeared. The main character has finally appeared, the mysterious man in the sky muttered to himself. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious man, as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Crepe Myrtle Star's G-Clan. The person who appeared in front of the mysterious man was Gu Fei. He could tell with one look that the aura of this person was very similar to the aura of the Ji clan members he had killed earlier. The mysterious man did not expect Yi Futian to be able to see through his background in one look. This made him feel somewhat passive. Why are you here? Gu Fei did not want to waste his breath on this person, so he asked directly, "Hand over Ji Changkong." That person said these words. The Ji clan was very good at tracking their enemies. When the elder of the Ji clan was chasing after Ji Changkong, he left a secret mark along the way. This was a unique method of the Ji clan. Only the people of the Ji clan could see the mark. The mark left by the elder of the Ji clan pointed to this sacred mountain. In other words, Ji Changkong should be on this sacred mountain. This time, he would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. Are all the people of the Ji clan so arrogant? Gu Fei was a little unhappy. The other party actually used a commanding tone to speak to him. "Humph, I had wanted to leave your corpse intact, but now it seems that there's no need for that." The mysterious man said coldly, as if he had already defeated Gu Fei. "Cut the crap." After saying that, Gu Fei threw a punch at the purple figure in front of him. The powerful fist force shook the void, causing the void to tremble. "Kill!" The mysterious person shouted and threw a punch to meet Gu Fei's fist. This guy is crazy. He actually dares to fight against Gu Fei head-on. In the distant sky, some ancient sages were shocked when they saw this scene. It must be known that the strength of Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was comparable to that of a pure-blooded savage beast of the great wilderness. Under the watchful eyes of some of the ancient sages, the two fists rapidly approached each other before smashing together. In that instant, a large area of the void collapsed. An extremely terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Buzz. The void trembled. Divine runes appeared on the sacred mountain. The divine runes interweaved to form an incomparably huge light barrier, enveloping the entire sacred mountain. The mighty destructive force was repelled by the light barrier that emerged from the divine mountain, so the divine mountain was not affected in the slightest. The two figures quickly separated. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. The other party could actually fight against him head-on. The other party's physical body was also incomparably strong, not much inferior to his. "Who are you? Why are you protecting Ji Changkong?" The mysterious person shrouded in purple gas seemed to be even more shocked than Gu Fei. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless because his opponent was very strong. One must know that his constitution was definitely the #1 constitution on the ancestral Myrtle star. It was so strong that it could make all his enemies feel fear. However, in this chaotic world, an opponent who could withstand a punch from him had actually appeared, and it was truly a surprise to him. I didn't think that after 10,000 years, an unbounded battle physique would appear on the ancestral Myrtle star. A voice rang out from the sacred mountain. A figure appeared at the peak of the sacred mountain. "You are Ji Changkong," the mysterious person said. You look." At this moment, Ji Changkong, who was on the peak of the sacred mountain, suddenly became extremely shocked. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Ji Changkong cultivated a special divine ability that could see through all illusions. This was a great technique of the Ji clan. It was slightly better than He Tian's yin-yang godly eye. One must know that the Ji clan of the ancestral Myrtle star had once produced an extreme Tao supremacy. This ancient technique was said to have been created by the supremacy ancestor of the Ji clan. "You can actually see through my protective Tao power? Could it be that you have cultivated that great technique?" The mysterious person was very shocked. "What is your relationship with that person?" Ji Changkong's voice trembled. He was not afraid, but angry. His eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Seems like my father made an unnecessary move back then. How could a piece of trash like you be a match for him? The person said disdainfully. When Ji Changkong heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Back then, if he had not been plotted against by that person, he would have already become the current clan leader of the Ji clan. How could he be stranded here, thinking about how to survive every day? He was originally a proud son of heaven, yet he ended up like this. This caused Ji Changkong to go crazy. Master, please don't harm this guy's life. Leave him to me. In the near future, I will ruthlessly trample on this father and son. Ji Changkong pleaded to Gu Fei, colluding with outsiders and plotting to harm your clansmen. Ji Changkong, you have already violated the rules of the clan. Quickly come and receive your death. The mysterious person was high and mighty. His tone was incomparably arrogant. And you must die too. The mysterious person pointed at Gu Fei and said, "Ha!" Gu Fei laughed. Ever since he became a sage, no one dared to speak to him like this. This person really thought that he was undefeatable in the world. Little bastard, you are really too inexperienced. Even if your father came, he would not dare to be so impudent in front of my master. Ji Changkong said, "Humph, humph, the former saint of the Ji clan has actually become someone else's slave. What a disgrace to our Ji clan." That mysterious person laughed coldly. What's the point of saying so much? If you want to fight, let's fight. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly punched towards that mysterious person. A strong chaotic energy condensed on his fist, and 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. Chaotic Body. Chapter 2271. The ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle was one of the 5 known ancestral lands of the human realm. It had an incomparably glorious past. 2 supreme physiques had once appeared on this planet. The ultimate body and the chaotic body were 2 types of supreme physiques. When the ultimate body was cultivated to the realm of completion, one's physical strength would be extremely powerful. Even without using any spells or techniques, one would still be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme. The chaotic body was the only physique that could contend with the ultimate body. When the chaotic body reached the realm of completion, it would also possess the might of a supreme. Once these 2 physiques reached the realm of completion, one would be able to compete with a supreme and become a supreme. However, since ancient times, the ultimate body and the chaotic body had only appeared once in the human race. Now, another ultimate body had appeared on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. What shocked Ji Fan the most was that he actually encountered the chaotic body in the chaotic world. At this time, Gu Fei punched out. Chaotic chi surged, and 9 primordial chaotic runes appeared on his fist, drawing in the power of the chaotic great Tao. Chaotic essence gathered from all directions. In this chaotic family, Gu Fei was like a chaotic god of war from ancient times. Just one punch was enough to shake the entire world. The chaotic body is naturally close to chaotic essence. So that's how it is. Ji Fan's ultimate body shook. He was very confident and also punched out. 9 nearly invisible runes appeared. This punch of his also drew in the power of the great Tao. The ultimate body was a type of supreme physique. It could smelt all Taos and turn them into its ultimate form. It could be said that the ultimate body was invincible to a certain extent. This was the terror of the ultimate body. It could smelt all Taos and transform them into great techniques for its own use. Its body was like a super black hole that could devour everything. All rivers run into the sea. The ultimate body was very powerful, but it had encountered the chaotic body. This forced Ji Fan to take it seriously. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Rumble, it was like two ancient saints were fighting. The two fists hadn't even collided yet, but the entire world was already shaking from the collision of the two supreme forces. Streaks of primordial Tao patterns appeared and then dissipated. The power of the great Tao clashed, suppressing the great Tao of heaven and earth. The two fists had yet to collide, but they already had such power. This shocked all the spectators to the extreme. I didn't expect this little bastard to have the limitless holy body. On the divine mountain, Ji Chongkong was incomparably shocked. The everlasting holy body, that was the ultimate holy body. When cultivated to great perfection, it would be a heaven-defying existence that could compete with primes. Boom! The two fists collided together, and the world was pierced through. Two figures were moving rapidly. So what if you have the chaotic body? Ji-Fan, will kill you all the same. Ji-Fan roared angrily. He was extremely domineering as he confronted Gu Fei head-on. His entire body shone with divine light, and there were more than a dozen auras of the great path resonating within him. This was the limitless body. It could contain the great Tao of others and nourish it with its own body, turning it into its own great Tao. This kind of heaven-defying divine ability could only be grasped by the limitless body. Good heavens! Gu Fei sensed the dozen or so auras of the great path in his opponent's body and couldn't help but be shocked. This person was not simple and could even be considered heaven-defying. Rumble, the great path, resonated. Every time Ji-Fan punched, he could activate the nourishing power of the great path in his body. That was the power of the saint level, with more than a dozen saint-level powers gathered together. The power that erupted was absolutely shocking. Other than the limitless body, there was probably no one else who could control such power. Bang! Boom! The figures of Gu Fei and Ji-Fan kept flashing in the air. Every time they flashed, they would clash head-on. In the sky above, the void was constantly pierced through. These two, in the distant sky, some of the startled ancient saints were dumbfounded. They were too strong. The combat power that Gu Fei and Jiang Fan displayed had already surpassed these ancient saints. These two could really be compared to the ancient gods. Boom! Gu Fei's right leg swept towards Ji-Fan's waist like a divine whip. There was a sonic boom in the air, and the powerful pressure caused the air to explode. Bang! Ji-Fan blocked Gu Fei's right leg with his knee, and then his right hand turned into a divine blade, slashing at Gu Fei's neck. The blade, aura cut through the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei extended his hand and pressed forward. Chaotic patterns of the great path appeared in his palm, and an extremely powerful chaotic power froze the void. The powerful chaotic power shattered the blade aura that Ji-Fan sent out, and then went for Ji-Fan's chest. Humph! Ji-Fan snorted coldly. In the next moment, a powerful thunder power burst from his body, and countless purple lightning bolts rushed out of his body. This was a great art of the immortal path, known as the Violet Heaven Thunder. The purple lightning power tore through the void, breaking through the sealing power that came from Gu Fei's hand. Ji-Fan rushed out. Kill! Ji-Fan roared. He activated the great path of thunder in his body. It was a power of the great path that he had obtained after killing a saint who cultivated the great path of thunder. He used his infinite holy body to nourish the power of the great path of thunder, making this power much more powerful than the original saint of purple heaven. 9 streaks of purple lightning turned into runes and appeared on Ji-Fan's body. They then turned into 9 streaks of purple lightning that blasted towards Gu Fei. The destructive power was vast and mighty. Gu Fei rushed up, allowing the 9 bolts of lightning to hit him. He ignored the attack of the Violet Heaven Thunder, and a purple lightning enveloped him in an instant. However, his body only trembled slightly, and the purple lightning that enveloped him was completely dispersed. What a powerful chaotic body! Ji-Fan was not surprised. The chaotic body should be this powerful, or it would not have been able to compete with supreme cultivators. Of course, it was not easy to train such a body to the great achievement level. It seemed that even the previous chaotic body had not been able to make it that far. If the infinite holy body and the chaotic holy body could be trained to the great achievement level, they would become the most powerful beings apart from supreme cultivators. They would not be supreme cultivators, but they would be able to compete with them. However, reaching that level was not easy at all. It was just like attaining the fruit of the great path, which was extremely difficult. I want your great path of chaos. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more excited Ji-Fan was. If he could obtain more of Gu Fei's great Tao of primal chaos, wouldn't he be able to fuse the two supreme physiques of primal chaos and peerless Tao, becoming the strongest expert since the beginning of time? Ji-Fan was extremely excited at the thought, and his eyes sparkled. Humph, do you think you can have it? Chapter 2272. The Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star had an infinite constitution, which was enough to make the other factions despair. In the future, no one would be able to shake the Ji clan. As the son of the current Ji clan master, Ji-Fan was blessed by the heavens. Moreover, he was born with an infinite constitution, so the elders of the Ji clan had decided that he would be the next clan master. The fact that the Ji clan could control the entire ancestral star was enough to show how powerful it was. There were many factions in the Ji clan. Generally speaking, it could be divided into three main branches. The clan master's reign did not last forever. Every 10,000 years, there would be a clan member challenging the current clan master. As long as someone could defeat the current clan master, they would be able to replace him. At this time, the current clan master of the Ji clan had been in power for 8,000 years. There were still 2,000 years left. During this time, Ji-Fan had enough time to grow. The facts were enough to prove that, with the infinite constitution, Ji-Fan did not need 2,000 years to stand out. With his own strength, he swept away the entire younger generation of the Ji clan. Among the entire younger generation of the Ji clan, no one could compete with him for the position of clan master. This time, when the chaotic world reopened, Ji-Fan did not think too much. He directly entered the chaotic world, where danger lurked everywhere, and cultivated the infinite constitution. He underwent his tribulation in a very special place, so it did not cause much of a commotion. In fact, no one even knew that he had become a saint. After becoming a saint, Ji-Fan should have left and returned to the Ji clan of the Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star. However, his Tao protector discovered Ji Changkong's whereabouts and chased after him. That Ji clan elder was unlucky and encountered Gu Fei. Thus, tragedy befell him. Ji-Fan followed the mark left behind by the elder, who helped him protect the Tao. He followed it all the way to the vicinity of the Divine Mountain where Gu Fei was. He discovered that Ji Changkong was on the Divine Mountain. Thus, Ji-Fan and Gu Fei were destined to fight. Rumble, two shocking forces collided. Divine runes of the great Tao appeared on Ji-Fan's body. Each rune emitted the powerful aura of a saint. Why does this guy have the aura of Old Man Zixiao? In the distant sky, an ancient saint was incomparably shocked. The 9 purple lightning runes on Ji-Fan's body were the purple heaven lightning runes cultivated by ancient Saint Zixiao. That's ancient Saint Lai Hua's power. Someone exclaimed. On Ji-Fan's body, there were 9 Tao patterns formed by divine flames. Some ancient sages recognized this power. I heard that someone is hunting down an ancient sage. Could it be that lad? The power ripples emanating from Ji-Fan's body were too strange. There seemed to be more than a dozen different powers of the Great Path on his body. How could this be? The strangeness of Ji-Fan's body caused everyone to be in disbelief. There were more than a dozen different powers of the Great Path on one person's body. Could it be the legendary physique? An ancient saint from the Myrtle ancestral star seemed to have noticed something, but he couldn't be sure. After all, in the history of the Myrtle ancestral star, such a physique had only appeared once. Smelting the myriad Taos of heaven and earth, what kind of divine ability is this? Gu Fei said as he fought against Ji-Fan. He could already tell that this fellow was actually using his own body to nourish the 9 Tao patterns of the other saints. This was simply too heaven-defying. It was equivalent to the power of more than 10 saints converging on this fellow's body. Humph, this isn't a divine ability, it's a talent. Ji-Fan said. The other party didn't know about his physique. That was good. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. Knowing the actual situation of the other party was definitely an advantage for him. However, Ji-Fan didn't know that Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was already different from what he thought it was. Talent? You mean this physique of yours? As Gu Fei said this, his right fist collided with Ji-Fan's left palm. There was a muffled sound, and the two quickly separated before charging forward again. You shouldn't be from the Myrtle ancestral star. Why offend the entire Ji clan for Ji Chongkong? Ji-Fan said. Gu Fei was the strongest saint he had ever met after he became a saint. It was impossible for him to kill this person in a short period of time. Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess were not any weaker than his. On the Myrtle ancestral star, Ji-Fan was definitely a genius. He could get whatever he wanted. The huge Ji clan provided him with endless cultivation resources. The Ji clan controlled the entire Myrtle ancestral star. They had divine medicines and materials. Ji-Fan didn't lack anything. He could cultivate in peace. Moreover, Ji-Fan wasn't the kind of person who was content with the status quo. Every once in a while, he would undergo a trial and enter the desolate lands to hunt for wild beasts. His battle experience was no less than Gu Fei's. What a joke! Ji Chongkong is my man now. If you want to kill him, you will offend me first. Gu Fei said. Swoosh, swoosh. The two figures moved quickly. They were so fast that even saints could only catch a glimpse of them disappearing in an instant. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Ji-Fan also cultivated an extremely fast movement skill. This kind of movement skill was no weaker than his 8 desolation steps. Encountering such an opponent made Gu Fei's blood boil. This was a rare opponent. He couldn't help but get serious. Chaotic sky engulfing hand. Gu Fei suddenly stopped and pressed his right hand towards Ji-Fan. Rumble. Boundless chaotic chi surged, and a supreme force appeared in the sky. A chaotic hand rushed out, emitting a terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens. It slammed towards Ji-Fan. Everlasting transformation. Ji-Fan waved his hands, and a circle of energy ripples spread out from his hands. Transparent ripples of the void that could be seen with the naked eye enveloped Gu Fei's chaos hand. A shocking scene unfolded. The primal chaos hand that Gu Fei had unleashed was dissipating. The primal chaos energy was rapidly dissipating and dissipating into the void. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. His opponent's great art was somewhat similar to the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the returning truth secret art. However, Gu Fei knew that his opponent's great technique was fundamentally different from the returning truth secret technique. His opponent's great technique should be a killing technique that he had cultivated himself, and it corresponded to his physique. Only someone with a constitution that could refine a myriad of daos could cultivate such a killing art. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly arrived above Ji Fan's head. Then he stomped down, and a ferocious force surged under his feet. At this moment, Ji Fan had completely nullified Gu Fei's heaven-covering chaotic hand. Everlasting Transformation. Chapter 2273. Ji Fan was extremely powerful and was a nature-defying existence on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. He was not inferior to Gu Fei in any aspect, and the Ji clan had even produced a supreme before. His physique was not inferior to Gu Fei's, and his battle prowess was comparable to that of a king of saints. Such an existence was enough to become Gu Fei's greatest competitor. Gu Fei was only half a step away from the king of saints. Although he felt that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a king of saints, he did not trigger the heavenly tribulation of a king of saints. It was the same for Ji Fan. His cultivation was the same as Gu Fei's. His infinite holy body was so powerful that even if his opponent was a saint king, he would be able to fight it out endlessly without losing. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. Ji Fan cast a great technique, and the great path of the world seemed to be disintegrated by his power. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was the terror of the holy body. Ji Fan's entire person seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring the power of the great path of the world, and completely disintegrated the terrifying power of destruction coming from under Gu Fei's feet. Your physique. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. He had cast the 8 kill steps, but his opponent was almost undefeatable and could completely disintegrate all the power of the great path of the world. No matter how strong you are, I am invincible, Ji Fan said. At this time, he was extremely calm. The holy body of the holy body was originally so nature-defying. When this kind of physique was cultivated to the great success realm, even if one was not a supreme, he would be able to compete with a supreme. Once he became a supreme, he would definitely be the strongest among the supreme. Humph, you boast shamelessly. Do you really think that you are invincible just because your physique is nature-defying? What a joke. You should know that there have been some supreme in history who originally had very ordinary qualifications, but they still became supreme. Gu Fei said disdainfully, in his opinion, so what if one's physique was nature-defying? If one did not have an invincible heart, even if one had the holy body or the chaotic body, they could still be defeated by others. Ha! Now I will defeat you and trample you beneath my feet. Ji Fan laughed and rushed towards Gu Fei. The power of 10,000 everlasting transformations spread out, enveloping the entire space. Even the divine mountain in the distance was affected. The runes on the divine mountain dimmed, and the power gathered by the great formation was devoured. What a terrifying physique! On the divine mountain, Ji Chongkong was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. This Ji Fan was much more powerful than his ruthless old man. But so what? If he could become a saint, even if the opponent had the infinite holy body, he would still kill him. If it wasn't for this guy's father plotting against him back then, he would have become the leader of the Ji family long ago. A beautiful figure appeared in Ji Chongkong's mind. That was his only hope of surviving for 10,000 years. He wanted to live to see her again. When they parted that year, she seemed to be pregnant. I hate it. Ji Chongkong clenched his teeth. When he thought of this, he almost went crazy. Perhaps even Ji Fan's father would never have imagined that Ji Chongkong would hate him so much. I'm invincible. Gu Fei directly rushed towards Ji Fan. In an instant, even the power of 10,000 everlasting transformations could not dispel the martial power on his body. His entire body was filled with a vast chaotic aura. It was like a chaotic divine fire jumping around. The powerful pressure caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Although he was not a true Saint King, his battle prowess had already reached that level. 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body and sealed everything, making it difficult for Ji Fan's 10,000 everlasting transformations to dispel his martial power. Ji Fan could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Ji Changkong's master was too amazing. Ever since he became a saint, this was the first time he had encountered a power of the great path that he could not dispel. Bam! Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of an ancient chaotic god. He directly punched out. The powerful power did not rush out from his fist. Instead, it condensed on his fist. Even so, the void in front of his fist still shook and then collapsed. The powerful fist force directly pierced through the void and broke through Ji Fan's 10,000 everlasting transformations. Seeing Gu Fei's fist directly coming towards him, Ji Fan was really shocked. Gu Fei's power did not rush out from his body at all. His 10,000 everlasting transformations technique was useless. Could this guy be a natural god of war? Ji Fan did not think too much. He directly rushed into the sky and dodged the punch. His opponent's talent for battle was too shocking. He had found the flaw of his great technique so quickly. However, only the chaotic body had this kind of ability, because the chaotic body's holy body was incomparably powerful. Even if they did not use great techniques, they could still fight endlessly with him. Other cultivators could not possibly have such a powerful body of the way. They would be swept away by him and would not be a match for him at all. "Where do you think you're going?" Gu Fei shouted. He directly chased after him like a shadow. His speed was even faster than before. What? Ji Fan was shocked again. Did his opponent not use his full strength before? Why did his speed suddenly increase by a lot? This made Ji Fan a little confused. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch directly at Ji Fan's head. This time, it was difficult for Ji Fan to dodge. He had already lost the initiative and could only passively fight back. Without any suspense, Ji Fan was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured, and this was difficult for him to accept. Roar! He roared angrily. The dozen or so powers of the great path nourished in his body resonated. Then all of them rushed out and turned into primordial patterns circling around his body. Rumble, the power of the great path, was mighty. More than a dozen powers of the great path appeared at the same time. The void around Ji Fan was crushed and turned into the void of chaos. Even the stable world of chaos became extremely fragile in front of Ji Fan at this time. "You deserve to die." Ji Fan was furious. His opponent had actually injured him, so he had to pay with his life. "You really talk a lot of nonsense." At this time, Gu Fei attacked again. A huge foot came down from the sky and directly stepped on Ji Fan's face, pushing him down from the sky. On the divine mountain, Ji Changkong saw this scene and felt extremely satisfied. Ji Fan fell to the ground. He roared at the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. The powerful power of the saint level was vast and mighty, and the ground was sinking. He was like a demon king who could destroy the world, extremely ferocious. His face was extremely hideous. There was a clear shoe print on it. His mouth and nose were both bleeding. "What Wuji body? It's just SOO. Once I get serious, you will still end up being abused." Gu Fei's tone was extremely calm. It was as if it was natural that he could suppress Ji Fan. Wow. Chapter 2274. Roar. Ji Fan roared into the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. Yi Fuqian was too hateful. He dared to step on Yi Fuqian's face. This was definitely a great humiliation for him. Die! Ji Fan stomped on the ground. With a rumble, the entire ground was shattered by his stomp. He soared into the sky. His entire body was surrounded by Tao patterns. He was like a peerless Tao lord as he charged towards Gu Fei. Boom! The power of the purple cloud, thunder bloomed. 9 purple cloud Tao patterns bloomed in Ji Fan's right palm. He directly activated the 9 purple cloud Tao patterns and turned them into a sea of thunder that enveloped Gu Fei. The terrifying divine path aura was vast and mighty. This purple cloud thunder represented destruction. Every Tao pattern seemed to be blooming with the light of heavenly punishment. You couldn't do it before, and you can't do it now. You're just struggling before your death. Gu Fei's voice was still calm. However, when Ji Fan heard it, he took it as contempt. If he didn't kill Yi Fuqian, he would not rest. This was a situation where he would not rest until he was dead. Is that so? A cold and cruel smile appeared at the corner of Ji Fan's mouth. At this time, the endless purple cloud thunder had already swallowed Gu Fei. Boom! At this time, a lightning Tao pattern suddenly exploded. The power that erupted instantly increased by more than 10 times. The terrifying power of destruction sent Gu Fei flying. Good, you're ruthless enough. Gu Fei was sent flying by this sudden burst of power. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Even the powerful chaotic martial body was affected. Ji Fan was extremely shocked. He didn't hesitate to explode the original Tao pattern, but it was only to injure Gu Fei and not kill him. After all, it was the self-destruction of the original Tao pattern. Of course, this Tao pattern of the purple cloud great path was taken from the purple cloud ancient saint. It was not the 9 Tao patterns that he had cultivated. Even so, self-destruction of the purple cloud great path still hurt him greatly. The great path of thunder and lightning, which was like a punishment from the heavens, was not something that just anyone could cultivate. Self-detonating the Tao pattern was equivalent to destroying one's own Tao foundation. However, this Tao pattern was not cultivated by Ji Fan. Even if he self-destructed his Tao pattern, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. He would just lose a type of great Tao power. The ultimate body could merge all paths into one body. Even if he lost the great path of purple cloud thunder, it would not harm Ji Fan's path foundation. Since he could obtain it, he could naturally give it up. Again, Gu Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, then stepped forward in the air once again, pressing towards Ji Fan. His powerful aura caused the air around him to tremble. The chaotic aura spread out for 30,000 miles. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His eyes were as bright as 2 divine suns, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. The saint-level creatures with weaker cultivations were all shaken, feeling a type of fear. It was as if they were facing an unmatched king within the saint level. No one dared to get too close to them. All of them retreated far away. The aura emanating from the 2 powerhouses was too powerful. How dare you? Ji Fan was truly enraged. He directly pounced forward. Primordial Tao patterns circled around his body, each of them bursting with destructive waves. This guy is crazy. On the Divine Mountain, Ji Chongkong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. With so many Saint-tier primordial Tao patterns exploding, not to mention Gu Fei, even Ji Fan himself would be killed. This is getting interesting. Gu Fei was not afraid. He directly stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The powerful force caused the space in front of him to be annihilated. The 8 Tao patterns formed by the power of the purple cloud thunder that rushed towards him were immediately blocked. Boom! Almost at the same time, the 8 lightning-shaped Tao patterns exploded. These were the primordial Tao patterns cultivated by the purple cloud ancient saint. One Tao pattern had already exploded before. Now, 8 Tao patterns exploded at the same time. The power that erupted was several times more destructive than the previous one. Even a true saint-level king would have to retreat from such a power. However, Gu Fei was not afraid. He directly passed through the destructive light. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared on his body. The power of the chaotic martial body was released. The powerful martial body forcibly withstood the destructive power that even a saint-level king would be shocked. This was the power produced by the self-detonation of the primordial Tao patterns. It was powerful enough to tear the space apart and destroy a part of the earth. Gu Fei suffered a great impact. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth again. Just when Ji Fan thought that Gu Fei was going to be torn apart by the power of the primordial Tao patterns, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! This fist fiercely hit the bridge of Ji Fan's nose. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ji Fan's nose was directly broken. Ji Fan screamed and was sent flying. Gu Fei's figure appeared where Ji Fan originally stood. The owner of that fist was Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up with Ji Fan. Then he stomped on Ji Fan's chest. The destructive power under his foot was vast and mighty. Bang! Crack! Gu Fei's foot stomped on Ji Fan's chest. Immediately, there was a sound of bones breaking inside Ji Fan's body. His entire chest collapsed. Wah! Ji Fan spat out blood and his broken internal organs. The primordial Tao patterns that surrounded his body could not stop Gu Fei's foot at all. Roar! Ji Fan was furious. He directly shook the power of the great Tao and forced Gu Fei back. Using your body as a cauldron to refine the great Tao, your physique might seem heaven-defying, but in my opinion, it's just SOSO. Gu Fei stopped in the air, looked at Ji Fan, and said calmly, "Buffed." When Ji Fan heard this, hot blood surged up his throat. He spat out another mouthful of blood. "Master, please leave this person to me." At this moment, on the God Mountain, Ji Changkong said to Gu Fei, "Very well." Gu Fei nodded. This Ji Changkong was not ordinary. If it was someone else, he would have asked Gu Fei to kill him already. Ji Fan was shocked and angry. At the same time, he felt extremely sullen. These two people in front of him did not even take him seriously. "You will regret this." Ji Fan stared at Gu Fei, then glanced at Ji Changkong on the God Mountain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Scram." Gu Fei did not attack again. Since Ji Changkong said to leave this person to him, then so be it. To him, since he could defeat Ji Fan now, he could defeat him again next time. Although the divine ability of the myriad Tao was terrifying, his chaotic martial body was not to be trifled with. Roar! Chapter 2275. The battle came to an end. This time, Gu Zhong, Shaoqing, and the others were not alarmed because they had already reached a critical juncture and were preparing for the heavenly tribulation. He Tian had already left. After becoming a saint, the memories of his soul had been awakened, and he wanted to find everything that belonged to him. Gu Fei returned to the God Mountain and continued to watch over the mountain peak. The following days passed very peacefully. No one dared to cause trouble there anymore. After all, Gu Fei's battle prowess that was on par with saint rulers had already stunned everyone. No one was willing to offend such an existence so easily. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Gu Fei sat on the boulder at the top of the God Mountain and rarely moved about. He was also preparing. He could sense that his saint ruler's heavenly tribulation would probably descend in the near future. The higher one's cultivation was, the more powerful and terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. Of course, The saint ruler's heavenly tribulation was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. It was not a battle against the heavenly ways, but a battle against a sovereign. Saints had always stood above the heavenly ways. And although the saint ruler's heavenly tribulation was also called a heavenly tribulation, it was not as simple as it seemed. That pressure in the unseen world, on the boulder, chaotic chi revolved around Gufei's body. 9 chaotic patterns appeared on his body, drawing upon the power of the great path of chaos. He seemed to have fused with the great path of chaos, resonating with it. Is someone else undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed something and looked into the distance. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through space and see the scenery hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the past half a year, he had already sensed people drawing upon the pulses of the saint ruler's heavenly tribulation at least 10 times. However, he had never seen anyone truly become a saint. The saint ruler's heavenly tribulation was not that easy to overcome. Out of 10 people, not one had succeeded. Reality was just that cruel. Those who failed only had one outcome, and that was the destruction of their souls. Countless people from the various ancestral lands had entered the chaotic world. There was only one goal for entering the chaotic world, and that was to become a saint. The chaotic world was not a peaceful place. In the past 6 months, there had even been battles between sacred level experts, and there were even more battles between those below the sacred level. Many heaven-defying geniuses had fallen in the primal chaos world. They could no longer leave. The survival of the fittest, the elimination of the fittest, this was the most basic rule in the cultivation world. Whoever had the harder fist was the boss. This was an unchanging truth. Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the boulder. Every time someone transcended a tribulation, he would definitely go and watch. Watching others transcend a tribulation actually allowed him to see a lot of things. Tribulation clouds covered the sky above a cold pond in the mountains. From time to time, dazzling bolts of lightning flashed from the tribulation clouds, illuminating the dark world in an instant. It's actually an old demon. Gu Fei arrived nearby. He climbed up a mountain and looked in the direction of the cold pond. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and a huge figure appeared indistinctly in the sky. It gave off a powerful saint-level power, and one could vaguely see Tao patterns surging on that figure. This was a black flood dragon. Its entire body was pitch black, and the scales on its body were shiny without any impurities. Roar! The black flood dragon roared, and the tribulation clouds in the sky were still pressing down. The terrifying destructive power was vast and mighty, and there was a terrifying scene of annihilation. The heavenly tribulation was activated, and the black flood dragon used all kinds of great techniques to resist it. However, in the face of the saint tribulation, such power was too weak. There was no suspense. Under the bombardment of the first round of heavenly tribulation, the black flood dragon was already half dead. The scales on its body were falling everywhere. The black flood dragon was extremely powerful, but unfortunately, it could not become a saint. After withstanding the first and second round of heavenly tribulation, it died under the third round of heavenly tribulation. Seeing that the black flood dragon had fallen, Gu Fei immediately retreated. And after Gu Fei left for a while, a powerful figure appeared. Although the things left behind by the black flood dragon were all destroyed in the heavenly tribulation, there were still many things that were left behind. The war was inevitable, and Gu Fei did not want to interfere in such a matter. In the end, all the things left behind by the black flood dragon were taken away. Many corpses were left in the area, and these were all human cultivators who were killed in the war. Gu Fei returned to the sacred mountain and personally oversaw it. Another half a year passed, and the entire chaotic world gradually became more and more chaotic. However, no matter how chaotic the outside of the sacred mountain was, it seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei. On this day at the peak of the sacred mountain, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, a powerful wave of energy that made even the heavens pale was emitted from a training ground on the sacred mountain. Heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei muttered to himself. In the next moment, he had already stood up from the boulder. He then disappeared from the boulder and appeared outside a training ground. I didn't expect it to be him, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Then he stored the entire training ground into his internal world, then left the sacred mountain and entered the chaotic mountains. He needed to find a place for this person to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This place is not bad. After Gu Fei circled around the chaotic mountain, he stopped in a valley. Then he released the cultivation ground that he had kept in his inner world. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Spiritual qi gathered from all directions and entered the training ground. Then it was continuously devoured by a figure sitting in the training ground. Gu Fei left the valley. Very soon, dark clouds appeared above the valley. These were not ordinary dark clouds, but the legendary heavenly tribulation. Ji Changkong is indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect him to be faster than Gu Zhong, Xiaoqing, and the others. Gu Fei stood on a mountain outside the valley. His eyes flickered. Ji Changkong already had the right to break through to the sage realm 10,000 years ago. If he had not been plotted against back then, he would have become an undefeatable sage long ago. After he was plotted against, his Tao foundation was unstable. He needed to cultivate again and rebuild his Tao foundation. After 10,000 years, Ji Changkong was finally going to take that step again. This time, he had Gu Fei to protect him. He believed that no one would dare to attack him again. Ji Changkong was very astute. There was a reason why he made Gu Fei his master. It had to be known that triggering the heavenly tribulation of a sage in the primal chaos world would cause a huge commotion. It was impossible not to startle others. He did not have a protector. It was very dangerous for him to undergo the heavenly tribulation alone. Some ancient sages might attack him. Rumble. Chapter 2276. Ji Changkong underwent his tribulation. He recultivated his Xian technique and rebuilt his Tao foundation. He walked the same path as before and was reborn, attracting the sage heavenly tribulation. The techniques of the Ji clan were created by the ancestor of the Ji clan, the Supreme Ji clan. They were the inheritances left behind by the Supreme Ji clan. Ji Changkong cultivated the 9 revolution heaven art. If he cultivated it to great success, becoming a sage would not be a problem. 10,000 years ago, he already had the qualifications to become a sage. Of course, that person did not act personally. One must know that harming people was a great crime in the Ji clan. If people found out, they would be sentenced to death. That person would not take such a risk. However, some people in the Ji clan guessed the reason why Ji Changkong disappeared in the chaotic world. However, they had no evidence. Hence, that person became the clan leader. The people who supported Ji Changkong had no choice but to accept this reality. That's the fluctuation of the 9 revolution heaven art. Could it be that Ji Changkong is still alive? Some people from the Ji clan appeared nearby. This time, other than Ji Fan and the others, many people from the Ji clan entered the chaotic world. Even some ancient sages entered the chaotic world. The news of Ji Fan's defeat did not spread. Ji Fan himself would not say such a thing. It really is Changkong. He is still alive. Outside the area enveloped by the tribulation clouds of the sage, heavenly tribulation that Ji Chongkong triggered, an old man with white hair and beard muttered to himself on a stone mountain. His voice trembled. This was an ancient sage. The aura of a sage lingered on his body. I didn't expect that person to still be alive. Someone muttered. Not everyone hoped that Ji Chongkong was still alive. Not everyone wanted to see Ji Chongkong become a sage. Some people could not sit still anymore. This guy is not very capable, but he has many enemies. High up in the sky, Gu Fei watched everything coldly. He could feel two killing intents targeting Ji Chongkong. They were from two great success quasi-sages. Such existences could do whatever they wanted in the outside world. However, in the chaotic world, they were not enough. One must know that the main characters here were the ancient sages. At this moment, in the ancestral court of the Ji clan on the Myrtle Star. 13th, I didn't expect you to still be alive. How interesting. A young man who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, two bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. The ancestral court of the Ji clan was a huge world. This was a divine land that the supreme of the Ji clan opened up. It was because of the existence of the Ji clan's ancestral court that the Ji clan had the confidence to unify the entire ancestral Myrtle Star. No one could breach the ancestral court of the Ji clan unless a paragon took action. However, after the great desolate world shattered, all the supremes disappeared. War slave, go and take a look, the young man said calmly. Then a figure walked out from the shadow behind the young man. Like a gust of wind, he instantly disappeared into the void. Just as the young man sent out the war slaves, Ji Chongkong's sage, heavenly tribulation, started in the primal chaos world. The horrifying heavenly Tao energy turned into tribulation, lightning, and descended from the sky, blasting towards Ji Chongkong. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. Every single bolt of lightning tore the space apart. Wherever the lightning passed, a pitch-black spatial crack would be left behind. Chaotic energy seeped out from the crack. Roar! Under the heavenly tribulation, Ji Chongkong roared furiously. The heavenly art of 9 revolutions displayed its might. The horrifying lightning was completely blocked by the divine light that shot out from Ji Chongkong's body. The heavenly art of 9 revolutions was a paragon cultivation technique. 9 halos appeared on Ji Chongkong's body. It was as if a peerless heavenly venerable had descended, giving off an inviolable feeling. It really is Chongkong. The old man on the distant stone mountain laughed heartily. There were tears at the corners of his eyes. Just as Ji Chongkong was using all his strength to resist the heavenly tribulation, a divine light suddenly shot out from the distant sky, piercing towards Ji Chongkong. The powerful paragon energy directly broke through the tribulation clouds. That is, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help narrowing when he saw the divine light. There was a sharp arrow wrapped in the divine light. It was a paragon arrow. It was covered in runes and emitted a powerful paragon energy. Someone in the distance knocked an arrow, wanting to shoot Ji Chongkong. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was about to make a move, a furious roar resounded. Following that, a divine light shot out from afar, turning into a huge purple hand that grabbed the paragon arrow. It was a hand formed from the power of the primordial spirit. It was extremely fast and actually grabbed the paragon sword. "Who is it?" An old voice shouted. Following that, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a tall, white-haired old man with a paragon arrow in his hand. At this moment, the old man did not look old at all. His entire body was like a burning purple sun. A powerful paragon energy spread out in all directions. He looked in the direction of the paragon arrow, runes faintly appearing in his eyes. Everyone was incomparably shocked. No one expected an old man to jump out. Moreover, this old man was ridiculously powerful. He was actually an Paragon saint. This old man actually came out of seclusion. Some people from the G clan were extremely shocked. They didn't expect this old man to appear here. Some people in the clan were already discussing that this old man might already be dead. This was because this old man had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Some people guessed that he had already died. But now, all these guesses were **T. Not only was the old man not dead, his cultivation was even stronger than before. This caused some people from the G clan to retreat. However, some people from the G clan were both surprised and happy. This old man finally came out of seclusion. The old man was incomparably domineering. His powerful Paragon Divine sense instantly locked onto the person who attacked Ji Changkong. Following that, he took a step forward and charged towards that person. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the person in the distance immediately used the void transference technique in an attempt to retreat. "Do you think you can escape?" The old man roared. The entire heaven and earth shook. 9 primordial runes rushed out from his body and directly sealed this part of the world. That person had already escaped into the void, but he was forcefully jolted out. BZZ, that person saw that he couldn't escape anymore. He immediately drew his bow and pulled it open. Spiritual energy from the surroundings immediately crazily gathered towards the divine bow. The saint arrow on the divine bow emitted a dazzling divine light. Countless Tao runes emerged from the body of the arrow and intertwined with each other, condensing the power of a Paragon saint. "Arrow Sovereign, I didn't expect it to be you." The old man was enraged. He recognized this person. Although the G clan was the strongest force in the ancestral star, they weren't the only cultivation force in the entire ancestral star. Other than them, there were also a few other super forces in the ancestral star. Of course, these super forces couldn't be compared to the G clan at all. The Arrow Sovereign came from the Heavenly Deity Island. Legend has it that the Heavenly Deity Island was a Tao field of an ancient heavenly deity. After that ancient heavenly deity fell, the island became ownerless. It was unknown when a group of people had appeared on the Heavenly God Island. They then established the Heavenly God Island as a cultivation force. Swoosh! That person didn't say anything and directly shot an arrow at the old man. The saint arrow turned into a dazzling divine rainbow and soared for thousands of miles. It turned into a huge dragon and rushed towards the old man. Dragon God bow, flying phoenix arrow. The old man sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the dragon that was charging at him. His hand instantly covered half the sky and grabbed the dragon's neck. Boom! The old man exerted strength in his right hand, and the dragon's head exploded. The dragon's shadow dissipated into the void, and a broken arrow appeared in the old man's hand. Could it be the Arrow Sovereign was shocked to see this scene? This person was too powerful. He actually broke his saint arrow. The Arrow Sovereign had a bad feeling about this. "How dare you attack my grandson? When I return to the Z-Way galaxy, I will definitely pay a visit to the Heavenly Deity Island." The old man stared at the Arrow Emperor as he spoke. Damn it! The Arrow Sovereign was regretful. He knew how powerful this person was. One should know that this old man was a terrifying god of death in the G clan. Now that he couldn't kill Ji Changkong, it would bring disaster to the Heavenly Deity Island. Thinking about the old man's methods, the Arrow Sovereign's forehead was covered in sweat. "I will kill you first, and then destroy your Heavenly Deity Island." The old man didn't want to talk nonsense with this person anymore. He directly attacked. 9 primordial Tao patterns turned into 9 Tao swords and pierced towards the arrow sovereign. The cold sword chi spread out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. Roar! The arrow sovereign roared in anger. He kept on drawing his bow and shot out 9 arrows. The 9 arrow lights clashed with the 9 sword lights, causing 9 loud explosions. The Tao patterns were collapsing. This was the confrontation of the great Tao. Just as the arrow sovereign shot out the 9 arrows, the old man's figure had already rushed forward. He flashed past and chopped down with his right hand. Swish! The arrow sovereign's head was cut off. The old man's speed was extremely fast. Even Gu Fei's heart jumped when he saw this. The old man's explosive speed was too shocking. Although the arrow sovereign was also a saint, he was nothing in front of the old man. The arrow sovereign was dead. A saint had fallen. The old man's great Tao destroyed all the vitality in the arrow sovereign's body. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. Seeing this, some people who wanted to attack Ji Changkong didn't dare to act rashly. One had to say that the arrow sovereign's death was very unjust. He stood on the Ji clan's head side. Naturally, he wanted to kill Ji Changkong and get rid of this trouble for the Ji clan's head. However, his action of trying to please the Ji clan's head had brought disaster to him and the Heavenly Deity Island. Chapter 2277. The old man was extremely domineering, directly killing Heavenly Deity Island's Arrow Emperor. This was a saint, yet he killed him just like that. This left everyone incomparably shocked. The Heavenly God Island was far weaker than the Ji clan. In the entire Heavenly God Island, only the Arrow Emperor was a saint. If the Arrow Emperor died, the Heavenly God Island would lose its power. Even if the old man hadn't taken action, Heavenly Island would have been annihilated by the other superpowers. Ji Changkong was the grandson of this old man. Although Ji Changkong did not have a heaven-defying constitution, his cultivation talent was not bad. In the old man's line of descent, there were not many people. Furthermore, Ji Changkong's parents had died early. It could be said that Ji Changkong was the old man's favorite. Back then, when Ji Changkong was trapped in the chaos world, the old man had almost poked a hole in the Ji clan's ancestral court. He had no evidence, so he had endured. And now, there was actually someone who dared to attack Ji Changkong in front of him. This was equivalent to touching his reverse scale, causing him to be extremely furious. After that, the Arrow Emperor died. Rumble. At this moment, Ji Changkong's sage heavenly tribulation was wreaking havoc. The destructive power engulfed everything. The 9 Tao patterns that rushed out from Ji Changkong's body turned into 9 layers of divine light that enveloped him. Ji Changkong's method of heavenly tribulation was very different from Gu Fei's. Gu Fei clashed head-on with the heavenly tribulation the moment he appeared, while Ji Changkong adopted a defensive stance. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This was especially so for that old man. He was incomparably excited. One must know that Ji Changkong was his grandson. At this moment, anyone who dared to attack Ji Changkong would be mercilessly killed by him. Those who were on the Ji clan's side didn't dare to act rashly. The Arrow Emperor of the Heavenly Deity Island was a good example. No one was willing to die. Just as these people could only watch as Ji Changkong underwent his tribulation, a powerful figure appeared in the horizon. An extremely powerful destructive energy surged over. The old man couldn't help but be moved when he sensed this power. War Slave has arrived. Some of the Ji clan's experts were surprised and happy. This was the family head's trump card. Very few people knew that the Ji clan family head actually had an incomparably powerful war slave. That terrifying figure walked towards Ji Changkong step by step. Who dares to send out such a killing tool? The old man's eyes shone brilliantly, and a powerful aura of sainthood spread from his body. This kind of war slave only obeyed his master. This was a special kind of life form. It was an extremely powerful killing tool that was refined by a supreme divine ability. Even a saint would have to retreat if they encountered this kind of monster. It was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in black. He was like the grim reaper from hell, giving off a cold and merciless feeling. What is this? Gu Fei couldn't help feeling curious. This middle-aged man was incredibly powerful, but his eyes were lifeless. It was like he had lost his soul. He was like a walking corpse. This kind of life form was very strange, causing Gu Fei to be very surprised. He could sense that this middle-aged man's Tao energy did not disappear, and the 9 primordial Tao patterns still existed. Who refined this kind of thing? How did he do it? Gu Fei really wanted to know. Rumble. Just at this moment, the battle slave had already arrived nearby. Then he punched out, breaking through the layers of tribulation clouds and charging at Ji Chongkong. How dare you? The old man roared. He was like an ancient wild beast as he pounced over. Kill! The old man waved his right hand, and 9 rays of purple sword light shot out from his hand, piercing towards the war slave. Every ray of sword light tore through the air. However, the war slave was very strong. He ignored the 9 sword lights that pierced through him and continued to charge towards Ji Chongkong. Puffed. 9 rays of purple sword light instantly pierced through the war slave's body and came out from his back. However, the war slave did not seem to feel anything at all. He allowed the sword light of the great path to leave 9 bloody holes in his body. This time, the old man was really moved. This was the sword light of the great Tao. It contained a strong power of the great Tao. If he was hit by these 9 rays of sword light, even a saint's soul would be destroyed, and he would die. The war slave did not stop. It was as if the sword light of the great Tao did not hurt him at all. The 9 wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as the war slave is alive, this old man is dead. A confidant of the Ji clan leader muttered. The war slave's target was not the old man, but Ji Chongkong. The war slave was already less than 100 zhang away from Ji Chongkong. Damn it! The old man panicked. He attacked with all his might, and his teleportation speed was raised to the limit. A purple hand with terrifying destructive power slammed towards the war slave. However, it was too late. The war slave had already broken through the 3 layers of divine light, and his hand reached towards Ji Chongkong. Although Ji Chongkong was fighting against the heaven's wrath, he was still paying attention to his surroundings. He knew that Gu Fei would not let him die in the hands of this monster. Indeed, just as the battle slave broke through 8 of Ji Chongkong's 9 layers of godly light, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the battle slave's right hand. In the next moment, the war slave flew up involuntarily. He was flung 10,000 zhang away by that person. The purple hand that the old man created stopped in the air. Someone actually saved his grandson. He could not help but be surprised and happy. Who are you? The purple hand stopped in the air. The old man was very cautious as he stared at Gu Fei. Hee, I am not your enemy. Gu Fei smiled. If you are not an enemy, then you are a friend. You are my grandson's friend. The old man sized up Gu Fei and said. He could already tell that this young man was a powerful sage. He could feel a strong pressure from this young man. His intuition told him that this young man's cultivation was definitely not lower than his. To be more accurate, I am his master, Gu Fei said. He still had a smile on his face. When the old man heard this, his snow-white eyebrows immediately rose. His eyes revealed a sharp gaze as he stared at Gu Fei. The old man was about to say something, but at this moment, The war slave that Gu Fei had flung away walked over. The war slave's battle prowess made people's hearts palpitate. Even the power of the Great Path could not destroy it. This was a super monster that could not be killed. The old man could not think of a way to destroy this monster. Let me do it. Chapter 2278. The battle slave was indestructible and powerful enough to make even saints shudder. Even the old man of the Ji clan found it hard to make a move. At that moment, Gu Fei walked forward. This is the strongest killing tool on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. Do not be careless. The old man of the Ji clan reminded him. The battle slave had a fearsome reputation on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. It was a killing tool refined by a peerless figure on the divine path. Once it appeared, blood would flow like a river. However, after the destruction of the primitive world, this terrifying killing tool had disappeared. However, on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle, if there was still a battle slave left, it would definitely be the Ji clan. Could it be him? The old man's eyes flashed with purple light. Deep in his eyes, there were runes interweaving. He had guessed something, but he was not sure. If it was really as he had guessed, then this would be an earth-shattering event that could shake the foundation of the Ji clan. That was because that person had developed too many connections over the past 10,000 years. Even someone as powerful as the old master couldn't help but have some misgivings. Even though the old man was an old man of the Ji clan, he was not sure that the battle slave still existed. In the Ji clan, there were some things that only the clan leader knew. Even if the previous clan leader abdicated, these secrets could only rot in their stomachs and be buried in their coffins. They could not be told. This was the rule of the Ji clan. Even the clan leader had to follow it. The Ji clan had existed since the ancient era and had always controlled the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. There was a reason for this. It was not luck either. Something from the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. Gu Fei stopped the battle slave. At this moment, the war slave's lifeless eyes actually surged with vigor. It was as if this cold-blooded god of death had regained consciousness in an instant. Interesting. Could this humanoid thing be a cauldron? Gu Fei noticed that the war slave's body suddenly had an additional life aura. It was as if a war soul that had been slumbering within the war slave had awakened. You dare to stop me from killing Ji Chong Kong? You are seeking death. The war slave spoke. An extremely horrifying aura spread out from the war slave's body, causing even the heavens to pale in comparison. It was truly hard to imagine just how many lives this monster had to kill to gather such a terrifying, baleful aura. Around the war slave, faint and illusory figures appeared. This was the manifestation of the resentment of the powerful creatures killed by the war slave. Humph, you're just a strand of divine sense, yet you dare to be so impudent in front of me. Gu Fei snorted coldly. His eyes were intertwining with primal chaos Tao patterns. The martial Tao heavenly I could see through all illusions in the world and point straight to the source. Who exactly are you? Hiding your head and showing your tail, do you not dare to show your true self? The old man stared at the war slave as he spoke. As an elder of the Ji clan, the old man had more or less heard about the war slave. Some people guessed that the war slave was a soulless, indestructible battle body created by an unparalleled character in the divine Tao. However, the owner of the war slave could bestow a soul to this battle body. The method was very simple. All he had to do was to send a strand of divine sense into this invincible battle body. Let's cut the crap. You two come over and die. The war slave glanced at Gu Fei and the old man coldly and said, "That's what I wanted to say, but you said it first." Gu Fei looked at the war slave in front of him. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind, but he didn't know if it would work. Kill. The baleful aura on the war slave's body increased explosively. After that, he disappeared from where he stood. The instant the war slave disappeared, Gu Fei's pupils constricted. Then, without thinking, he punched upwards. Bang! Gu Fei's right fist collided with a sharp claw that appeared out of nowhere above his head, blocking the other party's silent claw. If this was a normal saint, his head would have been ripped apart by the claw, and his Naiwan palace would have been destroyed. The Naiwan palace was where one's soul resided. Even for a saint, the Naiwan palace was a very important part of their body. If the Naiwan palace was destroyed, not only would their physical body be affected, even their soul would be affected. What a fast movement. Gu Fei was shocked. His opponent's speed didn't seem to be any slower than his. A strong fist energy exploded, and the war slave was sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's fist. This was a humanoid killing monster. The person who entered this battle body wouldn't feel any pain at all. It was like he was using a killing machine. Whoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky and attacked the war slave. At this moment, the person who entered the war slave was extremely shocked. Who is this guy? He can actually send the war slave flying with one punch. One must know that this is the strongest killing machine in the Myrtle ancestral star. This person's physical body can actually fight against the war slave. This is unbelievable. The old man was incomparably shocked. Just as the old man was shocked, the sound of the great Tao came from where Ji Chong Kong was. It was like a supreme Tao ancestor was chanting scriptures. Grandson Chong Kong, the old man's attention was immediately attracted. He was extremely excited. This was a phenomenon that would only happen when the primordial 9 Tao marks were formed. It resonated with the heavenly Tao and imprinted its own Tao on the heavenly Tao. I'm about to succeed, the old man muttered to himself. This was the most crucial moment. If he was disturbed, Ji Chong Kong might fail at the last step and die. However, with the old man protecting Ji Chong Kong, no one dared to make a move. Even the experts on that person's side were very afraid of the old man. Right now, the only threat was the war slave. At this moment, Gu Fei and the war slave started fighting. The two figures moved rapidly in the sky. They were so fast that ordinary ancient saints could only catch a glimpse of their afterimages. Bang! Gu Fei dodged the war slave's palm and punched the war slave. His fist directly penetrated the war slave's abdomen and came out from its back. The war slave's body was penetrated by Gu Fei's fist. There was no scene of flesh and blood splattering. Although Gu Fei's fist penetrated the war slave's body, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Gu Fei was taken aback. This killing tool was not ordinary, and it could not be considered as a real life in the truest sense. At this moment, the war slave's right knee had already smashed towards Gu Fei's chest. Although the war slave's body was penetrated, the war slave did not seem to feel anything. Gu Fei wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, the war slave's right hand had already grabbed onto Gu Fei's shoulder. Roar! In his anger, Gu Fei roared. 9 primal chaos Tao runes appeared on his body. An extremely powerful force burst out from his body. The void trembled, and the war slave was sent flying. Liang San's new post, a valiant youth in a small mountain village. For the survival of his clansmen, he stepped on the path of an expert. He condensed the great desolate runes, fought desolate beasts, exterminated desolate spirits, and even dared to pull the desolate god down from the deity platform. The valiant youth's words, if they are enemies, then step on them. If they are brothers, then sacrifice themselves. If they are beauties, then take them all. Chapter 2279. Gu Fei unleashed his chaotic divine energy and blasted the battle slave away. What The mysterious person who possessed the battle slave was shocked to the extreme. How is this person so powerful that he can blast the battle slave away? Even the divine sense he sent into the battle slave's body was nearly shattered. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei yelled and waved his right hand forward. Powerful chaotic energy instantly condensed into a chaotic palm that enveloped the entire heaven and earth, trapping the battle slave below. This is seeing Gu Fei execute the heaven-covering palm. The old man suddenly became extremely excited. 2 rays of resplendent purple light shot out from his eyes. This young man is actually that legendary person's descendant. A peerlessly powerful force spread out from the chaos palm. In the palm of the chaos palm, there were 9 chaos Tao patterns intertwining. Bang! The huge hand pressed down and directly smashed the war slave high up in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially those from the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. That was the strongest killing tool of the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. Yet, it was smashed into pieces just like that. This was simply unbelievable. It was like a dream. Although those who came from other ancestral planets did not know the details of the war slave, Gu Fei's strength had shocked them. He had killed an existence comparable to a saint with a single palm strike. After the chaotic palm smashed the battle slave, it turned into chaotic energy and entered Gu Fei's body. The battle slave won't be destroyed so easily, the old man muttered to himself. As expected, the shattered battle slave's flesh and blood trembled. Then they quickly gathered together, and a figure covered in murderous aura appeared. This battle physique actually possesses immortal divinity. The chaotic divine light in Gu Fei's eyes flickered. He was very shocked. "You are very strong. Why are you hanging out with that Ji Chong Kong? Why don't you follow me?" The battle slave reformed his battle physique, and the murderous aura on his body became even heavier. "Follow you? Ha!" Gu Fei couldn't help laughing. Who was he? How could he follow someone else? Even if the martial ancestor was standing in front of him, he wouldn't agree. "What's so funny? It's your honor to follow me." Battle slave stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, "I am invincible. I don't need to follow anyone, not even a supreme being." Gu Fei said in an imposing manner. A powerful aura gushed out from his body, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. This was a kind of invincible confidence, causing everyone to be moved. The mysterious person who had taken control of the war slave, was similarly moved. Such a person would never lower his head to anyone. Wanting to subdue such a person was simply like a dream. He's really the successor of the martial progenitor. The old man muttered to himself. Even on the Myrtle ancestral star, there were legends about the martial ancestor. The legendary heaven-covering hand. So you're the successor of the martial ancestor. What a pity. The war slave coldly stared at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a dead man. As the master, no one knew better than him how powerful the war slave was. This was a true, indestructible battle physique, containing an immortal divinity. Even if the battle physique was destroyed, it could still be reformed, and its combat strength wouldn't weaken. Simply put, the war slave couldn't be killed. What's there to pity? I want this battle physique. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This was a battle physique with an immortal divinity. Such a battle physique was extremely powerful. Even ordinary saints wouldn't be a match for it. Even the old man, who was an expert in the Saint Tao, had a feeling of helplessness when facing this war slave. "You actually want my battle physique? What a joke. You should worry about your life first." The war slave burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. However, just as the war slave was laughing, a fist had already arrived in front of the war slave. It looked like an ordinary fist without any energy ripples. Bam! The war slave was directly sent flying. "Come at me. Let's see how you're going to steal my battle physique." The war slave was still laughing. Is that so? Just then, Gu Fei suddenly laughed as well. Then, a purple godly pattern appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. A beam of light shot out from the godly pattern and tunneled into the war slave's forehead. What? How is this possible? Roar. The war slave was extremely terrified and began to howl. 9 secrets of the immortal path. How dare you plot against me? The war slave's voice changed. He was afraid. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly snatch secret technique. Only a secret technique like this could break through the Tao patterns on the war slave's body. On this battle physique, there was an immortal divinity. It was branded with the seal of the Saint Tao, who created this battle physique. Not just anyone could take control of this battle physique. The reason why the mysterious person was able to take control of this battle physique was because he had obtained the inheritance of the Saint Tao. However, the mysterious person was able to take control of this battle physique without obtaining the inheritance of the Saint Tao. Only one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the godly snatch secret technique, could achieve such a feat. The ancestral star of crepe myrtle also had the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. Of course, the inheritance of the Tao ancestor had long fallen into decline on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. It was not as prosperous as it was on the soaring dragon ancestral star. The footprints of the Supremes could be found all over the human realm. Countless legends of the Supremes were left behind in the ancestral grounds of all living beings. What's going on? Isn't this person the successor of the martial ancestor? Why does he know the 9 secrets of the immortal path? At this moment, even the old man was dumbfounded. This was beyond his understanding. In truth, not many people knew that the 9 secrets of the immortal path were not something that only cultivators of the immortal path could cultivate. Even those who were not cultivators of the immortal path could cultivate the 9 secret techniques. At that moment, Gu Fei let out a loud cry. Another beam of purple light shot out from his forehead. It was the power of the great path that had transformed into the power of the great path. The power of the great path condensed into a divine, sort of the great path that slashed at the war slave. Whoosh! The speed of the divine sword of the great path was unbelievably fast. It cut through the war slave's body without harming the war slave at all. Like a phantom, it passed through the war slave's body. The war slave's movements froze the moment the Yuan spirit sword of the great path pierced through his body. His entire body seemed to have stiffened. The wisp of the mysterious person's will that had entered the war slave's body was destroyed by the Yuan spirit sword of the great path. When the Yuan spirit sword of the great path destroyed the mysterious person's will far away on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle, in the ancestral court of the Ji clan, a middle-aged man, sitting on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to steal my war slave? The middle-aged man stood up from the ground. At that moment, a drop of blood emerged from the center of his forehead. The drop of blood flowed down from his forehead. Chapter 2280. The war slave was indestructible and contained immortal divinity. Gu Fei's godly snatching secret technique and Yuan's spirit sword secret technique were attacks that targeted the soul and divine will, so they did not harm the war slave. Gu Fei successfully used the Yuan spirit sword secret technique to destroy the divine will that had entered the war slave, and then used his own divine will to take control of the war slave. When the old man from the Ji clan saw this scene, his eyeballs almost popped out. This was too unbelievable. He had never heard of a war slave being taken away by someone. It should be known that this was the strongest killing tool on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. This war slave is not bad. Gu Fei could not help but nod. After his divine will entered the war slave, He could instantly sense every detail of the war slave. This war slave was simply a humanoid body formed from Tao patterns. The inside of the war slave was densely marked with countless Tao patterns. The Tao patterns intertwined and condensed an indestructible power of the Great Path. The origin of immortality. Gu Fei was shocked to find that in the depths of the endless Tao patterns, there was a ball of divine source that emitted immortal divinity. Within the divine source, there was an aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. This Gu Fei was surprised and overjoyed. The value of this war slave was just too great. There was actually an immortal divine source inside of it. The master of the war slave was probably going to vomit blood. That was the origin of immortality. If he refined this divine source, he would have an indestructible body. However, it was not an easy task to obtain this origin of immortality. Otherwise, the master of the war slave would have already taken the divine source. The divine source was surrounded by endless Tao patterns. Even a powerful saint would find it difficult to break through the layers of Tao patterns and take the divine source. At this time, even Gu Fei would find it difficult to break through the endless Tao patterns and take the divine source. He needed to prepare well. Congratulations on obtaining an indestructible battle body, fellow Taoist. The old man of Ji clan said enviously. In the ancestral star, the war slave was an invincible and indestructible existence. Perhaps only a supremacy could completely destroy this killing tool. An indestructible war slave was enough to dominate the entire ancestral star. Ha! Old man, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way I look at you? Gu Fei said with a smile. He could see that the old man was extremely envious of this battle physique. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation wasn't any weaker than the old man's, the old man would have already snatched it. Roar! Just as the old man was feeling embarrassed, a roar suddenly rang out in the distance. The voice shook the heavens and the earth, and an extremely powerful aura of the divine path erupted. 9 beams of divine light shot up into the sky. 9 divine patterns of the great path appeared high up in the sky, exuding the most powerful ripples of the divine path. At this moment, apart from the ancient saints, all living beings felt their souls tremble. They involuntarily knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 9 primordial patterns in the sky. Success. The old man's voice trembled. Another saint had appeared in his bloodline. This was the second saint to appear after him. My son, it's a pity that you didn't have the chance to see all this. The old man let out a long sigh, his eyes glistening with tears. Ji Changkong's parents died early. Ji Changkong grew up under the care of the old man. Among the major bloodlines of the Ji clan, only Ji Changkong's bloodline didn't have many people. However, because of the old man's existence, no one dared to look down on this bloodline. One should know that the old man was one of the most powerful existences in the Ji clan. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Endless chaotic chi was dispersed. The 9 primordial patterns shot up into the sky and imprinted themselves on the heavenly path. In the end, they even pushed the heavenly path open and shot up into the sky, emitting endless divine light. This scene shocked everyone to the extreme, especially those who had ambitions to walk the holy road. Their minds were even more shaken. This was the saints' heavenly tribulation. The saints' heavenly tribulation actually wanted to break through the restraints of the heavens and earth, even stepping on the heavenly path. No, wonder saints were the strongest existences in the world. Every move they made had the power to destroy heaven and earth. One should know that even the heavenly path trembled under the feet of saints. I've finally become a saint. Just you wait, Empress Ji. I'll take back what I've lost with my own hands. Ji Changkong's voice rang out in the sky. It was like the voice of the heavenly path, spreading far and wide. All the living beings who heard it couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Someone actually dares to challenge Empress Ji. Some of the experts from the ancestral star of crepe myrtle who had entered the chaotic world couldn't help but be shocked. One should know that Empress Ji was an invincible existence in the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. How many years has it been? Is someone finally going to challenge Empress Ji's ruling position? An ancient saint muttered. At this moment, the 9 primordial patterns in the sky started to dissipate. The saintly aura started to retract. Very soon, a figure walked down from the sky. Greetings, Master. Grandfather. Ji Changkong first bowed to Gu Fei, then looked at the old man with incomparable excitement. Although he had already become a saint, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Gu Fei. He still treated Gu Fei as his master. Very good. You're not bad. This is your grandfather. Who would have thought? Gu Fei looked at Ji Changkong, then at the old man. This old man's temperament was like a raging fire. His temperament was completely different from Ji Changkong's gentle appearance. You actually really became this brat's subordinate. When the old man heard Ji Changkong's words, his snow-white hair immediately stood on end. His eyes flickered as he stared at Ji Changkong, almost wanting to slap him. You good for nothing. The old man's beard trembled. You two, grandfather and grandson, can catch up first. After saying that, Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void. He didn't want to clash with this old man and make things difficult for Ji Changkong. You stinking brat. After seeing Gu Fei leave, the old man couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed at Ji Changkong and cursed. How embarrassing. His own grandson actually had to serve someone else as his master and slave. This made him explode with anger. One must know that the Ji clan was incomparably prosperous on the ancestral star. They had created an unprecedented glory for other ancestral stars. The people of the Ji clan had the bloodline of a supreme being. How could they be someone else's slave? However, Gu Fei didn't care about the grandfather and grandson. He directly returned to the Divine Mountain. The news of Ji Changkong becoming a saint spread very quickly. Some of the ancient saints from the ancestral star were incomparably shocked when they heard this news. They were not unfamiliar with the name Ji Changkong. He's actually still alive. This time, the Ji clan will have a good show to watch. Chapter 2281. The Ji clan was not as united as it seemed on the surface. After all, it was impossible for there to be no conflicts and conflicts among the people in such a huge organization. 10,000 years ago, Ji Changkong was lost in the chaotic world, causing a huge commotion in the clan. The situation almost went out of control. Now, Ji Changkong even said that he wanted to settle the score with Emperor Ji. Some ancient saints could already smell blood. The ancestral planet of Ziwei was destined to not be peaceful anymore. What? That person became a saint? A furious roar rang out from a valley in the chaotic world. A black-robed young man had smashed a rock weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms into pieces. Young master, I think we should return to Ziwei first. An azure-robed old man appeared behind the black-robed young man. What did you say? Do you think I'm afraid of that cripple? Ji Fan glared at the azure-robed old man. It was already very humiliating for him to lose to that person called Gu Fei. Now, he actually wanted him to run back to Ziwei with his tail between his legs. Who was Ji Fan? He was the most outstanding genius of the Ji clan in the past 5,000 years. He was born with the Wuji body and was destined to be a supreme being. In this world, there was no one that could make him afraid. Even that Gu Fei wasn't qualified to make him afraid. Young master, master has already given the order. We can't disobey, the azure-robed old man sighed. He was very clear about Ji-Fan's personality. He was very arrogant and thought very highly of himself. He would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Ji-Fan had already received a small lesson before, but this lesson didn't make him see his true nature. Instead, he was unwilling to accept it. Father is really troublesome, Ji-Fan said angrily. Emperor Ji was the current clan leader of the Ji clan. His orders couldn't be disobeyed. Moreover, as Emperor Ji's son, Ji-Fan couldn't disobey his orders. If he didn't listen to Emperor Ji's orders, Emperor Ji's prestige would suffer, and others would also be able to disobey his orders. Damn it! Ji-Fan was very clear about the situation he was facing. Since Emperor Ji had already given the order, he could only return to Ziwei. He couldn't find Gu Fei to settle the score. After that, Ji-Fan left the chaos world. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Ji Chongkong became a martial sage. This time, the primal chaos world had been open for a very long time, far longer than any of the previous times. For all the human cultivators, the longer the chaos world remained open, the more advantageous it would be for them. That way, there would be more people who could undergo the heavenly tribulation and become saints. However, there were very few people who successfully underwent the heavenly tribulation of a sage. In fact, they were pitifully few. Aside from Li Lingfeng and Ji Chongkong, only 1 or 2 people had succeeded in the past 10 years. Countless people had fallen in this chaotic world. Too many people had died, but there were still people who continued to advance. The temptation of becoming a saint was too great. During these 10 years, Shaoqing, Guzhong, Iron Blood Taoist, Red Dragon, and the others had almost finished their preparations. It was time for them to face their tribulations. After 10 years of preparation, Little Qing's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the sage-to-be realm. With the help of Gu Fei, Gu Zhong's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the point where he was about to break through to the sage-to-be level. As for the Iron Blood Taoist, he had already reached the great perfection quasi-sage realm. He had delayed his tribulation because he felt that it was not enough. Now was the time. Red Dragon had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. After cultivating with Shaoqing and receiving pointers from Shaoqing, it was time for him to soar. As for Yao Yu, Zhongli Meng, and the others, their cultivation was not high enough. They could not take the risk to forcefully undergo the heavenly tribulation of a sage. One must know that even Gu Fei could not help them much during the real heavenly tribulation. Among the 12 great bandits, only Zhuge Liang's cultivation had reached the great perfection quasi-sage realm. However, he knew that he could not survive the heavenly tribulation of a sage. Just as Gu Fei was looking for a place for everyone to undergo the heavenly tribulation, someone was attracting the heavenly tribulation of a sage in the depths of the chaotic sea. Virum, an ancient cauldron, was floating in the air above a certain part of the chaotic God Sea. It was emitting an extremely powerful sage wave. Around the ancient cauldron, 18 illusory figures were faintly discernible. These were 18 illusory figures that looked like souls. They were very peculiar, but they were different from souls. This was because these 18 illusory figures would sometimes show their true physical bodies. Rumble, tribulation clouds came crashing down from the sky. The terrifying power of the heavens' tribulation was being released. Lightning bolts pierced through the heaven and earth, lighting up the dark heaven and earth continuously. A deity in white sat cross-legged on the ancient cauldron. She was calmly facing the power of the great Tao of the heaven and earth that all living beings in the heaven and earth feared to death. Demon woman, you want to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Dream on. Just as the heavens tribulation was about to be activated, a figure appeared in the sky above the chaotic sea. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from this person. Humph! The deity in white merely snorted coldly, as though she did not care about this person at all. How dare you ignore the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground? A chilling, murderous aura erupted from the man's body. Buzz! A sword chime was heard. A sword light rushed out from that person's body. Within the sword light was a holy sword. On the holy sword, there were countless Tao patterns faintly visible, intertwining with the power of the great Tao. Eastern Emperor Xian, how dare you stop the deity from undergoing the heavenly tribulation? You are courting death. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. At this moment, a voice was heard. After that, a middle-aged man in black walked over from afar, holding an iron spear that was dripping with blood. Southern border, Sha Di. When the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground saw that person, he could not help but be shocked. This person seemed to be in love with the demoness and had been pursuing her. How troublesome! Everyone in the heaven realm did not know about the southern border Sha Di. He had gained his fame through killing. The iron spear in Sha Di's hand was even stained with the blood of the saint. The blood on the tip of the spear was still flowing. You love-struck fool! This demoness will not even look at you. Why are you asking for trouble? The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground said. What did you say? When the southern border Sha Di heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. The iron spear in his hand that was dripping with blood pointed at the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground. It seemed like he would fight to the death if there was any disagreement. I said that you are a love-struck fool. So what? If it were not for you, I would have killed this demoness long ago. The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground seemed to have had enough and said loudly, You are courting death. The southern border Sha Di took a step forward. The iron spear that was dripping with blood directly pierced towards the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground. A powerful killing intent swept forward like a storm. Kill! The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground roared angrily. He became one with his sword and turned into a peerless heavenly sword. The dazzling sword light lit up the sky. It was as if the sword was going to split the world in half. Chapter 2282. Eastern Emperor Xiangu was the venerable emperor of the eastern region of the heaven realm. He used a divine sword to destroy the Xianming sect, which was also a major power in the eastern region of the heaven realm, and unified the eastern region. If the Golden Spirit Ape clan hadn't appeared, the eastern region of the heaven realm would have been his. Eastern Emperor Xiangu and Gu Fei had a great feud. His son, Purple Emperor Yuenga, was killed by Gu Fei. Therefore, this demoness, who was related to Gu Fei, had to die. He wasn't a sage, but he was very arrogant. He didn't even care about the heavenly tribulation of a sage. However, he had the strength to do so. After all, he had mastered 2 of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Buzz! Eastern Emperor Xiangu attacked with all his might, the powerful sword light sword for thousands of miles, as if it could split the world in half. It was extremely terrifying. This was a power infinitely close to the sage level. Over the years, ancient Emperor Xian had become even stronger. His cultivation had reached the peak below the sage level. In fact, ancient Emperor Xian had long been qualified to break through to the sage level. However, he didn't do so because he wanted to succeed in one fell swoop. After countless years of accumulation, it was finally time to explode today. The southern border Sha Di and the southern mountain god emperor were the 2 venerable emperors of the southern region of the heaven realm. They ruled over a region. When it came to the venerable emperors with the strongest murderous nature, No one in the entire heaven realm could compare to Sha Di. Sha Di was a ruthless person who had entered the Tao through killing. He had once killed all the experts of a superpower that had offended him. This was the Slayer Emperor. Once he was enraged, he slaughtered everything in his path. The killing intent on his body was so intense that it caused all living things to tremble. Kill. Sha Di was extremely powerful. He held the blood-dripping spear in his hand and rushed towards ancient Emperor Xian. The entire world trembled with every step he took. It was as if he was treading on the great Tao of heaven and earth. The essence of the world gathered around Sha Di. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation was drawn over. Clang! The Sha Di's iron spear collided with the frightening sword light, producing a metallic sound that could penetrate the eardrums of a great perfection sage-to-be. The two figures quickly separated. In this exchange, neither of them gained any advantage. Are you looking down on me by not using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Sha Di stared at immortal Emperor Yuangu and said coldly. The murderous aura on his body intensified. Even the naked, I could vaguely see that there was a blood-red ocean around him. In the ocean, there were countless white bones floating. I don't need the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to deal with you. Yuangu Emperor Xian's tone was equally cold. In the heaven realm, it was not a secret that the Eastern Emperor Xian had mastered 2 of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. In the past, someone had forced the primordial Emperor Xian to use those 2 secret techniques. It's none of your business. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ha ha! I already said that you're a love-struck fool. The others don't need your help, but you jumped out yourself. What's going on? You think too highly of yourself. Yuangu, the Eastern Emperor Xian, said with a smile. Humph! Sha Di sneered and did not say anything else. However, he still locked his eyes on the Eastern Emperor Xian. As soon as the Eastern Emperor Xian revealed any flaws, he would immediately deal a fatal blow. Of course, the Eastern Emperor Xian did not dare to look down on the Sha Di of the southern border. One should know that the Sha Di's murderous nature was too strong. Not many people who went against him could survive. Buzz. At this moment, under the heavenly tribulation, the ancient cauldron vibrated. The white-robed fairy, who was sitting cross-legged on the ancient cauldron, had already stood up. She had an ethereal aura, as though she could fly up to the 9 heavens at any time and become a supreme female. Although they were both from the immortal Tao, the white-robed fairy's path was different from the Eastern Emperor Xian's. Yuangu, you scoundrel, come at me if you want to kill me. Sha Di, don't stop me. The fairy stepped on the ancient cauldron, and there were 9 intertwining immortal marks on her body. Although she was a lady, she gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Rumble, the tribulation cloud in the sky, was pressing down. Purple lightning bloomed in the tribulation cloud, and it could strike down on the white-robed fairy at any time. This was the sage's heavenly tribulation. If it was someone else, they would have been extremely nervous and prepared their strongest celestial device to fight against the heavenly tribulation. How could they be as relaxed as the white-robed fairy? Ha! Do you want to pull me through the heavenly tribulation together? As you wish. I want to see who can survive the heavenly tribulation between the 2 of us. The Eastern Emperor Xian was very confident. Then he actually walked towards the white-robed fairy step by step, as though he did not care about the sage's heavenly tribulation at all. Sha Di shook the blood-dripping iron spear in his hand and was about to attack. Sha Di, I've said that you don't have to worry about my affairs. Upon seeing this, the white-robed fairy immediately stopped Sha Di. Sha Di hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Xian and Yuan Gu had already entered the range of the sage's heavenly tribulation that the white-robed fairy had triggered. A tribulation attracting force immediately shrouded Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. Boom. At the moment when the tribulation attracting force shrouded Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, the power of the heavenly tribulation was finally triggered. A sea of purple lightning fell from the sky and instantly swallowed the two of them. Die, Demonis! Amidst the endless purple lightning, Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's roar could be heard. Even the sound of the heavenly thunder could not cover his voice. It was extremely powerful. The one who will die is you, old thief. The white-robed fairy's voice was also heard. Seeing the scene, even Sha Di was extremely shocked. The two of them were actually fighting while undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Such a thing was simply unheard of and unseen. There had never been such a crazy person who actually fought endlessly in the heavenly tribulation. Buzz. The ancient cauldron vibrated, and 18 black shadows appeared around the white-robed fairy. Each of the shadows emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Cauldron of myriad poisons. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was very afraid of the 18 black shadows. It was a very famous fairy weapon in the heaven realm. This Demonis was called the Myriad Poisons Fairy because of the cauldron of myriad poisons. The 18 black shadows were the poisonous bodies condensed by the power of the cauldron of myriad poisons. As long as these poisonous bodies pounced on the body, even someone as powerful as Yuan Gu Emperor Xian would die. At this moment, under the command of the myriad poisons fairy, the 18 black shadows around her immediately pounced on Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. The poisonous power emitted from the 18 poisonous bodies turned into a black wind and swept towards Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. Wherever the black wind passed, even the purple lightning formed by the purple heaven tribulation was annihilated. Eudemonis. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was shocked and angry at the same time. He had no choice but to retreat. Sky-piercing sword. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian stretched out his right hand, and a divine sword that emitted the aura of the divine path immediately appeared in his hand. Then, without thinking much, he directly slashed forward with the sword. Swoosh! The sword light suddenly appeared and rushed forward like a purple dragon. It forcefully split the sweeping black wind in half, and the black wind dissipated in the void. Flying celestial sword. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian then merged with the sword and turned into an immortal flying celestial sword light. It directly pierced towards Yen The powerful sword light tore the void and displayed its formidable power. He cultivated the sword principle and the flying celestial sword. This flying celestial sword was very famous in the heaven realm as it was the supreme sword principle passed down by an ancient sage. In the past, that ancient sage used the flying celestial sword in his hand to kill people and make a name for himself. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian obtained the inheritance of this ancient sage and also the divine weapon of that ancient sage, the flying celestial sword. This made him like a tiger that had grown wings, and he could display the power of the flying celestial sword principle to the fullest. Cauldron suppresses heaven and earth. Yen directly manipulated the ancient cauldron to suppress it. On the ancient cauldron, 9 celestial marks emerged and interweaved into a powerful divine path power, sealing the void. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's flying celestial sword collided with the ancient cauldron. The two divine weapons flew away at the same time, and Yuan Gu Emperor Xian could not maintain the state of being one with the human world. Yen was not weaker than Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. Both of them had divine weapons in their hands. It was not easy for the two of them to determine the winner in a short time. Yen and Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's sage heavenly tribulations were launched at the same time. This was much more powerful than the tribulations of one person. Even Shadi had to retreat far away. The powerful fluctuations alarmed many people. Even in the depths of the chaotic sea, many ancient sages came to check. When those ancient sages saw that both of them were undergoing heavenly tribulations at the same time and were fighting endlessly, everyone was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Little sister, Yen, do you need me to help you? Just as Yen, and Yuan-gu, Immortal Emperor, were locked in battle, a voice suddenly came down from the sky. A divine palace was faintly discernible there. That is, a divine palace appeared silently in the sky, which surprised everyone, especially those ancient sages. Even they did not know when this divine palace had appeared. Yuan-gu, how dare you attack my grandmaster's wife? Are you courting death? A fair and chubby little fatty walked out of the divine palace. This little fatty was not the person in the divine palace. The main character had not appeared yet. Little brat, what are you shouting for? At this time, Sha Di was unhappy. What grandmaster's wife? Since when did Fairy Yen get married? However, Sha Di did not dare to be negligent because he had already figured out the origin of this divine palace. The owner of this divine palace was not someone to be trifled with. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian was in trouble. Sha Di, you are still pestering my grandmaster's wife. What is the meaning of this? The little fatty did not seem to care about Sha Di at all as he scolded him. Some ancient sages from the heaven realm could not help but be moved. Even if Yuan-gu Emperor Xian could successfully undergo heavenly tribulations and become a sage, he would still die. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that the old turtle has arrived. Yuan-gu Emperor Xian's voice came from under the heavenly tribulation. This, chapter 2283. Who didn't know the crown prince's son? The old tortoise had been fighting in the heavenly realm all these years and made a name for himself. Even the Emperor Xian of the Four Directions had to avoid him. He was in the limelight for a while. And now, Yuan-gu, the Eastern Emperor Xian, dared to call the old tortoise in front of the crown prince's son. Did he eat the guts of an ancient beast, or was he tired of living? One should know that the crown prince's son had the crown prince's seal, an extreme demon weapon. Once the crown prince's seal was used, who could fight against it? Even an ancient saint would have to retreat. Yuan-gu, you thief, do you want to die? Little fatty shouted angrily. Humph, even if you rely on that person, you still dare to ignore my clan lord. A voice came from the divine palace. Then, a figure surrounded by divine flames walked out. It was a powerful creature with a dragon's head and a human's body. This is some ancient saints from the heavenly realm recognized this powerful creature. It was one of the generals under the crown prince's son. Its true form was a fire Qilin. If Gu Fei was here, he would definitely recognize this general because this fire Qilin was Balan. The fire Qilin Balan was a divine beast that Gu Fei subdued. In the heavenly realm, Gu Fei and He Tian returned to the mortal world. Shaoqing, Balan, and little fatty Gu Xiaofeng couldn't return because they were with the old tortoise. This time, the chaotic world opened, and the entrance to the chaotic world appeared in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Only then did the old tortoise and the others have the opportunity to enter the chaotic world and even return to the mortal world. All the experts of the 3 realms and 6 paths gathered in the chaotic world. One could imagine how many great completion quasi-saints had entered this part of the chaotic world. In the past 10 years, countless people had triggered the heavenly tribulation of sages. However, most of them ended up dead. Countless people had fallen here. Actually, the primal chaos world only opened once every 10,000 years. Every time it opened, It was a calamity for those great perfection quasi-sages. There were simply too few people who could become sages. This time, it happened to be a once-in-a-lifetime change. Such an opportunity didn't come by often, and none of the great perfection quasi-sages wanted to miss this opportunity to become sages. "Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Eastern Emperor Xian said as he fought with Yen. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as boundless purple lightning bloomed. This was the most terrifying type of lightning in the world, the nine heavens purple lightning. The East Immortal Emperor and Yen had triggered the sage heavenly tribulation together. The power of the nine heavens purple lightning was many times stronger than when it was triggered by a single person. Faced with such a lightning tribulation, an ordinary great perfection quasi-sage would have long given up all hope. However, Yenner and Eastern Emperor Xian were not ordinary great perfection quasi-sages. Buzz. The ancient cauldron shook, and 18 black shadows appeared around Yenner like phantoms. These were the 18 poison bodies. They were incomparably terrifying. Even a great perfection quasi-sage would die if they were hit by them. Clang! The ancient cauldron and Eastern Emperor Xian's flying immortal swords clashed continuously. Both saint weapons radiated divine light. Runes appeared on the ancient cauldron and interweaved into a supreme power of the great Tao, knocking away the flying immortal swords. The ancient cauldron in Yenner's hand was extraordinary. When saving someone, it would turn into the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. It could refine supreme medicines that could revive the dead. However, when facing an enemy, it could turn into the myriad poison cosmos cauldron and condense the most powerful poison in the world. It could even poison sages. Eastern Emperor Xian was very wary of the myriad poison cosmos cauldron. Coupled with the 18 poison bodies, he had to keep dodging, not daring to let it get close to him. No one knew how powerful the poison of these poison bodies was, but Eastern Emperor Xian didn't want to experience it himself. Flying immortal beheading the moon. Eastern Emperor Xian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. He shouted, and the flying immortal sword emitted an unprecedentedly powerful sword light. The sword chi spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, blocking the power of the heavenly tribulation. Inside the sword light, there were 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao that attracted the power of the great Tao. Although these 9 divine runes were blurry and had yet to take form, they could already trigger the power of a saint. Universe Cauldron. Yenner didn't back down and directly shook the ancient cauldron in her hand. Buzz. The ancient cauldron let out a deafening rumble. Then, 2 balls of heavenly light rose from the ancient cauldron. One of them was white like a sun and emitted an infinite amount of heavenly light that lit up the entire world. The other ball of heavenly light was as black as ink and emitted a dark light. This is... Eastern Emperor Xian was shocked to see Yenner's divine ability. It was indeed a universe cauldron. Inside the myriad poison cosmos cauldron, there were 2 energies of yin and yang. A mass of black and white light soared into the sky, turning into an yin-yang Tao diagram that blocked the radiant sword light that was chopping down towards it. The diagram of yin and yang was incomparably powerful. This was a divine form of the Tao. As the black and white light revolved, it was as if a world was evolving. Break for me, Eastern Emperor Xian roared. All of his immortal energy was concentrated on his sword. He wanted to end this battle with a single sword strike. He didn't want to waste time with this demoness. One must know that the old tortoise had already arrived. Nobody knew if this old tortoise would suddenly attack them or not. Eastern Emperor Xian had some misgivings. He wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. However, Yenner's cultivation was similar to his. It was impossible for her to end this battle quickly. Old Yuan, or let me deal with you. At this moment, the fire Qilan Balan was already walking towards the battlefield. He didn't fear the Saint Tribulation because he, too, had the qualifications to trigger it. Another ruthless character. Everyone was shocked at this scene. If the fire Qilan joined the battle, then it would be the same as 3 people facing the tribulation together. 3 people facing the tribulation together. This was a crazy thing. Even the ancient saints who had lived for countless years had never seen or heard of such a thing. Balan, don't interfere. Yenna spoke at this time. The fire Qilan Baron couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. And then he stopped. High up in the sky, there was a middle-aged man sitting on a throne in the main hall of the divine palace. A powerful true dragon aura spread out from his body, like an ancient ancestral dragon, giving off a feeling of absolute power and terror. This person was the old tortoise. He was very calm and didn't attack Eastern Emperor Xian. This was because in the void opposite him stood a blurry silhouette. He sensed danger from this silhouette. Chapter 2284. High up in the sky, on the opposite side of the divine palace, the old tortoise could still sense the mysterious man's existence, even though there was a sage's heavenly tribulation between them. I didn't expect this guy to be here. No wonder Yuan Gu dared to ignore me. The old tortoise muttered to himself while sitting on the throne in the divine palace. The mysterious man was on the other side of the sage's heavenly tribulation and was thousands of miles away from the divine palace. However, a distance of thousands of miles was nothing to the old tortoise. The son of the Grand Emperor? The mysterious man's figure was blurry, like a soul without flesh and blood. He did not emit a powerful aura and just stood quietly in the void. However, he gave off a palpitating feeling, as if he was facing an unreachable ancient mountain. I must see who you are today. The old tortoise's figure suddenly disappeared from the divine palace. The moment the old tortoise disappeared, the blurry figure disappeared into the void, as if it had merged with the surrounding world. Come out! Old tortoise roared furiously. Its figure appeared near where the mysterious man originally stood and blasted a punch into the void. Buzz! The void trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. A circle of transparent void fluctuations spread out in an instant. The old tortoise's punch did not shatter the void, but it displayed unfathomable power. The mysterious man who had hidden in the void fell out of the void. It's just an incarnation. Old tortoise smiled, then reached out and grabbed the mysterious man in his hand. The mysterious man's incarnation was no match for the old tortoise at all. The difference between the two was too big. Perhaps the mysterious man's real body could only fight against the old tortoise. Boom! Just as the old tortoise was about to read the memories of the mysterious man's incarnation, the incarnation exploded. A powerful destructive force forced the old tortoise to take a few steps back. Roar! The old tortoise roared. The other party was decisive in killing and had actually self-destructed his incarnation. Just as the mysterious man's incarnation exploded, a middle-aged man in a white robe, who was sitting by a stream in a valley in the depths of the chaotic world, suddenly opened his eyes. The mysterious man sensed the destruction of the incarnation. Who destroyed my incarnation? Could it be him? The middle-aged man in the white robe muttered to himself. Then he closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged on the ground. He activated his mysterious technique and quickly entered into a deep state of cultivation. Just who is going against me? Old Tortoise was also muttering to himself. When this mysterious man was in the heaven realm, he had fought with him several times. However, every time Old Tortoise was about to use his trump card, this guy would slip away. This made Old Tortoise gnash his teeth in hatred. At this time, the sage's heavenly tribulation was wreaking havoc. Yen and Eastern Emperor Xian had to use a part of their power to resist the sage's heavenly tribulation. As a result, their situation became more and more dangerous. In the end, Yen and Eastern Emperor Xian had no choice but to stop and resist the saint's heavenly tribulation with all their might. Eastern Emperor Xian knew that he was no match for the old tortoise, so he charged into the depths of the chaotic world with billions of bolts of purple lightning. He did not want to take the risk, because if Yen was a step faster than him and became a saint, he would be out of luck. Humph! Seeing that Eastern Emperor Xian had retreated, Balon the Fire Qilin snorted coldly and chased after him. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not high enough. In front of the divine palace, little Fatty's eyes were burning. He wanted to participate, but he did not dare to leave the divine palace because he was not even a semi-sage. If he left the divine palace, his life would be in danger because Old Tortoise had many enemies. Those people could not do anything to Old Tortoise, but they could do nothing to Little Fatty. Even Little Fatty's father, Gu Zhong, was only a great completion sage to be after receiving guidance from Gu Fei. It would be very difficult for him to improve further. Only those who embarked on the path of martial arts knew that to become a martial sage, one had to put in more effort than others. Old Tortoise returned. That mysterious man was very decisive. He self-destructed his incarnation and left nothing behind, not even a trace to trace. Damn it! Old Tortoise sat on his throne in the divine palace, breathing heavily. He was not afraid of the other party, but the other party had secretly attacked him, making it impossible for him to defend. Go and capture that Eastern Emperor Xian. Remember, I want him alive. Old Tortoise roared towards the back of the palace. Yes, Patriarch. An old voice was heard. Then, an old man left the divine palace and disappeared into the dusky sky. Old Tortoise had already unified the demon race of the heaven realm, becoming the true demon lord of the heaven realm. Countless experts of the demon race followed him, and even some ancient saints of the demon race acknowledged him as their master. The surviving generals of the demon races, Supreme Tai Huang, also came to seek refuge with Old Tortoise. The generals under Tai Huang were all super old antiques who had lived for countless years. They had once followed Tai Huang to conquer the ancient world, conquering a huge territory. At this time, Yen tribulation had reached its most crucial moment. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were sworn brothers, so naturally, he did not want anyone to attack Yen Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be my enemy. Such words came from the divine palace. The voice contained the fluctuations of the great Tao, causing the hearts of the surrounding ancient saints to tremble and palpitate. Not just anyone could produce such a divine voice of the great Tao. This person's cultivation was extremely profound, and he was definitely a cultivator among saints. No one was willing to offend such a person, and the ancient saints from the heaven realm did not dare to provoke Old Tortoise. It should be known that this guy had the demon weapon Tai Huang seal, refined by the supreme Tai Huang of the demon race. No one had anything better to do than to court death. Yen foundation was very solid. She calmly passed the tribulation. The yin and yang qi nurtured in the cauldron of myriad poisons blocked most of the power of the tribulation for her. Without any suspense, 9 primordial Tao patterns condensed in Yen-Er's body. They broke through the shackles of the heavenly Tao and attracted the power of the saint level. Yen-Er had become a saint. This shocked everyone. It should be known that becoming a saint was too difficult. Countless people had gone through the tribulation, but only a few had succeeded. Those who did not had a miserable fate. This was the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was emotionless. As long as one failed to pass the tribulation, there was only one result. and that was to be completely obliterated by the power of the heavenly Tao. They could not even become ghosts. After Yen became a saint, she was taken into the divine palace by Old Tortoise. After a while, Yen left to find Gu Fei. Chapter 2285. The primal chaos world was a huge world. No one knew how vast this world was. Even a powerful sage would not know where the end of this world was. Rumble, endless purple tribulation, lightning wreaked havoc as a mass of lightning enveloped 1,000 miles in radius. It wrapped around a figure and quickly swept across the sky, instantly disappearing into the dusky world. Just as the mass of lightning disappeared, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a powerful creature with a dragon's head and a human's body. Flames flickered around this creature's body. Yuan Gu's ghost runs really fast. The fire Qilin Balon cursed. Then, his figure also disappeared in the sky, chasing after the purple lightning. Just as the fire Qilin Balon chased after the figure, an old man also passed by in the sky and followed Balon. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian was in a sorry state. He had already sensed that there was a powerhouse chasing after him, so he did not dare stop. Moreover, what made the ancient Emperor Xian feel threatened was the sage heavenly tribulation that he had triggered. He knew that he could not stop to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, the person behind him would catch up. Humph! The ancient Emperor Xian sneered as he directly headed towards a special region in the primal chaos world. This was where the mysterious person he had sought refuge with was. He knew very well how powerful the mysterious man was because when he met him, he was pressed down by the other party with just one palm. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. The people chasing after him were definitely not a match for that person. The ancient Emperor Xian wanted to borrow a knife to kill him. At this time, the primal chaos world suddenly shook. The chaotic channels that appeared in the ancestral land of life began to become unstable. Is the primal chaos world going to close? Someone exclaimed. This was not a good thing for everyone. Once the primal chaos world closed, it would only reappear after another 10,000 years. The changes in the primal chaos world made everyone unable to sit still. It should be known that it was impossible to become a saint in the outside world. The opportunity to become a saint would only appear in the primal chaos world. However, if the cultivators who entered the primal chaos world did not leave in time, they would be trapped inside. However, this seemed to be a false alarm. The chaotic world shook for a while before returning to normal, and the chaotic passageway stabilized. However, everyone knew that this was a sign that the primal chaos world was about to close. Some people began to prepare to leave, especially those ancient sages. There was nothing in the primal chaos world other than boundless primal energy. While it was possible to become a sage here, it was not the stage for ancient sages. The 3 realms and 6 paths were the true stage for saint-level experts. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Endless purple lightning struck down from the sky towards a figure on the ground. The destructive aura caused people's hearts to palpitate. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Yuan Gu was undergoing a tribulation. This was a crimson region. In this region, everything that could be seen was crimson. Even the primal chaos chi was dyed crimson. How could there be such a place in the chaos world? Outside the crimson region, the fire Qilin Balon stood in the void and stared at the figure that was undergoing a tribulation 1,000 miles away. His eyes flickered with flames. Balon was a divine beast fire Qilin, so he was naturally sensitive to dangerous auras. He instinctively sensed the danger, so he stopped outside the crimson region. At this moment, an old man appeared outside the crimson region in another direction. The old man seemed to have noticed something and was extremely shocked. Yuan Gu had chosen to undergo his tribulation here. He knew very well that if the two outside dared to enter this region, his mysterious master would definitely take action. Trash, I can't believe you were chased back by these two little fellows. How shameful. Suddenly, a divine consciousness was transmitted from the Crimson region, and a voice rang out in everyone's hearts. Ha! Just as Yuan Gu was about to speak, a loud laugh came from the horizon. Then, a divine palace appeared in the sky and quickly approached the Crimson region. The old tortoise had arrived. He had immediately rushed over after receiving the news. This surprised the fire Qilin Balon that the old tortoise had actually come personally. You old tortoise, what's so funny about it? The mysterious man in the Crimson region continued to transmit his voice. I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. The old tortoise's voice was transmitted from the divine palace. Then a figure rushed out of the divine palace and directly entered the Crimson region in front of them. Boom! A crimson mountain exploded. The old tortoise had attacked mercilessly. A terrifying saint-level power erupted, causing the entire Crimson region to shake. He wanted to force out the mysterious man who had been opposing him in every way. Do you want to fight? A blurry figure appeared high up in the sky, and a peerless and terrifying aura spread out from this figure. Nonsense! The old tortoise did not want to waste any more time talking to this person. He immediately attacked that person. Buzz. The person stretched out his hand, and the void shook. 9 mysterious Tao patterns rushed out of his hand and turned into 9 divine arrows, piercing towards the old tortoise. Let's see how you escape this time. The old tortoise shouted. This mysterious man had fought with the old tortoise several times before. However, the old tortoise had escaped every time. This guy would definitely escape when the situation was not right. Bang! A huge seal rushed out of the old tortoise's hand and smashed forward. The 9 divine arrows that were shooting towards the old tortoise were all shattered by the seal. There was an aura of the extreme path lingering on the seal. Tai Huang seal. The mysterious man was surprised to see the old tortoise use the Tai Huang seal right away. This seal was a demonic weapon of the extreme path. The old tortoise did not use the Tai Huang seal to kill his opponent directly. The seal soared into the sky and froze in the sky. A powerful force came down and sealed the void. Die. The old tortoise suppressed the void with the Tai Huang seal and then attacked the mysterious man. Swoosh! The mysterious man used his body technique and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared thousands of feet away. His speed was so fast that even the old tortoise was shocked. Seal. The old tortoise formed a seal with both hands. 9 primitive Tao patterns rushed out and interweaved into a Tao diagram. It went to seal the mysterious man. Break! The mysterious man roared, and an extremely powerful force erupted from his body, colliding with the Tao diagram that was being sealed. Rumble, like thunder, 2 terrifying forces above the Saint Plane collided and canceled each other out. A wave of destruction swept out. The sky changed color between the 2 experts, and the sun and moon dimmed. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and it continued to sink. This mysterious man was able to fight with the old tortoise. His cultivation was so powerful that it shocked everyone to the extreme. Moreover, this mysterious man did not show his true face from the beginning. There was an aura of the great path lingering on his body. No one could see his appearance clearly, just as the old tortoise and the mysterious man were fighting the fire Qilin Balon, and the old man also stepped into the red area. They then moved towards the ancient Emperor Xian. This, under the heavenly tribulation, The ancient Emperor Xian could not help but be shocked. There were actually two experts targeting him. The fire Qilin was not a threat. However, the old man made the ancient Emperor Xian feel threatened. "That guy is useless to me." The old tortoise transmitted a message to the old man. The old man did not say anything. He directly stretched out his right palm and pressed forward. In his palm, 9 primitive Tao patterns interweaved and attracted the power of the Great Path. This was a Saint Plain technique. The old man was actually a demon saint. Endless tribulation lightning was constantly destroyed in front of the old man's palm. The old man's palm directly hit the depths of the heavenly tribulation. He wanted to kill the ancient Emperor Xian in one fell swoop. However, the ancient Emperor Xian would not die so easily. When the old man's palm hit him, he had already retreated. "Old man, it won't be that easy to kill me." The ancient Emperor Xian coughed up blood. Although the old man's palm did not really hit the ancient Emperor Xian, the wind from the palm had already caused a great impact on the ancient Emperor Xian. Buzz! The ancient Emperor Xian held the flying immortal sword in his hand and slashed at the old man. The power of the heavenly tribulation was driven by this sword and frantically gathered towards the flying immortal sword. Boom! The old man seemed to have casually thrown a punch, but a powerful force erupted from his fist, shattering the flying immortal sword light that was slashing towards him. The ancient Emperor Xian was no match for the old man. After all, the old man was a demon saint of the demon race. There were not many demon saints in the demon race. It was unimaginable that the old man had survived until now. This old man had once followed the Tai Huang and was one of the Tai Huang's old subordinates. He only listened to the old tortoise. Chaotic reversal. The ancient Emperor Xian did not care too much. He directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal secret technique. Most of the old man's fist force was dispersed. Even so, the ancient Emperor Xian was blasted away again. At this time, the fire Qilin Balon could only watch as the ancient Emperor Xian was beaten so badly that he could not stand up. However, he did not dare to enter the range of the sage, heavenly tribulation. He was not ready yet. The sage, heavenly tribulation was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation. There were too many people who failed. The soil of the chaos world was dyed red. Only an extremely small number of people could break through the shackles of cultivation and transcend the sage, heavenly tribulation, soaring into the sky. Your subordinate is about to die. Why aren't you helping him? The old tortoise said as he attacked the mysterious man. Humph! The mysterious man snorted coldly. 9 primitive Tao patterns intertwined. The power of the great Tao was vast and mighty. It turned into a destructive storm that swept towards the old tortoise. Chapter 2286. Old Tortoise finally blocked the mysterious black hand in a very strange place in the chaotic world and fought with it. However, what surprised Old Tortoise was that the mysterious black hand was extremely powerful and was able to fight with him endlessly. This was a powerful sage. The mysterious man was shrouded in a layer of mysterious Taoist rhymes. Even Old Tortoise could not see through this person's true appearance. "Who are you?" Old Tortoise broke through the layers of astral winds and directly arrived in front of the mysterious man. He then punched the mysterious man's chest, and the powerful fist force crushed the void. The mysterious man did not speak. His body suddenly became blurry as if he was about to disappear into the void. Old Tortoise's punch directly passed through the mysterious man's body. At this moment, Old Tortoise felt danger. The hair on his body stood up and almost exploded. He was like a cat whose tail was suddenly stepped on. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Old Tortoise rushed forward. Just as Old Tortoise rushed forward, a big black hand silently slapped out of the void and instantly pierced through the place where Old Tortoise was originally standing. "You're a demon." Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. He sensed a trace of demonic aura from the black hand that slapped out of the void. Only demons would have demonic aura. The mysterious man still did not make a sound. He walked out of the void. The figure that Old Tortoise punched through was just an afterimage of him. Kill. Old Tortoise finally got serious when he sensed the demonic aura on the mysterious man. He roared and stretched out his hand to grab the mysterious man. Rumble. A purple dragon claw rushed out of his hand and burst out a powerful wave of demonic power. The entire world trembled under the impact of this demonic power. This was the power that originated from the bloodline of the supreme emperor of the demon clan. The purple dragon claw displayed terrifying power and directly tore the void between heaven and earth. The black aura on the mysterious man's body was vast and mighty. The black aura, with demonic aura, instantly condensed into a black hand and met the purple dragon claw. Bam! The two forces collided in an instant. The black hand collapsed, and the black Tao patterns dissipated in the void. The purple dragon claw directly smashed the black hand, and then grabbed at the mysterious man. Buzz. The air trembled, and the mysterious man was grabbed by the purple dragon claw. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Roar. The mysterious man roared furiously, and a strand of supreme saint rank energy erupted from his body. 9 black Tao patterns rushed out from his body, and forcefully pushed the violet dragon claw away before he charged out. Kacha! The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from the mysterious man's body. His broken bones were being reconnected, and in an instant he had completely recovered. Humph! Old Tortoise was extremely domineering. At this time, his expression was solemn. He directly displayed his strongest combat strength and pressed forward step by step toward the mysterious man. The Patriarch's cultivation base has risen again. Outside the battlefield, the fire Chilin Balon couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Old Tortoise's cultivation speed was really too fast. He was improving almost every day, especially after he became a saint. When he became a saint, no one was alerted. Although the heavenly tribulation of a saint was very noisy, and ordinary people couldn't hide the extremely strong fluctuation of heaven and earth, this was only to ordinary people. Old Tortoise was not an ordinary person. He had the Tai Huang seal of his father, the supreme Tai Huang of the demon clan. With the Tai Huang seal, no one would be able to sense it even if the old tortoise made a bigger noise. This kind of cultivation base is far from his peak. An old voice suddenly came from the side, causing Baron to be startled. He quickly turned around and saw that the ancient demon of the demon race was already standing beside him without him noticing. This ancient demon used to follow the Tai Huang, and his background was so powerful that it could scare people to death. It should be known that the era of the Tai Huang was extremely long ago. It was hard to imagine that the experts of the demon clan from that era could still be alive today. As an ancient demon who used to follow the Tai Huang, the old man naturally knew the cultivation base and strength of Old Tortoise. Back then, the 9 sons of the Tai Huang were powerful existences that shook the entire untainted land. Old Tortoise was the eldest of the 9 sons of the Tai Huang. One could imagine how powerful he was at his peak. Since the eldest of the 9 sons of the Tai Huang was furious, the mysterious man immediately couldn't withstand it. He was constantly pushed back, and his body was covered with blood. His body had suffered a great impact. I've sealed the area with the Tai Huang seal. Let's see how you escape this time. Old Tortoise said with a murderous look. This guy had already attacked him several times before, causing him to be covered in dust and dirt. He even lost a few generals of the demon clan. The mysterious man didn't say anything, but the demonic aura on his body became more and more powerful. It was as if there was a supreme, true demon hiding in his body. In the end, the mysterious man's body was directly shattered by Old Tortoise's great technique, and his primordial spirit was forced out. Rumble, the Tai Huang seal hanging high in the sky, trembled under a mighty force. It obliterated the mysterious man's primordial spirit. This was the power of the Tai Huang seal. The mysterious man's primordial spirit directly dissipated in the void. How is this possible? At the moment when the mysterious man's primordial spirit was obliterated, Old Tortoise suddenly felt something. His face became a little ugly. This mysterious man was strange, and it didn't seem to be his real body. Such a method was too incredible. Such a powerful existence was actually not his real body. If this was really the case, then the mysterious man's real body was unimaginably powerful. Old Tortoise couldn't be happy. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this time, the battle between the Eastern Emperor Xian and the ancient demon had already ended. The Eastern Emperor Xian had been captured by the old man. Although Old Tortoise said that this person was useless to him, the old man still left him for Old Tortoise to deal with. The ancient demon sage was extremely powerful. Even the Eastern Emperor Xian's sage, heavenly tribulation, was dispersed. The Eastern Emperor Xian survived, but his cultivation had been sealed by the ancient demon using a secret technique. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian was like a mortal without cultivation and combat power. Don't kill me. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian no longer had the bearing that an Emperor Xian should have. His voice was trembling, and he was even more frightened when he saw Old Tortoise walking towards him with a murderous aura. Old Tortoise ignored the Eastern Emperor Xian. He came in front of the Eastern Emperor Xian and pressed his hand on the Eastern Emperor Xian's head to read his memories. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path. Chapter 2287. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path were the secret techniques of the Immortal Path created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. These secret techniques were renowned throughout the Untainted Land during ancient times and were known as undefeatable secret techniques. The most maddening thing was that there were no prerequisites for cultivating these secret techniques, and it was not restricted to only cultivators of the Immortal Path. In other words, other living beings could also cultivate the secret techniques of the Immortal Path. After reading the memories of the Eastern Emperor Xian, the Old Tortoise obtained these 2 secret techniques, Chaos Reversal and Void Reversal. These 2 secret techniques were practically prepared for battle. While the Old Tortoise was destroying the mysterious man, a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly opened his eyes in a valley in another region of the chaotic world. He actually destroyed my demon body. Is that Old Tortoise really that powerful? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. The Old Tortoise's guess was correct. The mysterious man who fought with him was not his real body, but a demon body, the corpse of a saint-level demon. The real mastermind behind the scenes was someone else, the Old Tortoise, and the others then returned to the heavenly palace in the sky. The startled ancient sages gradually dispersed after seeing the end of the battle. Soon, peace was restored in this part of the world, while the Old Tortoise and the others returned to the heavenly palace in the sky, Gufei, and the others were looking for a place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Guzhong, the iron-blood Taoist, Shaoqing, and the others had all reached the greater perfection of the saint level and were qualified to attempt the breakthrough. To ensure that nothing would go wrong, Gufei had to carefully search for a suitable place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. That is, as Gufei walked into the depths of the chaotic world, a powerful wave of spiritual qi came from the front. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. There must be a treasured place where spiritual qi gathered in front of him. This was the place that Gu Fei was looking for. Gu Fei walked in the direction of the spiritual qi. Soon, his eyes lit up. There was not a trace of chaotic qi in the void in front of him. He discovered that the area in front of him was brimming with vitality. At the center of this area, there was a spring. This spring was actually spewing out heaven and earth spiritual qi. It's a good place. Just as Gu Fei walked into the lively world, a furious roar rang out. Then, a ferocious beast came out from behind a short mountain. It was a white divine tiger, like an ancient divine beast. An extremely powerful killing intent spread out from the divine tiger's body. A ferocious beast with the white tiger divine beast's bloodline running through its veins. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He could sense that there was a powerful force within this fierce tiger's body. This was a type of power that originated from its bloodline. Roar! The fierce tiger stared at Gu Fei and growled in a low voice, as if it would pounce on Gu Fei at any time. Are all remnant species of primal chaos this powerful? Gu Fei had to get serious. How could such a spiritual land not have an owner? This fierce tiger was entrenched here, guarding this spiritual land, and was not driven away by anyone. This was enough to show how powerful this fierce tiger was. Powerful remnant species of primal chaos were not weaker than saints. Some of them were even stronger than saints in terms of cultivation and combatability. This fierce tiger, with the white tiger divine beast's bloodline, was not simple. It was very powerful and could compete with the saints of the human clan. Even if an ancient saint came, he might not be able to suppress this fierce tiger. Get lost! Gu Fei shouted at the fierce tiger. His voice contained a trace of power of the Great Path. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Even the fierce tiger stopped. Roar! The fierce tiger roared angrily. Its four limbs pushed off the ground and turned into a white divine light, pouncing towards Gu Fei fiercely. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me then. Gu Fei originally wanted to let this fierce tiger go, but now he had no other choice. He directly punched out, causing the void to tremble as it landed on the fierce tiger's forehead. The fierce tiger roared and flew backwards, falling to the ground. For a moment, it couldn't get up. What a tough bone. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would still be smashed by his fist, let alone a mere skull. It could only be said that this fierce tiger was a little different. Its bones were nourished by spiritual energy day and night, transforming even more. The fierce tiger didn't feel good after taking a punch from Gu Fei. The powerful fist energy almost exploded its head, causing it to feel dizzy, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of its mouth. Human, you've crossed the line. At this moment, a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a divine communication. The fierce tiger was transmitting its voice to Gu Fei. Cross the line, my ass. If you obediently retreat, you can live. Otherwise, death will be your final destination. Gu Fei said as he looked at the ferocious tiger in front of him. The fierce tiger was both shocked and angry. It knew that it was no match for this human. However, if it risked its life, it still had a chance to perish together with this human. However, no one wanted to die. The fierce tiger was the same. You what you? If you don't scram now, then you don't need to scram anymore. The chaotic qi around Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. A powerful wave of saint energy exploded from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. The fierce tiger sensed the change in Gu Fei's body and couldn't help but be shocked. This human actually had the strength to kill it. This made the fierce tiger extremely nervous. The chaotic species pondered for a moment, then turned around and left. It had no choice but to leave the place it had protected for hundreds of years. Seeing that Xionghu had retreated on his own, Gu Fei withdrew the powerful aura from his body. Then, he released the 4 people he had kept in his inner world. This is Gu Zhong, and the rest were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. What they saw was actually a place full of vitality. In the entire primordial chaos world, there were definitely not many places like this. Master, we'll undergo our tribulation here. Gu Zhong asked. Yeah, let's hurry up and cultivate. Gu Fei nodded. In the center of this place, there was actually a heavenly spring of life. This was something nurtured by heaven and earth, spewing out the purest life essence. With this boundless life essence, there would be no danger of exhaustion during the tribulation. Gu Fei and the rest stayed in this place while Gu Zhong and the rest cultivated. They needed to familiarize themselves with this place before undergoing their tribulation. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. The fierce tiger that was chased away by Gu Fei would occasionally roam around this place. It wanted to take back its territory, but it didn't dare to. Later on, the ferocious tiger actually invited an old flood dragon to attack this region together. Chapter 2288. The divine spring of life spewed out life essence day and night, nourishing the spiritual land within 100 miles. It was impossible for this place to be ownerless. There was a fierce tiger here, but it was forced away by Gu Fei. In the end, it even invited an old dragon to take back this spiritual land from Gu Fei. This time, Gu Fei was no longer lenient. He directly used the life-slaying technique to kill the 2 chaotic species, then used the mountain and river cauldron to cook a cauldron of dragon tiger soup, and shared it with everyone. The tiger was a chaotic species with the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger. The dragon was the old dragon that had the bloodline of the true dragon in its veins. Although the old dragon did not transform into a true dragon after reaching the saint level, it was no different from a true dragon, especially since it had the bloodline of a true dragon. This was a true cauldron of dragon tiger soup. When it was being brewed, spiritual light soared into the sky. Waves of divine sounds of the great Tao came from the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely a peerless divine medicine. Even a saint would be envious of it. Gu Fei's disciples were in luck again. Not only Gu Fei's 3 disciples, but Zhong Limeng, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the rest of the 12 great bandits were also able to have a share. Even this group of people could not finish a cauldron of dragon tiger soup. In the end, Gu Fei released the soldiers of the Meng family to let them have a taste of the dragon tiger soup. The spiritual energy contained in the dragon tiger soup was obviously beneficial to cultivators. Shaoqing directly sensed the arrival of the saint's heavenly tribulation. At this time, he could no longer suppress his level. Rumble, the faint sound of thunder came from the sky. This shocked everyone. The saint's heavenly tribulation was about to come. Shaoqing rushed into the depths of this spiritual land. Is the tribulation coming? Gu Fei was a bit speechless. This dragon tiger soup was really miraculous. The divine splendor in the bodies of the fierce tiger and the old dragon were refined, especially the white tiger bloodline in the fierce tiger and the true dragon bloodline in the old dragon. These 2 bloodlines were the true bloodlines of ancient divine beasts. They contained great Tao fragments that could allow one to comprehend the Tao. Not long after Shaoqing attracted the saint's heavenly tribulation, the Iron Blood Taoist also rushed to the other side of the spiritual land. He had a premonition that his heavenly tribulation could descend at any time. Only Qi Long and Gu Zhong had yet to sense when their heavenly tribulations would descend. Boom! Not long after, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, striking deep into the spiritual land. A destructive aura filled the air. Everyone retreated as far as they could. One should know that this was the tribulation of a sage. It was extremely terrifying. If anyone below the level of a sage were to be affected by the power of this tribulation, there would only be one outcome. Their body and soul would be destroyed. Roar! Just as Shaoqing triggered the saint's heavenly tribulation, a demonic figure appeared outside the spirit land. It then pulled the demonic bow in its hand and shot an arrow at Shaoqing. "You're courting death." Gu Fei's eyebrows immediately rose when he saw this. He took a step forward and displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. He then punched the demonic arrow that was shot at Shaoqing. The demonic arrow shattered under Gu Fei's fist. After shooting the arrow, the demonic figure immediately retreated. However, Gu Fei would not let the demonic figure retreat so easily. He displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and caught up with the demonic figure in just a few steps. Without hesitation, Gu Fei performed his killer move. The black and white yin-yang swords rushed out of his hands and turned into killing swords that strangled the demonic figure. The demonic figure continuously pulled the demonic bow in its hand and shot demonic arrows with black demonic light, colliding with the yin-yang sword of life and death. However, what shocked the demonic figure was that the demonic arrows he shot could not withstand the 2 yin-yang sword of life and death from his opponent. Swoosh! The black and white divine light instantly intersected and slashed at the demonic figure, cleaving it in 2. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that after the demonic figure was cleaved in 2 by his yin-yang sword of life and death, it instantly rejoined itself, as if it had never been struck by the yin-yang sword of life and death. Some of the ancient sages could not help but be shocked at this sight. Demons also dare to appear. A vertical purple mark appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. This demonic figure did not seem to have a body of flesh and blood. It seemed to be the shadow of a soul. It was very special. Buzz. The air trembled as a beam of purple divine light shot out from Gu Fei's forehead, turning into a sword of the way that slashed towards the demonic shadow. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial divinity sword of the way. This secret technique was the bane of all souls and primordial spirits. It possessed unfathomable power. At this moment, the demonic figure was shocked. It recognized this secret technique. Swoosh! Without hesitation, the demonic figure tore open the void and tried to escape. However, the primordial soul Tao sword was extremely fast. Although the specter had already escaped into the primordial chaos, it was still slashed by Gu Fei's primordial soul Tao sword and dissipated in the primordial chaos. The demonic bow was lost in the primordial chaos. Gu Fei was very powerful, and the battle prowess he displayed shocked everyone. After all, the demonic figure just now was extremely powerful. It was definitely a demon at the sage level. This Gu Fei is getting more and more terrifying. The ancient sages from the soaring dragon ancestral planet muttered. The ancient sages close to the Dongfang family were especially worried. The stronger Gu Fei grew, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Dongfang family. This was a huge problem. Those who had conflicts with Gu Fei on the soaring dragon ancestral planet felt great pressure and danger. Some had already left the primordial chaos world, afraid of meeting Gu Fei. However, many ancient sages were not paying attention to Gu Fei. Demons kept appearing, which made the ancient sages nervous. The primordial chaos world would no longer be peaceful. But all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He stood guard in the spiritual land and stood guard for Shaoqing. This little guy is finally going through his tribulation. Less than 5 miles away from the spiritual land, there stood an old man on a stone mountain. This old man was an unparalleled existence of the demon race that even the old turtle dared not slight. This old man's status was one generation higher than the old turtles. In the past, this old man had discussed the Tao with the Grand Emperor and called him brother. Xiaoqing's tribulation made Gu Fei a little nervous. He had many enemies. If they jumped out at this time and attacked Xiaoqing, the consequences would be dire. One had to know that those who were going through their tribulations hated being disturbed the most. If they were disturbed, they would become crippled at best, and if they were worse, they would die. If anyone dares to attack, I, Gu Fei, will exterminate their entire family. Chapter 2289. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He was protecting Xiaoqing and had declared that anyone who dared to make a move against him would be wiped out. Everyone was very fearful of Gu Fei. It should be known that this ruthless person could even kill sages and was comparable to a sage king. As long as he passed the sage king tribulation, he would be a true sage king. No one said anything. Gu Fei's name had long spread throughout the entire chaos world. Even the native remnant species of the primal chaos knew that Gu Fei had appeared in the human race. No one dared to act rashly again. Originally, some Empyrean saints from the celestial realm wanted to stop little Qing from transcending the tribulation. However, after seeing that Gu Fei could actually kill a saint-level devil soul, they all gave up on the idea. Someone's passing the tribulation again. Who is it this time? There were traces of experts everywhere in the chaos world. Some sensed the changes in the spiritual qi of the world, while others triggered the sage, heavenly tribulation. The spatial passageway connecting this chaos world had already become unstable. Some people guessed that this was a sign that the chaos world was about to once again disappear into the endless chaos. The chaos world was about to close. As a result, the old antiques who had yet to pass the tribulation began to panic and could no longer sit still. Rumble, in the depths of the spiritual land where Xiaoqing was, the great Tao of the world pressed down, emitting a destructive power that could obliterate everything. This was the might of heaven. Streaks of dragon-shaped lightning descended from the sky and bombarded Xiaoqing. In the end, Xiaoqing actually triggered the Taihuang Great Tao imprint that the ancient Taihuang had left on the heavenly path. This was equivalent to fighting with the Taihuang Great Tao. After the battle, although Xiaoqing was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he had also dispersed the 9 Great Tao imprints that belonged to the Taihuang Great Tao. Roar! Xiaoqing roared at the sky. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared in his body, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual qi to replenish the yuan qi that had been consumed during the tribulation. The divine sound of the great Tao rumbled. 9 primordial Tao patterns intertwined on Xiaoqing's body, and the might of a true sacred beast spread out from his body. I've finally become a saint. After narrowly escaping death, when his life force was about to be completely severed, Xiaoqing finally made it through. A powerful life force began to emerge from his body. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 9 primordial patterns circled around his body, sealing off a part of the void and emitting the divine sound of the great path. These were the patterns that could only be condensed by a saint-level being. Xiaoqing, congratulations. Gu Fei walked over. After that, the others also came over and congratulated Xiaoqing, becoming a saint. In the past 10 years, there were only a few people who could become a saint, but Xiaoqing had succeeded. Of course, Xiaoqing was able to become a saint not because he was lucky, but because he had made sufficient preparations for the heavenly tribulation. He could have gone through the heavenly tribulation a long time ago, but in order to be absolutely safe, he chose to suppress his cultivation. Suppressing one's cultivation wasn't a bad thing for little Qing. Xiaoqing had followed the old turtle for a long time and received guidance from the old turtle. As the son of the Tai Huang, the old turtle had mastered the most powerful techniques of the dragon clan, using the supreme great technique to fight against the Tai Huang's Great Path imprint. Xiaoqing knew both himself and his enemy, which gave him a lot of advantages. Did he succeed? In another region of the chaotic world, high up in the sky, a divine palace floated in the chaotic aura. This divine palace was one of the old turtle's palaces. When Xiaoqing became a saint, the old turtle sensed it and couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The demon clan had another saint, and his disciple had also become a saint. In the next few years, the passages to the chaotic world that appeared in the ancestral lands of the major life forms became more and more unstable. This caused all the cultivators in the chaotic world to feel a sense of pressure. How dare they destroy my demon soul? It's time to settle the score with those people. In a valley in the chaotic world, a demonic figure stood up from a boulder. It was a pale-faced young man with long white hair and a black robe. The young man had a pair of blood-red eyes and demonic aura swirled around him. It was no secret that the demons had entered the chaotic world, but this was the first time that this white-haired demon dared to appear in the chaotic world in broad daylight. Swoosh! The white-haired demon took a step and instantly walked out of the valley, quickly disappearing into the chaotic world. At this time, after several years of preparation, the Iron-Blood Taoist began his tribulation. The powerful tribulation of a saint was wreaking havoc, and the terrifying power of destruction was vast and mighty. Amidst the endless tribulation lightning, the Iron-Blood Taoist held the Phoenix Tribulation and fought against it. The Phoenix Tribulation was a divine tool, and the Iron-Blood Taoist was not a saint. Naturally, he couldn't unleash the true power of the Phoenix Tribulation. However, it was a divine tool after all, and the power it displayed was not weak. It blocked the billions of tribulation lightning outside. 9 Phoenix Tao patterns rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and imprinted themselves in the void around the Iron-Blood Taoist, sealing the void in this area. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, an endless tribulation, lightning blasted down from the sky, but they were all blocked by the 9 Phoenix patterns. The Iron-Blood Taoist's goal was simple. He wanted to use the strongest defense, seal the void with the Phoenix patterns, and withstand the saint's tribulation. Out of all the methods of tribulation, this was the safest method. Of course, even the strongest defense was nothing in front of the saint's tribulation. The Iron-Blood Taoist used all his strength to control the Phoenix Tribulation, and the essence chi in his body continuously poured into the Phoenix Tribulation. Buzz. The Phoenix Tribulation shook, and the waves emitted from the 9 primitive patterns became more and more intense. In the end, the Iron-Blood Taoist made it through, and the tribulation dissipated. He became a saint. This was the second human cultivator to successfully pass the tribulation after Xiaoqing. In the past few years, there were many people who passed the tribulation, but only the Iron-Blood Taoist succeeded. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the Iron-Blood Taoist became saints one after another. He Tian left to find what belonged to him. Xiaoqing and the Iron-Blood Taoist were together with Gu Fei, 3 saints. Even some large sects probably didn't have such power. Just as the Iron-Blood Taoist became a saint, a demonic shadow appeared at the end of the sky, and then quickly moved towards where Gu Fei and the others were. Boom! Without any warning, an endless amount of demonic chi suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the entire world. A demonic aura that caused all living beings to tremble spread out. It's you. Chapter 2290. The Demon Lord, Ing Tian, was reborn in the ancient Buddhist master's Hell Path. After that, he killed his way out of the Hell Path and never appeared again. But now, this peerless demon had actually appeared in the chaotic world. Just in time, I was looking for someone to test my strength on. The Iron Blood Taoist roared and charged at the demon lord with the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. The Phoenix Tribulation flickered, and 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared. Those were the primordial Tao patterns of the undying Phoenix. Each Tao pattern emitted a towering divine fire, turning into a flaming divine phoenix that pounced at the demon lord. Rumble, the powerful sage, level energy shook the heavens and earth. Half of the sky was enveloped by the divine fire of the phoenix. The void was destroyed by the divine fire. The demonic aura dissipated under the scorching heat of the divine fire, revealing the terrifying and powerful figure within the demonic aura. Humph! The demon lord did not move. He let the divine fire of the phoenix burn his body, causing the demonic aura around him to dissipate rapidly. However, a shocking scene occurred. Even though the demon lord stood within the divine fire of the phoenix, allowing the divine fire to burn him, he was completely unharmed. Not even his clothes were burned. The divine fire of the phoenix was no ordinary fire. Moreover, the Iron Blood Taoist had already become a sage. This was a true saint fire. Even a sage would not dare to let it burn their body. The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked. No one knew the might of the Phoenix Tribulation better than him. But now, the saint artifact couldn't even hurt his opponent's demonic body. Even a saint artifact can't hurt him. Could this demon really be the ancestor of all demons? Some of the ancient sages who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate when they saw this scene. Perhaps only the demon ancestor's demonic body couldn't be harmed by a saint artifact. One must know that the demon ancestor was a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme Tao sovereign. The strength of the demon lord's demonic body was unimaginable. Even a saint artifact couldn't hurt him. A mere ant dares to act so impudently before this demon? Scram! The demon lord said coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a surge of demonic aura rushed out from his palm and turned into a demonic dragon that pounced at the Iron Blood Taoist. Boom! The demonic dragon was unstoppable. With a single charge, it shattered the fire phoenix formed by the 9 phoenix Tao patterns. Then, it charged towards the Iron Blood Taoist. Roar! The Iron Blood Taoist roared angrily and activated the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand with all his might. The 9 divine phoenix runes immediately shone with dazzling divine light. A ball of fire rushed out of the Phoenix Tribulation and enveloped him. A powerful force of the immortal phoenix erupted from Iron Blood Taoist's Phoenix Tribulation. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic dragon slammed into the layer of fire around the Iron Blood Taoist. The Tao patterns formed by countless fire essences dissipated. The Iron Blood Taoist was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away by the impact of the demonic dragon. The layer of fire around him also collapsed, and the powerful force caused him to vomit blood. So powerful! The Iron Blood Taoist's face was pale. He had suffered a great impact. If not for the Phoenix Tribulation blocking most of the power, his body would have been crushed by the demon dragon. He injured a sage with just a single strike. Seeing this result, everyone was dumbfounded. Although the Iron Blood Taoist was a new sage, he was still a sage who lived up to his name. This demon defeated a sage with just a casual attack. This kind of battle prowess caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. This demon was much stronger than what they had imagined. Where is the Crown Prince? Do you dare to come out and fight? The Archdevil Lord Ingtion swept his gaze across the surroundings. In his eyes, only the Crown Prince, the old tortoise, was his opponent. No one else could stand a chance. "Demon, you're too arrogant." An ancient sage barked. "Is that so?" The archdevil ancestor, Ingtion, suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void, followed by a miserable scream from afar. What? Everyone's hearts trembled. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the scream, only to see a figure walking over with a person in his hand. That demon. When the crowd saw the person's face, they couldn't help but be shocked. That person was shrouded in devil chi. Wasn't that the archdevil Lord Ingtion? The person in Ingtion's hand was a demonic beast saint, a peerless expert of the demonic beast race. However, there was no sign of life coming from this demonic beast saint. The archdevil Lord Ingtion had executed a lightning-fast method, killing a powerful demonic beast saint in an instant. "Are you really the archdevil Lord Ingtion?" At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded. Following that, an old man wearing tattered battle armor and holding a bronze battle spear walked over from the distance. "You're actually still alive." The archdevil Lord Ingtion was shocked when he saw the old man. "Aren't you still alive as well?" The old man stopped in front of the archdevil Lord Ingtion. The archdevil Lord Ingtion didn't say anything else. He immediately made his move. A torrential devil chi swept out, instantly enveloping the entire sky. It was as if night had descended, and the entire world darkened. Within the surging devil chi, countless demonic figures could be vaguely seen. It was as if an endless demonic realm had been opened, and a horde of demons appeared in the world. It was incomparably terrifying. This person is, by this time, Gu Fei, and the rest had already retreated far away. The old man held the bronze battle spear in his hand, exuding a shocking demonic chi. His entire person seemed to have turned into a divine sun, emitting a resplendent golden light. The boundless devil chi that swept towards the old man was repelled by the golden astral chi, a demonic beast race, divine, general that once followed the Grand Emperor. Shaoqing said. Only he knew the background of this old man who dared to challenge the archdevil Lord. This old man had an incomparably glorious past. Once followed the Grand Emperor, Gu Fei and the rest were shocked hearing this. This old man had lived for too long. He was actually someone from the same era as the Grand Emperor. No wonder he dared to challenge the archdevil Lord. "It's a pity that I didn't fight with you in the past." The archdevil Lord Ingtion stared at the old man in front of him. His expression was extremely solemn. This old man's name in the past was enough to shake a devil domain. If it wasn't for the Grand Emperor, this old man had a high chance of becoming a supreme being of the demonic beast race. "If it's difficult, then let's fight." The old man shook the bronze spear in his hand and shouted loudly. A peerlessly powerful battle intent instantly erupted from his skinny body. Fight. Chapter 2291. As the battle erupted, the demonic beast, ancient divine, general took the initiative to attack. He raised the bronze spear in his hand and thrust it at Ingtion. Swoosh! An extremely sharp divine light shot out from the inconspicuous bronze spear, emitting a powerful energy fluctuation. It pierced through the void and pierced through the archdevil Lord Ingtion's chest in the blink of an eye. A shocking, murderous aura burst forth from the thin body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous aura. Buzz. Right at this time, the space in front of the devil Lord Ingtion suddenly trembled. 9 devil marks rushed out from his body, intertwining into a devilish diagram, blocking Ingtion's attack. That beam of divine light that shot out from the demonic beast, ancient divine general's spear, was swallowed by a devil diagram in front of Ingtion. This devil diagram seemed to be connected to the real endless devil domain, terrifying to the extreme. "Kill!" The demonic beast, ancient divine general roared, shaking the heavens and earth. He pressed forward, every step he took causing the world to tremble. So strong. Everyone was dumbfounded. This old man had the great Tao under his feet, as if he could trample through the world at any moment. Like a primordial fiend god, the demonic beast, ancient divine general might be old, but his battle prowess was still at its peak. His cultivation was enough to shake the world. This was the old tortoise's foundation. Many of the grand sovereign's old subordinates were still alive, and they were all super ancient powerhouses. Ever since the collapse of the great desolate world, the demonic beast races, so-called patriarchs, didn't live up to their names. These old monsters would only listen to one person, the grand sovereign. But if one were to ask who else could gather these super ancient powerhouses apart from the grand sovereign, it would be the old tortoise. The old tortoise was the grand sovereign's son. Such a status was enough to make these super ancient powerhouses listen to him. When the old tortoise made a rallying call, many super ancient powerhouses of the demonic beast race did indeed gather. Boom! The ancient divine, general of the monster clan, attacked again. This time, with a loud bang, the entire void in front of him exploded and turned into chaos. Ing Tian was sent flying into the primal chaos. Very good. The demon ancestor shouted out loudly. He broke through the chaos chi and rushed out. Stretching out his hand, a black demonic beast appeared in the world and grabbed at the ancient god general of the demon race. 9 demonic patterns appeared on the demonic hand, attracting a powerful demonic power that enveloped the ancient divine general of the demon clan. Large swathes of the void were shattered and obliterated, turning into primal chaos. When the demon ancestor made his move, the heaven and earth collapsed. The destructive aura spread out for 100,000 miles, and everyone was shocked to the extreme. This demon was far stronger than they had imagined. The ancient divine, general of the demon clan, was also extremely powerful. He soared into the sky and pierced the bronze spear in his hand. He broke through the layers of devil chi and collided with the demonic hand. Boom! The two forces exploded in an instant, and the pitch-black demonic hand exploded. The ancient divine, general of the demon clan, rushed over with an unstoppable force. Swoosh! The demonic beast ancient god, Lord, swept the bronze battle spear in his hand horizontally, smashing it towards the Archdevil Lord's head. The battle spear streaked across the void, tearing open a several hundred li-long crack between heaven and earth. Humph! The Archdevil Lord Ing Tian swung his fist towards the incoming battle spear. When his fist landed on the spear, a powerful force exploded and sent the battle spear flying away. Following that, a demonic eye appeared on the Archdevil Lord Ing Tian's forehead. A beam of demonic light shot out from the demonic eye, trying to pierce through the ancient divine general's body. The ancient divine general's body suddenly turned blurry, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. His real body had already dodged to the side, dodging the attack. The battle between two supreme experts caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. The strength displayed by these two experts was way too terrifying. This wasn't the strength an ordinary sage should possess. This demon hasn't fully recovered yet. At this time, Gu Fei noticed something. The Archdevil Lord Ing Tian didn't seem to have recovered to his peak state. Otherwise, this demon would have been able to kill the ancient divine general with a single move. One had to know that even though the ancient divine general of the demon race was strong, he wasn't the supreme being of the demon race. Ing Tian's aura. Just as the ancient divine general was fighting the Archdevil Lord Ing Tian in the skies above another part of the primal chaos world, a voice suddenly rang out from a divine palace. Following that, the divine palace moved, flying towards the source of the demonic aura. The appearance of the archdevil Lord Ingtion forced all the human forces to be cautious. Many ancient sages were attracted to the vicinity, wanting to watch the battle. Demonic and demonic energy collided in this part of the world. Even these ancient sages who had been through countless storms and seen many grand scenes couldn't help but be moved. In the end, the two supreme experts fought their way into the primal chaos world, locked in a stalemate. Where's Ingtion? This daddy is coming. Just as the two experts were locked in a fierce battle, a voice came from the horizon. Following that, everyone saw a divine palace flying towards the battlefield. Old Tortoise. Hearing this voice, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. That bastard had finally arrived. Its master, standing beside Gu Fei, Shaoqing was overjoyed. The old tortoise had the Tai Sovereign seal. In the entire heavenly world, no one dared to provoke him. Even against the archdevil Lord Ingtion, he had the strength to fight. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. A divine palace flew towards them from afar and hovered in the air. Runes shimmered around the palace. It was obvious that this divine palace was impressive. There were Tao runes arranged by a supreme expert on it. I wonder if my stinky brat is in there. Gu Zhong was extremely excited. He hadn't seen little fatty Gu Xiaofeng for many years. Now that the old tortoise was here, he would be able to see his son very soon. However, what Gu Zhong didn't know was that his little fatty had already left the divine palace with Gu Fei. At this time, the old tortoise also noticed the presence of Gu Fei's group. Gu Fei led the crowd and soared into the sky. They flew towards the divine palace in the sky and landed in it. Just as Gu Fei's group arrived at the divine palace, the old tortoise personally led a group of subordinates out from the main hall to welcome Gu Fei's group. Old tortoise, you finally showed yourself. The archdevil Lord Ingtion roared in anger. He attacked with all his might. Countless demonic runes weaved in his hands and forced the ancient divine general to retreat. Then he charged towards the divine palace in the sky.